Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Tech Talk. I'm here with Mark Edworthy. Today, we are back again with a little bit more on Tech Talk. This is kind of before we get started with what we're going to have with the actual conversation. I want to do a little bit of a catch up on the a little bit of tech news, I guess you could call it. I don't know the best way of saying it, but I mean, for me, that's how I can say it. Now, I did go back to the official Odyssey community on Discord, Mark, and I found out that what they said. First, I was wrong. It wasn't Jiggy Tom that said it to me. It was Steve. He's another moderator there on the help and support area. And according to him, he said that Odyssey found a new tech provider to work with, and they're also some. They gave him some funding, and it's from the same company, but they didn't say specifically what that company's name was. So, with
Okay, just to remind all of us, just go back to the listeners issue.
the what was it again?
Uh, what's the original
The
level start?
Well, the originally what it was is somebody had gotten on to the help and support or in the Odyssey official Odyssey community on Discord, and they were talking about possibly selling Odyssey off at auction.
Right.
So it got kind of confusing. You didn't know for sure if it was Odyssey was being sold off for auction or if something else was going on. So finally, after a little while of them going quiet, they started getting active again on the Discord community. So I asked them, did they actually sell off the Odyssey as a, you know, on
As a
auction?
as an entire package of branding, the entire company in effect.
Your mic's breaking up.
Yeah, the entire company in effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the I went on there and I asked them if they did sell it, and they said no. They just actually they got found a new tech provider is all it was,
Okay.
and the same company gave them some funding to help out with with it. I also found out too that their streaming is actually their own. Uh, it's their own tech. It doesn't have anything to do with another source. So
Okay.
I thought that was pretty interesting. So
Do you know what the streaming facility, what license
no,
the streaming
no,
facility?
I've been actually looking for information on that. I haven't been able to find out what it actually is. It'd be cool to know. So
Mm, mm,
um, and after that, the second thing I wanted to bring up was Adobe. Now, I before I bring this up, I want to say that I first heard of it off of Naroki Five's stream that he does on Skype. So I just wanted to do a shout out to him on that one because it was a good topic. So I wanted to bring it up to you and uh, see what you think about it. Because this is relatively something that we have discussed in chat on Minds Chat and stuff like that. So there's been big news coming up with Adobe here lately, and it concerns their AI and their what they're wanting to do in the terms of service. So with that, I'm going to read an article to you um, that I found that relates to it. And it says Adobe's new terms of service aren't the problem; it's the trust. Okay. Now, this is the reaction from Adobe's customers to small update highlights the growing lack of faith surrounding big tech companies and their AI tools. A recent notification from Adobe about a term of service update caused outrage online once many people forced to accept the new terms for continuing access to its apps and services interpreted it to mean Adobe was permitting itself free rein to access and use their work to train AI models. Specifically, the notification said Adobe had clarified that we may access your content through both automated and manual methods within its TOS, directing users to a section that says techniques such as machine learning may be used to analyze content to improve services, software, and user experiences. The update went viral after Creative took Adobe's vague language to mean that it would use their work to train Firefly, the company's generative AI model, or access sensitive projects that might be under NDA. Adobe has now published a blog to address those concerns and assure its users that this isn't the case. Our commitment to our customers have not changed, Adobe said in its statement, affirming that the company doesn't train Firefly on custom content or assume ownership of a customer's work. Firefly generative AI models are trained on a dataset of licensed content such as Adobe stock and public domain content, which copyright has expired. A before and after comparison of the TOS update, which you can see below, it shows below here, but it shows that very little about the policy has actually changed. The inclusion of machine learning, particularly while vague, isn't new and has been present in the TOS for years. One explanation for this is that variations of AI technology that predate Firefly have been used in tools like Photoshop Content Aware Fill and Lightroom's Select Subject. Confusing, however, the update language within the TOS has actually been live since February, with Adobe having only recently notified users of the change. Adobe's chief product officer Scott Belsky acknowledged on X that the wording within the notification is unclear and said the company's legal team was working to address concerns about the vague language within the policy. Adobe has had something like this in TOS for over a decade, said Belsky, but trust the transparency couldn't be more crucial these days. Adobe has developed something of an image problem as it's grown over the years, especially among individual creatives who no longer feel the company has their best interests at heart. It has been criticized for dropping its one-time purchase model in favor of recurring subscriptions and accused of creating a monopoly over a creative software industry, which concerns regulators enough to effectively force a company to abandon its attempt to acquire Figma last year. While similar software is available for other brands like Affinity, Adobe is typically considered the industry standard and difficult to avoid using professional environments. Notably, Adobe has also developed a mountain of generative AI tools and services since introducing its own Firefly model in March 2023. enthusiastically promoting them as a means for people with limited creative experience to quickly produce content at scale. I imagine that sounds very attractive to businesses, but not so much to creative professionals who are anxious about their job security. It's easy to see why so many feel betrayed by the company, especially when Adobe seemingly struggles to enforce the generative AI policies it introduced to protect them. That breakdown of trust brings us here. While this viral drama surrounding Adobe TOS update may blow over, hordes of creatives are watching the company like a hawk. Adobe will have to find an effective way to address those trust issues if it wants independent creators who have come to expect the worst from the company to see it as a friend it claims to be a rather foe, or to be rather than a foe. Now that I got off of there concerning what the issue is there, but then, like for me, I think that that is more of a smoke screen, just blowing smoke up our butts. Because when you go on to uh, Investors Business Daily, they break it down and say Adobe uh, stock toppled Friday after the digital media and market software firm predicted weaker than expected sales for the current quarter. Investors are wondering when Adobe will see a boost from its innovations in generative artificial intelligence. The new the news pulls down other enterprise software stocks as well. Industry peers falling on Friday, including HubSpot, which Hubs is already off the internet. They've discontinued it. Then Microsoft MSFT, Salesforce CRM, and ServiceNow, which is now. At least 15 Wall Street analysts cut their price targets on Adobe stocks after the company releases its quarterly results and guidance late Thursday. Adobe beat America Street's target. No, Adobe beat Wall Street's targets for its fiscal first quarter ended March the 1st, but offered a lackluster outlook. It predicted uh, adjusted earnings of $4.38 a share, a line in line with estimates on sales of $5.28 billion, just shy of views for 3 point no 5.31 billion. Okay, 5.28 billion, just shy of views of 5.31 billion for its fiscal second quarter. So even though they're talking about it being like freaking just a mess up, you know what I'm saying? It's showing in the stock markets. I really think that the AI idea that they came up with backfired on them, and now they're paying the price. You know what I mean?
It wasn't just artificial intelligence. The terms of service said machine or a manual review.
Yeah.
Under manual review. I looked at that on good night. In fact, I had a long conversation with Mr. Robot in January, playing Texas, and they were on the night. It looks at the original explanation that Adobe provided after the terms of service was released and it was for the issue, was extremely good. The the sort of press release reply was, but I haven't reviewed this yet. It seems like they were actually, or they are immediately sued by the US FTC, so Federal Trade Commission. Yes, yeah. We reported from 7 days ago that the FTC is suing them. Um,
Well, like with what I read there, and like kind of what you posted here about Adobe forces users to accept this stuff. You know what I mean? And
mm,
that's kind of one thing that I've been saying about freaking Adobe, man, and they've openly admitted it in what I just read there too, where they have been doing this stuff. They said that they've been doing it for 10 years now. It's actually been a part of their freaking terms of service, you know,
yeah, yeah,
where they have a right to go in and quote unquote learn, use it for learning how to make a better product and learning how to freaking make it user friendly and learn, you know, and it's just point blank what they're doing is they're stealing people's shit.
I saw a report a couple of days ago, and which suggests that the this wording in the terms of service has been around since 2019,
and
2020.
and see, vague terminology is common practice for people who are doing stuff that's underhanded. You know what I mean? You got to understand that. Like, the only reason why they're even freaking okay with saying, yeah, we should have made it better now is because they got caught. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a little,
Vague, vague terminology is used by all lawyers and all marketers everywhere.
so
That's
that they
just
can
really great.
so
And
that they can be
again,
tricky and say, oh yeah, I'm sorry, the terminology must not have been, you know, specific enough. But that's what this is what that meant, you know, like you,
actually, there is a piece of legislation, either in EU legislation or UK specific legislation. I think it's EU, and that states that all contracts have to be written in a manner that is easy to understand.
hmm well,
Um,
mm,
in the US, there is no such legislation. It's federal, you know.
it it, it seems that people are oh, hold up, I should probably unblock my mute button. But what I was getting ready, what I was getting ready to say is it seems that freaking, you know, it's okay to freaking write stuff in your terms of service that's vague and unclear. You know what I mean? And
And
Trump,
that's the questionable thing
there's
because
Tan.
I,
hi there.
Hello, Tan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Yes.
hear you. Now, Mark
Alright.
is kind of having issues with his audio, so kind of get used
yeah,
to it. He,
yeah,
Okay.
I do, and then,
he's got that hippie hairdo, and it just keeps on getting in the way. So
I'm just out and about. Sorry I couldn't make it back on time. Walking the dog.
that's fine. So,
Yeah.
so what's your take on this new stuff that's popping up about Adobe?
uh,
Oh, I think that Mr. Robot shared.
Yeah,
yeah.
Ugh.
It,
Did you go
it,
through it? Did you have a look at that? Did you have a read at it on stream?
yeah, I read it out and everything. So it's
Alright. I
it's
haven't.
it's been explained, and I don't know if you noticed, but I checked it out a little bit more, and I found out that apparently stocks in Adobe has fallen because of it too.
yeah, I don't know. Stop, rise, stop. With this, with this,
They
Mm.
they did they they did article on it where they came out and they tried to say that it was just the interpretation of the terms of service was vague,
Mhm.
and for me, it's like I told Mark, I think it's more them covering their asses after they got caught. You know.
Mm.
Sorry, guys. Catch me up on what the like they do. Give me a 15 minutes synopsis on what the Adobe thing is.
Well, what happened was is Adobe ended up changing their terms of services, which made it to where people who use their products have to accept these terms, and the terms say that they can go into their files and use their files to help the AI learn.
Oh, no,
Okay.
that's just the same.
And
Yeah. So even worse than Apple, right? No personal cloud thing.
yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I wrote a look at it on mine's general section on the ninth. Um, made comments in relation to NDAs and ownership.
yeah. This
Um,
this I actually found all this out after Mr. Robot made his big statement. This came out with Naroki 5 when I was on his show, and he brought it up as a topic, and it was pretty interesting. So I figured I would bring it up to you guys and see what you
Yeah.
guys
Okay.
thought about it. But apparently,
um,
they have to agree to these terms, or they can't use their
yeah,
product.
yeah, yeah, there was no
Yeah.
type mechanism. It was either you
I can imagine the uproar. Hello, buddy.
and if
We're
you're
at the dog
paid.
park.
But it goes back to the idea of you using a cloud service and using somebody else's set of machines for hosting, and you agree to their agreements.
Hmm.
Uh, all
So
these
did it
cloud.
have any reaction yet, Adobe?
Oh yeah.
I believe it's being investigated. The FTC is potentially suing.
He's, it's he or she.
He.
He's not vaccinated yet.
How do you know?
She's complete.
Not completely.
I see. So she got.
He's some.
Yeah. Well, the thing you said that the FCC is investigating right now. Is that what you said?
Yeah, the trade commission. Yeah.
Good. Because they
Yeah, I think so.
hopefully they'll come up with something where they can crack Adobe's ass, because this shit's been going on for quite a while. This is the kind of stuff that I've been talking to you about when it comes to Adobe. Like they're known for doing this stuff. It's even in their terms of service, you know, and people have just been allowing this kind of stuff to go on, you know, and it's they've been doing it for years. They said for the last
But
10 years in that one.
it's not only Adobe. The recent Microsoft scandal with the call function. Um, before is some sort of internal thing that they were going to fix it on the next patch for Windows 11, which I believe was now stopped. In which things like keylogger and being able or Microsoft being able to see which documents you open when you look and see.
Yeah,
Being included.
and that's the one thing that I have an issue with when it comes to Windows 11, because like I've told you guys before, I feel that autonomy is the most important thing when it comes to all this stuff, you know. When I get on my computer, that's my computer. That doesn't need to frickin' be monitored and regulated by the frickin'
Ah,
internet.
that is of your computer.
Yes, it is.
You use you make files storage, you use cloud services,
I don't use cloud
uh,
services. Uh-uh.
you use um, clients such as Skype, you use Rumble, you use social media platforms.
I use them, but they're not freaking something that you know what I mean. I don't freaking have like a cloud service network and shit like that. Like you got to remember,
Yeah,
Tan's the cloud supporter. He's the one who likes the cloud.
yeah,
I'm autonomous.
but,
I don't
but you
like
still upload it as to a social media platform.
right. Well,
And therefore you're still agreeing to their terms of services to allow you to upload your files.
even that has its freaking like yeah okay you have to freaking cave into stuff like that okay that's just common sense for navigating through the internet. Now the reason why I say autonomy when it comes to stuff like Skype and like Discord
Mm.
is and this is what the advantage is with Skype and Discord over even Minds, okay? Minds is a social freaking network. That means freaking all of this information that I put on freaking Minds is out there for everybody to see. Now, there's some people who are going to like what I see, and there's some people who aren't going to like what I see. Well, if I go on Skype, this is an autonomous freaking area where if people want to be in my group, they can be in my group, and if they don't want to be in my group, they don't have to. And it goes with me too. I can allow people in and allow people not to be in. And Discord is the same thing. So you're getting real people in that freaking area instead of freaking statistics,
But
algorithms.
mine's another social media platforms can allow you to do that. As an example, mine's allow you for LinkedIn users to be able to view your posts, or you could make those posts invisible, or you could create private groups.
There's no guarantees. I mean, there's literally no
There's no
guarantees.
guarantees for anything.
That's my. I
There's
mean,
never any guarantees for anything.
in the whole situation, I have to choose between what I think is the smartest thing to do and not the smartest thing. That's why I walked away from Facebook. You know what I mean? I don't want people
Mm.
stealing freaking shit left and right. And
Ah,
you know,
it's not it's not stealing.
I know.
Because a stealing means removing property from you without your consent to stop you use accessing that property.
Mm.
If you still got the content, therefore it's not stealing.
Well,
And B, if you've agreed to it in a terms of service, in a contractual agreement, then it's not stealing because you've agreed to it.
yeah, I know. I still like to call it stealing though. I'm hip like that. I'm cool.
Like,
You know.
uh,
So
incorrect use of them.
you know, I mean, like with all of that, that's kind of what a lot of this actually has been really relative, you know, because like today, Angel was on Discord and he was talking smack about freaking copyright and stuff like that, you know what I mean? And before I had
Yeah.
mentioned something to him, and he took the whole freaking thing that I said out of context. Like everything I said that was important to listen to, he didn't hear. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And he like, first of all, the reason why I left Facebook. The reason why I left Facebook is because when you go on Facebook and you're a content creator, what happens is, say you don't have music, okay? Facebook
Mm.
supplies free music for you to use that's supposed to be freaking not. It's supposed to be open source or not open source. It's supposed to be content.
Okay, to come license.
Yeah, it's supposed to be free
Yeah.
music that you it isn't copy.
Royalty free, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not copyright infringement. And they have an entire library that you can choose this music from. Well, I would go in there, and at first I don't do this anymore. I haven't done it in a while. I make my own shit just to make that clear. But at one time when I was on Facebook, I would go in there and I would use their music, and it would be on their freaking music freaking library, and it would be free for you to use. And I would take that music and I would put it on my videos after I created my videos. I would do that, and then freaking a year, 2 years down the line, all of a sudden, I'm getting a freaking copyright infringement notice on the same song that I freaking got from freaking Facebook's audio library. But see, this is what I was explaining to him, and he got it all out of context. He thought I was just going out and using somebody's music and putting it on mine, and then I had a problem with it. You know what I mean? That's why he heard. And I know you've heard me say this a few times. I've said this multiple times to different people, but that's what my argument was, you know. And that's what they do, you know. And then like with video games, okay, video games play freaking a scam too, where and the reason why I believe they do that for is because they hit you up with copyright infringement, but then they allow you to use their music as long as they make a freaking profit off of it. So you can't monetize it, but they make money off of your videos. You know what I mean? And I caught on to that because not only do I make my own content, but I also freaking do freaking gaming. I do game streams. And here's where freaking he had another issue. He honestly thought that I was like taking music and putting it on my games, you know what I'm saying? And I don't know where he came up with that unless he never did gaming videos, you know. But games come with music on it when you freaking buy the game and you put it on there on your computer. It could be through Steam or if you go to the store or whatever, but they all come with music. Now you take and you get that game, and freaking the game has music on it, and you stream this freaking music over freaking YouTube and Facebook, and bam, you get copyright infringement because even though you had nothing to do with this freaking music on this freaking game that freaking you paid for. Yeah.
What about YouTube?
Yeah, YouTube especially. They're big on that
They
too.
also thank you. That sounds like something that their algorithm should adjust.
Yeah.
That seems like fair use, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It's a big issue.
Be careful when you put it use because if you just stream it.
What about those? Oh, I see. Is that why those game streamers they don't actually turn on the music?
Why?
They don't turn on the sound.
That's what I had to do. I eventually, what I had to do is literally just turn the audio off on it. Now, if they freaking run around and they freaking fight, you want to hear the sword fights, that's cool. But
yeah. You can turn up music and still leave the sound on, right?
Right.
The sound effect on. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, if I think that makes sense. I mean, if they're going to be fussy about using music, the game developer will need to provide the option to turn up.
Yeah.
Every game has that, right?
Yes. And that's
good. Yeah.
That's what I had to learn how to do now because if you turn around and you put them freaking games on there with the music on, you're going to get hit with a copyright infringement, and they do that shit on purpose.
Oh, thank you.
You know, they do that shit.
Actually, I could see a legal argument around this. Is the music part of the entire package? When you're playing a game, is the music included within the entire package?
I don't know for sure. Now,
yes, obviously it is. Therefore, if it's part of the entire package, and it comes down to one copyright sort of limitation. Therefore, if they say you can stream, if you can view or broadcast the gameplay in itself, and that's part of the package, then there shouldn't be any copyright issue.
And see,
they would have to either denied the entire claim that there's a copywriters who with the entirety, the entire game itself, or that allowed for the content to be played.
I personally feel as though that has been turned into a way for these musicians to freaking earn freaking income. Like, you've got these musicians who freaking purposely allow these games to put the freaking music on their video games, and then they turn around and they freaking hit streamers with copyright infringement, so that freaking they can do the same
When,
thing. Like, say you
when
can,
it
you
comes to the big game developers, these once the contract's over, these musicians will not see another penny.
that's, I mean,
Um,
this is usually with games that are just out, too. It's not
yeah,
just like older ones.
yeah, but as a developer or as anybody that's been they big you know, they agree for payments upon the contract.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as they keep on producing material, then they're getting paid. But as soon as the contract is over, they don't get paid anything.
Right. And they should. I mean, you would think that the freaking game companies would buy the rights to the freaking music.
Yeah, yes, because it's part of the entire package, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like like the
And see, that comes back to what I'm saying. They're using it as a money gimmick so that freaking they can hit you up with copyright infringement after freaking you stream it on the video games, because automatically you'll get a freaking warning on YouTube and they'll say you can keep this video, but you can't be monetized with it. And then they turn around and they give freaking the monetization to the musicians who played the music.
they do not give they give it to the company that's overseeing the case.
Well, yeah, it would be UMG, United Music
Yeah,
Guild.
it would be or some lawyer, some legal firm like that. And then then that's the company will talk to the original game, the original people that decided the original games, or the game decided but as far as the lowly graphic artist or the lowly musicians concerned, the contract's over. They don't have to see a single penny into that project ever again.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there he is.
Sorry, guys. Wait, were you not hearing me? Sorry. Just switch back to the Adobe stuff for a sec.
All
I
right.
want to ask Mark, have you had a chance to read their terms of service? Because I just had a quick look around, and it looks like it's a misunderstanding of the terms of service agreement that the users were.
See, and that's
This
what
is
I have a problem
this is
with.
what Adobe's person. No, it wasn't a misunderstanding. They did it previously.
They got caught with their
Yeah,
hands in the cookie jar, is what happened.
yeah,
They,
yeah. I've seen the PR sort of replies that they've done. The first one was absolutely terrible.
yeah, I knew you'd have a field day with this.
It was a load of nonsense market speech that boiled down to nothing really.
And see, that's what I was thinking. I was like, it was just they were blowing smoke up people's ass trying to freaking play a game so that they could freaking go in and steal people's information. Like when they,
Again,
don't want to say the word still, yeah, but
acquired.
I'm
the hip cool dude that's gonna say still because that's just how we roll.
It sounds okay. So on the Adobe side, it sounds like they're trying to catch up to Apple and
No, Adobe
They need to do
Adobe
this. They need this
no,
terms of service in place in order to do their AI stuff because they don't have a private cloud thing.
no.
Uh,
Remember, first Adobe was in first place. I think it's on the um, off-the-shelf due to software as a service, platform as a service, cloud strategy. They were willing to first large operational do that. Um, sort of is reason of ongoing suspicions. That's when just a single cost of shares one time purchase.
Yeah, but Mark, this
Um,
this goes back to what I mentioned before, and I always forget to always bring this up because it's really important. It's about ethics. You know what I'm saying? Like, freaking, this really has to do with ethics more than anything else. Like, you can say because of what terms of service is that it's not stealing, but ethically, freaking, this is wrong. You know what I mean? They're going against ethics when they do stuff like this, and they constantly do this stuff all the time. They're unethical.
I argue quite the opposite. It's the issue of the user base. Adobe's creative cloud
I, I
is
I
very
wonder if
powerful.
Google. I wonder if Google and Microsoft have been doing the same thing for years
Yeah,
without without.
Microsoft has the you've been following the recall story. Microsoft recall
Yeah.
issue. Um, yeah, but users um, when it comes to big industrial software, Photoshop, etc., Microsoft Windows, um, especially in the corporate side, and not just the executives and CTOs and CEOs can be quite conservative in the views, um, and they will purchase the product that they know that works, that they know that these people don't change their opinions all that often. So if you've been using Microsoft Windows, if your company's been using Microsoft Windows for the last 30 odd years, you'll continue to use Microsoft Windows because your chief executive officer, your senior executives don't know any difference. It's the same with the um, things like the signage industry or the more creative industries, because Adobe has had this long reputation of producing suitable software products for their marketplace,
Well, they've
and they've
been the
become an
standard.
industry standard.
Yeah, the
Yeah, they've
industry
become an
standard.
industry standard for the last what 30 years now. Or actually a lot longer. But yeah, for the 30
Well,
years.
it's
Um, to use there's been this entire market being built up in believing that Adobe Photoshop is the industry standard for creative graphics and stuff, advertising materials.
Um, I'm not hearing
Yeah,
Mark very
yeah.
well.
He's having issues. His mic's always he keeps
It sounds you sound muffled, Mark. You know what the problem is?
it's his
I can't do anything about that.
it's his hair.
It's not gonna
He's
not gonna show up very badly on the recording.
I've been able to make out a lot of what he's been saying, but I've had to start
You
concentrating on it.
you might want to repeat sometimes repeat what Mark's saying.
Oh, there ain't no way of repeating that. He just said mouthfuls. So, but what I get with all you're saying though, Mark, is yeah, I understand that it's become a standard. You know what I mean? And everybody does pretty much think of it that way. But I also know like there's alternatives to that too. Like
Indeed.
you don't have to freaking give in to the whole freaking quote standards. You know what I mean? It's not really cool what they're doing, and they
Yeah, that's creative standards and a sort of unified training policy. I mean, he wants to go to a large organisation that sees him from unknown position with a very heavy learning curve, and then expect your regular employees to be able to use that software, at least not without any training. And of course, training equates to downtime for those employees because they're training and not doing their job, and a lack of profit because obviously, or money expenditure because obviously training, you've got to bring people in to be able to train these employees.
yeah. Well, I
So
mean,
there's the cost issue there.
I think that's probably what needs to take place, though. I mean, to be honest with you, like,
Hmm.
everybody's coming up with this idea that freaking it's not professional if it's not Adobe kind of bullshit, and it's
Hmm.
not even Adobe freaking, you know, Adobe Prime is actually the one that they're freaking really pushing as the professional stuff. You know what I mean? Like, that's how bad it's gotten. And now, in order for you to freaking acquire Adobe Prime, it's gone from just paying a one-time price, which is expensive, of like $500 or $600 one time,
Hmm.
to having recurring bills where freaking they charge you over the freaking months of having it. And now all of a sudden they're coming out with these terms of services. Not only are you freaking paying for this every month, but we're gonna freaking go in with our AI and we're gonna snoop on your shit and we're gonna use it to freaking help our AI supposedly learn. You know what I mean?
Do you
Yeah,
use
yeah.
Adobe, Roger?
No, I don't support Adobe. I think that it's a freaking they're a bunch of thieves.
In,
Okay.
interesting.
What do you use as an alternative?
I use Blender, which Adobe does
Oh,
freaking donate. Don't get me wrong, they do donate to
Yeah.
Blender, but
uh-huh.
they're still open source and they're free.
Yep. Is it comparable to Adobe?
I think it is. I hear a lot of people give it a bunch of shit talk saying that Adobe is just so much better and you need After Effects and all this other shit. But I've
Uh-huh.
had no complaints with Blender whatsoever. It's gotten nothing but better and better every time I've had to use it. Now I'm not gonna say you can use it on a regular computer, like just a regular 2-core freaking CPU, no GPU, this
Right.
store bought computer basically. You're not going to be able to use Blender on that, but you can't use Adobe Prime on those either.
Does Blender have any AI plugin?
Not yet, but I'm sure it's going to happen when it comes to
Okay,
open
okay,
source.
can we talk about what you call AI?
You started them up on it.
Um, going back to the industry standard thing for a minute, I do speak to quite a few secretaries, administrators, general administrators quite often. And there's this idea that for longer that Microsoft Word, Microsoft Office is the industry standard. Um, and pushing, yeah, certain people to things like LibreOffice and OpenOffice. I get to hear this sort of all the time and recognise that for, let's say, if you use like a software liberal or sound, there are differences between the two packages, but there's a lot of additional training that generally needs to be.
Yeah, but I've posted
Uh,
I posted links up for you concerning Libra as well. Okay, and that goes to the same extent of what I'm saying with this example. Okay, Adobe's been notorious for this shit. Like, sure, this is an open source freaking blah blah blah. You can use it, and then the people go in and they use freaking their code and they freaking do what they want to with their browsers and stuff. And all the time, Adobe's sitting in the background and they're freaking stealing their freaking shit.
Again, it is not stealing.
Yeah, I know.
You were talking about Adobe using open source products for their own usage and not allowing other people to access that. But when again, I remind you that when you're talking about open source, open source doesn't necessarily mean that all those products are available for everybody to reuse and view code and edit code.
Well,
It's dependent on the specific license agreements.
But
Open source is just a generalization.
you heard what I just read too. Like, they stalk these freaking open source freaking agreements, and when the freaking agreements run out and they're not freaking renewed, Adobe jumps in and grabs them.
I don't think there is actually uh, there's a limit on let's say a GPO license agreement with Flash. At least there's not been any court cases.
Well, I could pull it back up if you want me to, and reread that area if you want to hear it. But I mean, that's what they said. It's freaking they literally go in and they freaking look for open source freaking agreements that run out.
No, you aren't talking about that one.
Yeah, it's right here. It's like Firefly generative AI models are trained on a dataset of licensed content, such as Adobe stock and public domain content where copyright has expired. So they're
copyright, yeah. You
expired copyright.
yeah, that's not copyright. Like completely different.
So they're hound dogs. They're predators. They're hunting down the freaking copyrights that expire so they can swoop down and take credit for it and sue you if you try to use it.
Also, some open source licenses such as the BSD, MIT, Apache licenses allow for uh, proprietary code to be added to the code base, the source code of the project, and it also allows for this for any additional code not to be
You're gonna have to
not necessarily be available to the public.
you're gonna have to adjust your hair again.
So unlike GPO license where any notifications should be republished for scrutiny and usage. Licenses such as BSD, additional code can be added to the project, and the additional code doesn't necessarily have to be made available.
That would have made sense if I could hear what you said. You were like breaking up quite a bit, so
But
that
this is a pain.
yeah, I know it's
I think I think using expired copyright material is okay.
Yeah.
legit. Huh?
Yeah, they're going in.
Uh,
That's what they said. They're going in. They're using expired copyright material in order to allow their AI to learn. And my whole point
yeah,
is, like, they've been doing this shit for years. It's not just with their AI, dude.
right.
They've been going in and they've been snatching up old, freaking outdated copyrights, and
Hmm.
and then using that shit for their own stuff.
Isn't that what OpenAI does as well, though? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of these AI projects, GPT, has been criticized heavily for this recently about going onto third-party sites such as Wikipedia and just take it. Oh, mind you, Wikipedia is got its own license plan, so it can be reused. But going on other sites and taking that data, this makes the well, as a violation of copyright of that data.
You, you got anywhere else to go with that, Tan? It's
Uh,
I
I
like.
couldn't make. You wanna uh,
He
you
agrees
wanna
with you.
translate what he said?
he,
No,
he agrees with you. He's like, yes,
I couldn't make.
he,
Uh,
he, he,
oh,
he,
he does. Oh,
yeah, he agrees with you. He's like, yes, they do. They go on to other websites. Like, he used Wikipedia as an example, but he said it's not
mm,
really a good example because it's open source.
right.
well, yeah, it's a lot. It's more
But
being
but they do that. They go and they pull information off of all these other places. So that's basically what he said in it.
The, yeah, yeah. These AI engines, they are data poor. They need data. They need data to work with. So if you starve the AI engine of data, it dies. So uh, so long as this, it sounds like they're using legitimate means of acquiring those data. But
But
if God forbid, Google and Microsoft are doing the same thing Adobe is doing, and then no fuss about it. And
well, don't be fooled by it because they've been doing this
yeah,
stuff for years, man. Like even in the article I just read, they said they've been doing it for at least 10 years. You know what I mean? This was before AI
yeah,
was even popular. So they're going around snatching up these people's freaking copyright claims. It's not even their content, you know what I mean? It's other people's content that they just haven't gotten or renewed their copyrights on. So it's like that. That's the thing that really sticks out to me. Is like, bunch of
is this similar or not to how social, like Facebook or Google Assistant is sharing search data with advertisers?
most likely.
you have to be a bit more nuanced.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
example, like I mentioned before. What's this? What's that website that you search you search something, and then a day later you go up to that site and it suggests articles that matches exactly what you're searching for. Whew. What is that? What is that?
that's not really stealing. But I can use it. As long as it's agreed to that in the terms of service of that side, and this is where the
Hello?
EU law comes into
You're,
play.
Can you guys still hear me?
Uh,
yeah, I can hear
yeah,
you. It's just Mark is kind of
I'm going.
choppy right now. So,
I'm going low on battery, so my phone might die in a minute now. Sorry,
well,
guys. I got 3%.
let me
So
let me let me bring this to an end though. I didn't realize how long it was. We've already made it to like an hour and 8 minutes, and we can come back and talk about this too because I think it's some pretty good stuff. Maybe we can have Mark's headphones straightened out next time because
yeah,
he's
yeah.
this is his playground. This is what he really needs to.
Well, Mr. Robot is the one who shared the thing. Maybe he can.
If
He can.
he's
This is an all tech. So this is an all tech car show. So make
yeah
sure he doesn't,
doesn't get
blurt
carried
out
away.
anything controversial.
Mr. Robot's latest content is only a reflection of what we were talking about on the night.
Okay.
If you go back into the general, and go back to the Sunday before last, I made quite a few comments on that.
Yeah, you two both had a pretty good fight. You had a nerd fight. I saw that. I was impressed. You did good. Robot didn't know what to say. He ran away like a baby. He vanished like a ninja. Like he always does. He just vanishes. Like when he has nothing to say, he just shuts up. And that's it.
He ran away like a chihuahua.
Yeah, like a chihuahua. That was what he did. So maybe we can get him on here and he can have a serious
Yeah.
conversation with us about it though. I do agree with you. I think he would be really important in a conversation like this too because
Yeah.
he's the one who started it. It's his fault.
Yep.
Something to sort out
Now
for
he's
next
obligated to
Tuesday.
join.
Something for you to sort out for next Tuesday.
Well, let's end this because I'm not sure. I think we may have an interview coming up with Mike about audio and radio and stuff. I'm not quite sure if he's going to show up or not, but I think we scheduled it today after the show. So Mike Wojciechowski,
Mark.
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, you said
If you're on, share the stream on the chat room. If I come back home in time, I might do.
Okay. So let's go ahead and end this, and
Okay.
we'll be back here later on, hopefully. I hope everybody
All right.
enjoyed watching the stream. Thank you, Tan, and thank you, Mark, for another great episode. And with that, I will go ahead and just end it. Now, hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Roger's Real Time Talk Show event. Today, we are joined by Mark Edworthy and Bob Dub. I'd like to welcome you guys back. And before we get started, I'd like to also bring up the fact that not only are we streaming on Rumble, Odyssey, YouTube, but now we've started doing it on DLive as well. So, with that being said, I want to kind of go over for what we're about here at Roger's Real Time Talk Show event for the people who watch on DLive, if they ever do. I don't know for sure, but if they ever do, this is what we're about, with Roger's Real Time Talk Show event, we were all freaking talking about it, me and Mark and Tan even, and this was about almost a year ago, and me and Mark and Tan, we were talking about how politics has gotten so fucked up that everybody is, when they get on the internet, it's always bashing this person or bashing that person or how bad this freaking group is and that group is, and basically politics is turned into freaking, a load of shit is what I take of it, and that's how I say it. But and we were having this conversation about, we should do. No, it was actually after that because I refused to do politics for the longest time because of that fact, and that's when frickin' Tan actually told me that frickin' we needed to do it, and I said, well, I'll do it if we did this, and that's when we got in the conversation, and that's when we come up with the idea of why don't we make a frickin' show where it's not bashing Donald Trump or it's not bashing frickin' Biden or frickin' this Canadian guy up in frickin' Canada or this guy over in England. Let's talk about real politics and the things that are supposed to be discussed when it's about politics. That's how it started, and that's how we've pretty much been doing it. We also incorporate historical politics. That's a big issue, I think, in today is a lot of people aren't really educated to what is really going on when it comes to these political parties and the history of politics, so that's where that really sticks out. Did I explain it good, guys?
Brilliantly.
Okay.
Yeah, your culture, or what is it, cult of celebrity. After all, that's what the Biden, that's what modern politics turned into, the cult of celebrity.
Cult of celebrity. Now, Monty Python is still the top-notch comedian of today. Even if people want to know what politics is really about, go watch old episodes of Monty Python.
Alright,
Do you agree with that, Mark Edworthy? You're not a Monty Python fan, are you?
I could think of other things. I'm thinking things like Yes Minister and Yes Prime Minister, and Not the 9 o'clock news, and all those other British stuff of the 70s.
Monty Python was the best, though. It was the best.
Depends on what you mean by best. Define best.
Well, for an English show, it was the best. It was.
Okay. Being of English descent, I can disagree with you and say there is a big variety of 1970s political comedy.
Okay. So now, I think that without mentioning Benny Hill, I think we should get on to a little bit more on it. Now, just to go back into a little review on stuff, what happened was last year we covered the United States, and this year we decided we're going to cover England. We've already finished up on the socialists in England and what took place there. We mentioned the anarchists, and then we were wanting to get into the conservative now, and we started up with classical conservative last week, and this week we're continuing with that. And during this time we were talking about, well, we also need to talk about colonialism, and because we'd had conversations with Bob Dub and Otto about colonialism and everything, and I was, me and Mark actually were thinking about like doing an episode where we break it up, but then I realized that I almost made a mistake last week by just overlooking frickin' Edmund Burke, and he was in the readings that I did last week, and he was conservative back during the beginnings with the Whig Party. So I went through and I checked these notes out about Edmund Burke, and I found out a lot of interesting things. So I decided that I'm going to start out there, and we're going to discuss him, because he actually was pretty significant when it comes to English frickin' politics. He was a Whig member, but at the same time, there's a good chance he inspired what people in England consider anarchism. A lot of people. Well, let me just go ahead and read it, and then we'll get on with it like normal. Now, do you guys want to do the round table stuff like we've been doing, or do you just want to leave it open? Because there's just three of us. I mean, it's up to you.
Okay, can leave it open if you want.
You want to leave it open?
Feel free to speak.
How about you, Bob Dub?
Sure, that's fine with me to leave it open. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, episode 20 is going. I really don't like doing that either. I just don't like mentioning the episodes because, like. But here we go. We're gonna start out with Edmund Burke. Now, Edmund Burke, he's an Anglo-Irish Whig statesman, or he was, and philosopher, whose political principles were rooted in moral natural laws and the Western heritage. Is the one of the first expositors of traditionalist conservatism. Although Toryism represented an even earlier conservatism, which was a more primitive form of the traditionalist conservatism. All right, Burke. So Toryism was an earlier version of conservatism compared to the Whigs, is what I'm making of that. And frickin' that's what they're basically saying. That was kind of messed up how it's written. But now Burke believed in prescriptive rights, which he considered to be God-given. He argued for what he called ordered liberty, best reflected in the unwritten law of the British constitutional monarchy. Now that's something I do want to discuss, and the whole
did you say
unwritten law
Yeah.
of the British constitutional monarchy.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you said the unwritten constitution.
But see, the one thing that sticks out to me is the words God-given. Now, that also falls back into the United States Constitution with the rights that are given to Americans, okay? And I mentioned it in, I think, last episode where I said with our Constitution it says our rights are God-given and no man has a right to take those rights away from us as long as we are doing the next right thing and we're not breaking laws, you know what I'm saying?
During Tony Blair's tenureship or UK government, there was a big emphasis on rights and responsibilities, and there was it was made out that there was confusion over the two terms, and everybody was confusing rights with responsibilities, in fact.
Well, see,
who gives you the rights? Does the government or does God?
See, that's the thing that I was always taught about. Like with sovereignty, you have to understand what sovereignty is. Okay, sovereignty is freaking all of us, the people. Now, I know that freaking that's something that we do need to discuss with Bob Dub, and if we could ever get Mr. Robot on here, we could talk to him too about it, because he mentioned something that was interesting about Australia and their supposed constitution. It's supposed to be the sovereignty of the Queen that's written on their constitution. Yeah. So when they say the sovereignty of the Queen, what is it that they're talking about?
And Canada's constitution does also include that, or will still be effect.
So that and see, here in the United States, freaking the sovereignty is the collective group here in the United States. Every person in the United States consists of the sovereignty, so we're responsible. So when the government is acting out and they're freaking overextending their power, it's our responsibility to say, look, you're overextending your powers, and we're the ones who are supposed to take that power back. And I think a lot of
I don't know, our government should always be reminded about Charles II.
Well, when it comes to
if
Charles,
if necessary, yeah.
Why don't you go ahead and elaborate on that, because like you said you got to be reminded.
Charles I. Sorry, Charles I.
Tell us the story, big man. You're up.
of the English Revolution or the English Civil War.
Say it.
About King Charles I losing his head.
Oh, you're talking about Cromwell.
In this country.
Yeah, you're talking about Cromwell.
Yeah.
Yeah, your arch enemy is what it is. See, and that's the thing that gets me about English. The English really think that frickin' Cromwell was a horrible person, but they really don't look at what was taking place during that time period. You know what I mean?
True. Yeah, it was a product of his time.
You know, and he had
like all of us, I suppose.
He had just frickin' gone through not one, two revolutions England had. All right, this was the second revolution, and frickin' it was supposed to be a breakaway from frickin' the monarchy. You know, and that's what this man stood for.
It wasn't a breakaway. It was meant to be, more of a reminding that the populace can match up if and when the time opportunity is right.
Mm-hmm. So, you know, and my whole point is these same people came back and they freaking wanted to make him king. You know what I mean? They were like,
yeah. Well, remember that the religious wars, the Protestants against the Church of England war, that technically, arguably, still is happening. With the Irish.
Now we actually,
Indeed.
we actually have some of that stuff that reflects when it comes to Edmund Burke. I really should have researched this a lot further last week than what I had time to do, but I was able to get in here and I dug up some really good stuff here because like this guy, like I said, he really was, he was very important to frickin' English frickin' politics. So let me read more of this, okay? So he also fought for universal ideas that were supported by institutions such as the church, the family, and the state. He was a fierce critic of the principles behind the French Revolution, and in 1790 his observations on its excesses and radicalism were collected in reflections on the revolution in France, and that was his book, I believe. In Reflections, Burke called for constitutional enactment of specific concrete rights and warned that abstract rights could be easily abused to justify tyranny. American social critic and historian Russell Kirk wrote, "The Reflections burns with all the wrath and anguish of a prophet who saw the tradition of Christendom, and the fabric of civil society dissolving before his eyes." Now, Burke's influence was felt by later intellectuals and authors in both Britain and continental Europe. The English Romantic poets Samuel Taylor Coleridge, William Wordsworth, and Robert Southey, as well as Scottish Romantic author Sir Walter Scott, and the counter-revolutionary writers Francois René de Chateaubriand, Louis de Bonald, and Joseph de Maistre. I'm hoping I got those right. We're all
most of them.
We're all affected by his ideas. Burke's legacy was best represented in the United States by the Federalist Party and its leaders, such as President John Adams and Secretary of the Treasury Alexander Hamilton. Now, I have my problems with both freaking President Adams. Well, not Adams as much as Hamilton. I don't agree with a lot of things that Hamilton freaking did historically. I think that creating a freaking bank,
What decade?
a federal
What
bank.
decade?
He was Hamilton was
Oh,
Hamilton was the
um,
one that was really big on trying to freaking create like a bank like the Bank of England.
Okay.
Okay, and that was something that I really did not agree with. Like, that he was one of the reasons why we eventually have the Fed now. So, is because of his beliefs in consolidating the banking systems and stuff.
But it was a nationalist party, wasn't it? The
Yeah.
Federalist Party were nationalists.
Yeah, they
Right.
both
Okay.
both of the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists were both nationalists.
Oh,
What made it different was the Federalists wanted to consolidate government, like we were talking about with Otto. Okay, they wanted to consolidate it, and John J. McCoy is the one who freaking created the Department of Justice, and then they came along and they created the Senate, whereas before they didn't have the Senate, they just had Congress, the House of Representatives. So, like in England, it would be like your parliament, and you have freaking the lower what
Yeah,
is
the House of Commons and the House of Lords.
yeah. So the House of Lords. Imagine not
so-
having the House of Lords and having just the House of Commons.
British people can't
there's been-
imagine that, Roger.
Actually,
Can't say
no,
imagine.
there's been talk about this for the last, must be coming up to 2 decades now in the UK about removing the House of Lords or reducing it. In fact, I think there is a bit of legislation actually in the rounds to actually reduce the House of Lords after the next general election, after next month.
But
Well,
not do
who
away
knows?
with
Who
it.
knows?
Not do away with it. Would the British
No,
be able
to
to even
reduce
cope
it.
with that? Yeah, just
To
reduce
reduce
it.
it.
Yeah.
No, why do you guys think they wouldn't be able to cope with it? That's a good question. Go into
Well,
Uh,
in my opinion, the British, the old idea of being British was an idea that you only strive for the best of everything. And I think it's really interesting how the British, if you look at the history of the emergence of religion in the West, you'll see that the spread of Christianity spread all the way through Europe until it came to Britain. And then Britain took Christianity and refashioned it to suit the British outlook on life. So British people don't fit in with what's going on around them. British people change things, and they call this God-given right. And it's, in my opinion, this just in my point of view, right? And I remember I'm old, so I'm talking maybe 40 decades ago. This is four decades ago.
Stop
So the
giving
thing
away
that-
your age.
Yeah.
You're
six.
you're a lady. You're a lady.
I'm just-
Lady.
Thank you.
only 21.
So, only 21.
There you
So
go.
the thing is, with this way of thinking, this British way of thinking, which then spread out from this tiny island and took its way of thinking to the whole world. But what was the point of British way of thinking was that it was important to strive to get to the top of the hierarchy. It was a good thing to work really, really, really hard and be very, very successful. And once you'd done that, then to reach out to the people around you and try and uplift them as well.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what monarchy is based on. Monarchy isn't really, in Britain, isn't really based on somebody with power lording it over the people. It's more just a outworking of this basic fundamental attitude that we have to strive for this God-given potential within us, within life. Yeah. So that's why I think that lords can't go away, because the lords are just the next layer underneath the monarchy. If you take that away, you destroy the hierarchical thinking of the culture.
Yeah.
But that's just my opinion.
What do you think about that, Mark?
Yeah, I can see a fundamental change in British English culture. I would say, I don't know, Scotland is interesting when it comes to parties like SNP, even though the Scottish National Party has got a lot of issues in it. But yeah, for that sort of attitude, and not so much the Welsh. And
Not so much the Welsh.
You know, if old John's watching this, he's just gonna be so upset with you, Mark. Freaking,
I'm using generalizations.
Okay, I just wanted to point that out. I mean, he by the way, he did say that freaking his kid finally was able to go to school, so he might be able to participate more.
Cool.
Wow, cool.
So
that
would be awesome.
That's nice.
It's a vacation for him. I know it's been pretty rough and everything. He says that they got break coming up for another 6 weeks or something like that. But I told him, you know what, be grateful for this.
July.
Yeah.
England, I think. The second week of early second of July.
But I told him, I was like, be grateful for that, because he was like talking about he only had like 4 or 5 weeks. I was like, at least you got 4 or 5 weeks.
Actually, summer holidays in England, Scotland, and Wales has always been 6 weeks.
Yeah.
It has always been, or as long as I can remember.
So
it's quite a long time. Right?
Here's where it gets interesting. This is what I almost missed, okay? And this relates to anarchism. It relates to freaking what Bob Dub was just talking about, and it relates to freaking a lot of things I didn't notice. Now, it's called the Vindication of Natural Society. Now, this was written by Burke, okay? And it's a vindication of natural society, or a view of the miseries and evils arising to mankind from every species or artificial society, is a work by Edmund Burke, which was published in 1756. It is a satire of Lord Bolingbroke's deism. Burke confronted Bolingbroke not in the sphere of religion, but civil society and government, arguing that his arguments against revealed religion could apply to all institutions. So close to Bolingbroke's style was the work that Burke's ironic intention was missed by some readers, leading Burke in his preface to the second edition in 1757 to make plain that it was a satire. Nonetheless, this work was considered by William Godwin to be the first by William Godwin to be the first literary expression of philosophical anarchism. Now, philosophical anarchism is an anarchist school of thought which focuses on intellectual criticism of authority, especially political power, and the legitimacy of government. The American anarchist and the socialist Benjamin Tucker coined the term philosophical anarchism to distinguish peaceful evolutionary anarchism from revolutionary variants. Although philosophical anarchism does not necessarily imply any action or desire for the elimination of authority, philosophical anarchists do not believe that they have an obligation or duty to obey any authority, or conversely, that the state or any individual has a right to command. That I heard of.
Isn't that what a lot of what C.K. Chesterton was writing about in the early 20th century?
There's a good chance.
Mm-hmm.
Now, a lot of this, like we've had conversations with Bob Dub about anarchism, and she really does not like the anarcho-syllabism, blah blah blah.
The mixtures.
Yeah, and you can hear it in her voice when she's yelling at us how horrible they are.
Don't say yell.
But when you read this sounds more like Bob Dub. You know what I mean? This sounds more like you. This is the kind of stuff I believe that you're talking about when you talk about anarchism. So,
Yeah.
with that, I want you to talk.
Okay. I think that I agree with you. I think that a lot of what the anarchists talk about is theory, and I do think that it is the basic underlying theory is that we, the people, are the country. It's not the politicians who say, as a country, we believe this and that, because who are they? Who are they? Who gave them any right? The power of any community is in the people who participate in that community. And so to be able to participate constructively in a community, you have to take responsibility for yourself. And so you need, like this is why they talk about peaceful evolutionary anarchism, is that you and your family and your friends and your community need to be doing things right. Because if it doesn't come from inside of you, you can't impose these obligations onto a community. It's something that you have to step into voluntarily and take on that burden of being bigger than just you and your family. Yeah. So I think for me it's very, very, very much an intellectual point of view, which is why I disagree with mixing it with these other things which are practical applications. Or attempting to be practical applications.
Now, with what you're saying right there, though, I mean, from my point of view and the way I'm reading all this, is like you actually have a bit of conservatism in yourself as well. Like, it does lean more towards the conservative side because, like, the way that they explain it with this guy, okay, like his morals and stuff like that, that's what he stood by, you know what I mean? And like I've listened to you talk and I know one thing, you love the Queen, you know, you love
Queen is dead.
Well, you love the frickin' the Queen, you love the King and stuff like that, and
no, Roger,
and stuff like that.
No, I don't. I believe that the monarchy.
What do you think this is? 1915?
Hold up now. Let her finish. I got her stirred up for a freaking reason, Mark.
You did. You got me to disagree with you. That's quite a skill there, OG.
Okay, so go ahead and finish.
What do I say?
You said you don't love the Queen.
I don't love the Queen. I don't love any of these things. I am aware that there are institutions which are the result of people attempting to bring structure out of chaos on planet Earth. I'm not a monarchist. I'm not a monarchist. I'm not a royalist. I respect them. I acknowledge them, but they're human beings. They're just as good as you and me, and they take off their pants to poop. So I don't have any great love and worship of them. It is, and it's something that needs to be taken into consideration. But there we go. That's
She just said poop. Did you hear that?
I said poop.
She said poop.
It amuses me. Mr. Robot always accuses me of being a monarchist.
Oh,
He's done it quite a few times. But yeah, I've got much of same feelings as yourself. As far as the monarch is concerned, known as the king.
indeed.
Now you gotta understand. I've been finding out too when I've been reading this. Like there was a reason, freaking, for the whole thing with the Tories and the Whigs. Okay, like I understand it a little bit better now. Okay, like let me put it to you this way, because the last time we had this conversation, I was having a hard time understanding a lot about the conservative thing. Now, Tories were conservative, and there was a reason why the Irish and the Scottish made them freaking out to be the way they did when they called them Tories, because Tories, from what I can tell, were the freaking thieves. They were the robbers. They were the freaking. They were the dirty. They were the dirty dogs. You know what I'm saying? And this story that he wrote, okay, he was talking about the Tories, because freaking the way the Tories were behaving, okay. In this next one, it's the impeachment of Warren Hastings. It really gives you an idea of what was going on within the Tories. And today in the United States, we commonly call them Canadians. Okay,
Actually, thinking about it, didn't the Tory movement, or didn't Conservatives become Tories during the Jacobite wars?
the Jack.
Obviously, the dislike of England.
The Jacobite movement was actually a big thing that was being mentioned with a lot of this. And I mean, I can pull up the Jacobites too later on, and we can go over that, because that was actually something.
I think we need an entire episode. I think we would need an entire episode to cover them.
But you know, I was really amazed though how all of this related to not just conservatism in England, but it also spanned into colonialism. You know what I mean? Because the Tories were freaking bastards. I mean, seriously, they were bastards. The way they treated the colonialists was just insane.
Yeah, but it could have been worse. We could have been the Dutch or the Portuguese. They were, or even the Spanish.
Well,
no offense to anybody of those countries.
I'm just talking about your own colonialists. You know what I'm saying? Like within the British Empire, they had very little. They had disregard for freaking colonialists. You know what I mean? The impression I got from the Tories were they freaking went out and they conquered these territories. They freaking sent these merchant ships to these colonies.
To the at one point.
They sent these to these colonies with freaking the colonialists, and those colonialists, they were supposed to just get off the boats, do what they were told, and they had no rights whatsoever.
Depends on what country. Remember, a lot of Latin America was found by soldiers.
Well, let me get to the impeachment of Warren Hastings, and we'll kind of bring some light to that. But let me, I'll finish off on the philosophical anarchism, and we'll get to that. So the philosophical anarchism is a component especially of individualist anarchism. The scholar Michael Frieden identified 4 broad types of individualist anarchism. He says the first is the type associated with William Godwin that advocates self-government with a progressive rationalism that includes benevolence to others. The second type is egoism, which is most associated with Max Stirner. The third type is found in Herbert Spencer's earlier predictions and in that of some of his disciples, such as Wordsworth, Donisthorpe, or who foreseen or who foresee in this scene the redundancy of the state in the source of social evolution. The fourth type retain. Did that make any sense to you guys?
Yes.
Okay.
Total sense.
Okay. So the fourth type retains a modern form of egoism and accounts for social cooperation through the advocacy of the market, having such followers as the American individualist anarchist Benjamin Tucker and the green anarchist Henry David Thoreau. Now, Henry David Thoreau, I know about him from recovery because I did a lot of research sobering up, and he was a part of a group called the Transcendentalists, and I asked you guys if you've ever heard of them, and
Yes.
Bob Dub said she didn't know at the time, but
I didn't know at the time. Well, yeah.
he was one of these people that frickin' walked away from civilization, and he lived out in the wild, and he was back in those days. He would have been what most Americans called Indian lovers. He supported he supported freaking Indian rights and stuff of that nature. So, and he was a part of the Transcendentalist movement, which was a part of Emerson, Waldo Emerson, and all of them. They were big on all that. So, but that's who they're talking about with him. And if you guys are interested in that transcendentalism, you can check it out. It is pretty interesting, but I just wanted to mention that. Now these three or four types, is there anything that you guys want to talk about with these four types of anarchy?
I think that it's interesting, this thing where we're talking about William Godwin's ideas, that it says progressive rationalism that included benevolence towards others. That is reminding me of what Otto's been saying the last couple of times, where he's been talking about how such and such a person wasn't popular because his gates weren't greasy enough. You know?
Yeah.
You had to have greasy gates on your mansion, where you handed out greasy food to the peasants. And so this
There's actually a saying. There's a saying in the UK to grease somebody's hands, to take money. Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
Well,
all you intellectual people know that stuff. It's like freaking I didn't
not
know
that we're
that.
intellectual. It's just that we come from
It's
this
a very
different culture.
It's a fairly common. It's a fairly common British sort of. Well, used to be. I don't know.
Yeah.
But,
You see, well, how do we know anymore what's still going on in Britain? I mean, okay, you do because you're there, but I mean, it's changed so much. Like the thing that I think of as British culture, I don't know if it exists anymore, actually. So yeah.
As Wordsworth said.
Now, it's pretty cool that you're bringing that up, because now we can come to the impeachment of Warren Hastings. Yeah, he was the first Governor General of the Bengal presidency, and the impeachment was attempted between 1787 and 1795 in the Parliament of Great Britain. Hastings was accused of misconduct during his time of in Calcutta, particularly relating to mismanagement and personal corruption. The impeachment prosecution was led by Edmund Burke and became a wider debate about the role of the East India Company in the expanding empire
Mm.
of India. According to
Mm.
historian Mithi Mukherjee, the impeachment trial became the site of a debate between two opposing visions of Empire One, represented by Hastings, based on ideas of absolute power and conquest in pursuit exclusive the exclusive national interest of the colonizer, versus one represented by Burke of sovereignty based on a recognition of the rights of the colonized. Now that goes into what I
Yeah.
was talking about. You see,
Yeah.
um, so and you have to understand that frickin' Warren Hastings, he was a frickin' one of those frickin' Tory bastards. You see, he
Okay,
was,
so I need to just jump in here and say that he was a bastard,
yeah, I agree with
and
you.
then he was a Tory, and it's very unfortunate that he was a Tory, but he wasn't a bastard because he was a Tory. He was a bastard because he was a bastard, and he brought disrepute into the name of a group of people who were trying to be honorable people. Like Burke believed in the sovereignty of the native people and the rights of the colonized. That is a good thing to believe in. Being corrupt and mismanaging and lack of responsibility, that's not the way. That's nobody to admire in any way.
Right.
So it's all about this personal honor, that you yourself have to be the best version of yourself that you can be.
Right. Now, if
There's
you
no way to govern that.
the,
There's no way to impose that on people. It has to come from inside you. Sorry, Roger.
now remember too, I did mention that there's two examples here. Okay. Now, frickin'
Right.
the Empire One, represented by Hastings, was based on the idea of absolute power and conquest. Now this is what I'm finding
Yeah.
that the Tories actually followed. It was about freaking absolute power and conquest, and about national interests instead of that of the colonizer. It's the national interest of the colonizer is how they put it, versus the freaking rights of the colonized. So the colonizer was more important than the colonist, because freaking that's what was the most important thing, you know. And I found out too that that Burke was also uh, a proponent against freaking the high taxation that England was imposing on freaking the United States as well, the colonies here in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
he didn't agree with the revolution, but he did disagree with the high taxes. So that right there tells me that freaking all of these English people that think that that's a load of
Actually,
crap
there was
is
quite a movement, I think, in the Tories, the Whigs at the time, that took that approach.
I think it was really it was where the Whigs was breaking away from the Tories, the Tory ideas.
It's where they were separating,
You know, that's what I do make out of it. And I was really amazed by going back over this, because it really breaks it down and kind of tells you what's going on here. So, you know, maybe, you know, that Tea Party was a good thing after all. You know, maybe, you know, and
Yeah.
I think freaking people like Burke may have been something that also eventually led into the Constitution here in the United States. From what it
Yeah,
sounds like.
Yeah, I suppose when the Bill of Rights, the Act of Rights was 1668, 1769, wasn't it? So,
Well, John
yeah.
Locke, when did he do all his writings? Because that had a
I think that
huge,
was the century before.
yeah.
So
So
the
he could have
15th, I think
he
we're
could have
talking about.
he could have been influenced by John Locke too, because
Mm.
Mm.
Yeah.
that God-given right thing is definitely a Lockean uh, influence. That's definitely John Locke. Sovereignty,
Very Lutheism.
Luffy.
Okay. Mm.
Did you say
Yeah,
Sufi?
I was a Luther. No, Luther. So,
Okay, I just wanted to double check we
yeah.
aren't talking about the Sufi. Okay, so with the trial, it didn't sit continuously, and the case dragged on for 7 years. When the eventual verdict was given, Hastings was overwhelmingly acquitted. It's been described as probably the British Isles' most famous, certainly the longest political trial. So,
Hmm.
Mm.
that right there, when I was reading through this information, though, it kind of opened it up what was going on there on the English side, because like I really never dove that deep into the English. I knew that they were horrible freaking people.
No bias there at
Some,
all, Roger.
some.
You know.
Uh, I think
That's all.
that
That's right.
it's very interesting because to I don't think that the British set out to be the British or the colonialists. I don't think that they set out to conquer the world or to colonize it. I don't think any of the things that happened were a plan that the British decided on. It was just
Mm.
a consequence of that structure of a society. Is the society became unbelievably successful. They built boats and they wanted to see what was on this other side of the water. And off they went. Then they came back and told people, and people were like, woo, let's go see. And they all jumped off. And so I don't think it was a movement.
Actually, a lot of it in the 16th, 17th century was all about combating the Spanish anyway. So, if the Spanish were going there, we had to follow them.
Yeah.
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 Well, they were all cousins. I mean, the British and the Germans and the Spaniards and the French, they were all families and tribes that were all related to each other and had these massive histories where, my great grandfather did this, and, that person was married to this, and this king went there. It's a hugely complex uh, group of people.
Well, you guys were all hoodwinked, okay? And back then, especially, because like everybody believed that freaking these royal families were somehow connected to freaking one family in the whole.
Right, no.
You know what I mean?
That's
And
not popular.
well, I mean, we know better now, but back then, during that time period, they honestly believed that. You know what I mean? They believed that.
Actually, no. Actually,
They believe that you're.
if you can think of a lot of.
They believed that the kings and queens were all cousins, and freaking they came from one single family, and that the only way that a
I
king.
don't buy that. I don't buy that they all came from a single family. It was sort of to during the late 19th century of Germany, or when Germany became a single country.
Who was the first ruler of the Holy Roman?
Russia. I remember Tsar the Third was a.
Who was the first ruler of the Holy Roman Empire? Not the Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire.
Constantine, we died to say.
No, you're thinking the Roman Empire. I'm saying the Holy Roman Empire.
Yeah, no, yeah, Christian.
Yeah.
So yeah, Christian. So that would be Constantine.
The 4th century, was it?
Yeah.
4th century, 5th century.
4th century, I think.
I can probably do it. I think my OBS is actually working right now, but I can probably search it out without messing it up. Okay, I'll do first emperor. emperor
The first
of
empire.
the
Oh,
Holy
the
Roman. Yeah, there we go.
Mhm.
okay.
It was Charlemagne.
Oh, okay.
So,
But
Well, you start with a
it
C.
wasn't
yeah.
an empire. It wasn't an empire at the time. It was a republic. Rome was yeah, it was a republic.
Now,
At least Western Rome was.
Charlemagne, according to the European freaking lore, was the first emperor, and he had sons, and he split his empire up amongst his children, and his children continued to intertwine with one another and marry. So freaking, you had to be related to one another in order to rule. And the more family members they had, the frickin' more they broke up the areas until you had frickin' France, you had Germany, you had all of England, you know. Because Charlemagne was the great king who ruled over them all. And that's the mentality. See, that's what I want to get back to that. That was the mentality that frickin' England and most of Europe frickin' had. They were hoodwinked into believing that that shit was true. And they did. They believed it 100%.
Well, I'm not sure if they believed it 100%. There were probably
There you go.
factions who did believe it. But also remember that the sort of the mythology of the time talked about the Garden of Eden and Adam and Eve.
Mm-hmm.
So there was this idea that we were joined as humanity. The Garden of Eden, of course, represents earth and nature, and Adam and Eve represent man and woman. And so it was the story, this first story of humanity was that men and women were together with God on planet Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And so that kind of structure of thinking you can see it coming through the attitude of the people through the ages. But I think that it's really important to remember that the people knew the difference between their religious ideas or their spiritual ideas and the political history of their people. And it's really hard going back through the history books and teasing out those different notions, but they definitely are there within the people. They had a political understanding of the world and a spiritual understanding of the world. And those two things sort of overlapped, but didn't always. I think it's important to not just say they believed this, because there were things that they believed in different proportions to each other.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes?
I agree with you because, like, I need to take that into consideration when you realize, like,
I'd say,
we were just talking
on the
about
opposite side,
we were just
on the
talking about
opposite
John
side,
Locke
you've
too.
got yeah. On the opposite side, you've got the Roman Church, which became and still is extremely influential up to the Enlightenment.
Yes.
Everything was written in Latin, so
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
it was when the Gutenberg, it was when the Gutenberg press was invented. So when things like the Bible was translated into English during Henry VIII's time.
Now
Yes.
I didn't mention it in the talking points, but like what I was reading about Burke too was he was wanting to let off on the whole subjugation that was going on with the Catholic Church in England. He actually wanted to lighten all that, and just from I've always loved history, so I knew a little bit about the Catholics and how they were treated even in the colonies here in the United States. Okay, and there was a big
some
movie.
cases there were piss types, yeah.
There were movements that just did not want the Catholics in the colonies here in the United States. Was just they were all anti-Catholic. The Catholics didn't even get into the United States until well after the Revolutionary War. So Burke was one of the first ones that did that.
In the US, isn't just mainly the Bible Belt, there are a large population of Catholics, but in the rest of the country, it's very on the lower numbers, lower percentage
We
as a
we went
religion.
we went towards more of what you guys considered extremists, like all of your extremist religious groups that you guys didn't oppose or agree with got sent over here. So
Uh,
okay, like they call them pilgrims here in the United States, but what they were is in England they were considered religious extremists. Okay, now the pilgrims they were actually
I think there was actually situations when the Irish were moved over because of that, maybe to Australia, either for that particular reason, because obviously the Irish issue.
now the Australians they were all freaking prisoners and inmates and stuff. So you got to remember that was they were a
remember some
prison
of them were
planet.
prison.
That's where Alex Jones would be right now. If freaking he was living back then, he'd be on the prison island of Australia.
Well, to get to Australia, you had to be so poor and so hungry that you took horrific risks in order to feed your family.
Remember,
so you had to be absolutely destitute.
Even stealing bread at the time would have been considered as an execution or a as Dickens demonstrated, the society there was a big wave of poor and nurse.
Well, from what I've read too about the gypsies, because I was really curious about them, there's been a lot of gypsies that were actually shipped over to Australia, and they don't even know they're gypsies now. They have no clue.
Yeah.
You are talking about Romanians.
With gypsies, they like to call them Romanians.
Yeah, I do find there's a couple of different meanings to the word.
Well, there's three different sects of gypsies, and a lot of people don't realize that. Like the Romanian gypsies are the Roma.
The Roma.
Romani.
The Rome.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's two other ones besides them.
Yeah.
You know, but they were displaced too, and like you guys, what you call roadmen. Those were gypsies. Those still are gypsies in England.
In the Western, Eastern Empire, not in.
No, I mean in England.
Areas in that place in England.
Yeah, that you guys actually still still have like gypsies there. You couldn't get rid of them.
No, gypsies has been used, especially in the 80s, as a very political term, meaning anybody that's looking for city land to stay on.
Yeah.
It has been a very divisive word in the UK in the 70s and 80s.
I know they've clumped circus people in with the gypsies over there. I've heard of that. Like that's where the travelers and the frickin' circus people got all clumped together and carnies.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, or as we would say in the US,
You know.
Well, I think that these days they would be called transient or homeless.
It's all who you talk to, though. Like they don't consider themselves homeless. You know what I mean?
No, they don't. But lots of homeless people don't consider themselves homeless.
Have you met a gypsy?
I met a gypsy. Yes, actually, I have a friend who's a gypsy.
Talk to her about it.
Simon.
Him.
Yeah.
Talk to him about it. He'll tell you. It's a very interesting story.
Yes. Yeah. His mother's apparently a fascinating woman. Yeah.
And I'm still looking for somebody. I'm gonna put this out there. I haven't said it to you guys before, but I'm still looking for anybody who is gypsy, willing to speak the native tongue on stream for me, so that I can hear it.
Wow.
I want to hear it.
Interesting.
Different
The Gypsy language is the only language that is discombobulated and not connected to one language.
Hmm.
It is.
Interesting.
It's one of the most amazing freaking languages there are, and it's going extinct. People are forgetting the language, so I'd like to be able to get it on stream.
Wow, that would be interesting to have your own copy. Yep. That would be interesting, Roger.
Have somebody come on. And,
I don't think that Simon can, and I'm not sure if his mother can, but I can ask them.
But have a conversation with them. Even not, you don't have to do it with a stream. Just something that you could actually, learn about, because these are interesting people, and they've been given a bad name. They really have.
There is a group in it's really interesting. There's a group in New Zealand who consider themselves to be gypsies. They are not necessarily genetic gypsies. They're more just they have chosen a very sort of I don't know what you would call it. It's sort of like a traveling commune almost. The people all look after each other. They all go from place to place to do fairs. They live on what they make. They don't have jobs, and they just sort of travel up and down the islands here doing fairs and things. And people hate them. It's so fascinating to me. They're just different. They choose to be people who travel from fair to fair and town to town. And because they're always traveling, they don't run a home.
Yeah, it's pretty
and
interesting.
People can't bear it because they've just chosen to be different.
Oh, they still run their home. They don't run
They travel, they travel in house. What do you call them? Not houseboats because it's on the land. It's camper vans. Yeah. They all have camper vans and converted buses.
You're describing.
Sorry.
You're describing gypsies to me. Everything that you
That's
just said.
That's exactly it. It's all the gypsy. It's all the gypsy lifestyle, except that they're not one racial group. They're just anybody who chooses to join. Yeah.
But there are
haters.
Actual racial groups that are known as gypsy or are gypsy, the original users.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's in Europe, though, isn't it? Gypsies are absolutely European.
Europe,
now, let me also set that clear on there. There are gypsies in your region, Bob Dub. It's just they don't know for sure if they're gypsies or not. Like they were displaced is the best way of saying it. Like the English, those horrible English, those horrible English people just freaking threw them on boats and said, you know what, you're going to go to freaking Australia and you're going to go to New Zealand. We don't want your stuff here no more.
Yeah.
We have no problem with England and the Eastern Europeans coming over by France at the moment. We have an exactly the same choice.
Yep. It's and the thing that I said when we first started this on this season, I told you I think that people messed up when they said that the United States was the melting pot, because it's not true. England is actually the melting pot.
I don't know.
England is very interesting because it's a melting pot, but the people don't want to join with each other.
Well,
they're like a melting pot, but they're all not melting.
They don't want to melt. They
don't want.
It's like all these new people come to their country and they just freaking get so pissed off about it.
Yeah.
They're horrible people. Absolutely. I'm telling you, they really
British.
are. English, mostly.
English.
If you say
just
British, if you say the British, you're talking about Ireland and Scotland too.
And Scotland and Welsh.
Yeah, the Welsh.
Actually,
I'm talking about just the English.
Not Northern Ireland. Remember, the actual title of this union is the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Northern Ireland, right?
You
So
know,
Southern Ireland is part of.
you know why?
It's Republic of Ireland, isn't it?
You know why Northern
Ah,
Ireland is so important, though, right?
Yeah.
well, that's where William III sent all the Orange men, isn't it?
No, it's York.
Mm.
York
Yeah.
is a very
That's
important.
right. That's right.
It's a very important city. That's where a lot of the
Well, it was England's capital was at one point.
York is actually the first place that the Vikings colonized too. They built frickin'
Okay.
York, and they also built there's a isle there's islands off the top of Scotland where they made a port there, and I forgot the name
Isle
of
of
it.
Skye and that island where the Cecil got massacred. Lundy's Island.
Might be, yeah. It,
Could be.
it's a very interesting story on that, but like the Vikings actually colonized that area, and York was where, like, that's where the Vikings and frickin' the Irish started frickin' actually learning about each other, and like when they say the Irish are frickin' what is it? They're conniving. They're real sneaky. The reason why is because the Vikings didn't understand that frickin' way. They're cunning. They were the cunning. You know how you've always heard people refer to Irish as the cunning. They were cunning.
Okay.
They were
Not for a long
cunning.
time, but yeah.
They were cunning to the frickin' to the Vikings, and the Vikings couldn't understand that way of life. Whereas on the opposite spectrum, the Irish didn't like the Vikings either because they were all brute. So that's where everything started. That was where it happened. That's why English. That's why the English are all so fucked up.
So the English aren't actually fucked up, Roger.
They aren't.
We're actually just the people who were the most successful.
Well, you're not really English.
And-
You're New Zealand and South.
I'm not even
Well,
New Zealand.
yeah, but
You're not New Zealand. You're from South.
Africa.
You're from Rhodesia.
Rhodesia,
Rhodesia.
which was a British
well,
colony. So I'm a
uh,
colonial. I'm the
British
hated.
was that?
No,
British
you're
was
the loved.
British, wasn't it? Was that was the Boer Dutch and such?
Yes, the Boer War was. That's another cool frickin' subject that we need to talk about sometime.
The Boer War was
Yeah.
South African,
Right.
and it's the precursor to the First World War. The
Mhm.
Boer War was sort of like the opening skirmishes almost,
Mhm.
because the British Army had been massively successful in India and Asia. And now the British had this
Wasn't
huge
the Boer
army
War
with
the
nobody
first-
to fight with.
Mhm.
Yeah, wasn't the Boer War the first time we used an automated gun, the Maxim gun?
Mhm.
All
think
sorts
it
of
will be.
firsts there.
Well, you had to fight
Yeah.
against the Zulu,
Yeah.
and you have to understand the Zulu frickin' came at
Uh,
you. The Zulu came at you
we
with thousands
didn't
and
use
thousands of
Maxim guns coming from Germany were nothing much used during the 18th, 19th,
It
or
would have.
19th
It
century.
would have had. It would
Or
have
up
had to
to
come
World
from.
War One, really,
Hey,
or up to the Boer War.
it would have had to come from them because you couldn't get well, actually, it was South.
Yeah, but
Nope, they couldn't get support
if
from
you-
the United States.
in South Africa, we didn't need support from the United States.
No,
but the
understand
United States
with the
was
Boer
technically
Wars.
only formed
With-
less than 10 years.
With the Boer Wars,
It was
man,
from
freaking
the
England.
18th.
It was the colonists who fought that war, dude. England didn't freaking have very much influence on that war at all. They were the
What?
one.
Dude,
It was
Sorry,
the
which war?
colonists.
Which
It was
war?
the colonists. It was the
it was
colonists.
the English.
No, you guys, the
It was
colonists.
Kitchener.
It was like
Yeah.
from the whole situation, they ended up freaking being trapped down there, having to fend for themselves.
Do you know that there were more Boer soldiers
Mm-hmm.
in prisoner of war camps than there were in the Boer army.
Yeah, and conditions got extremely bad, even worse than
Horrendous.
places like Anderson prison in the Union during the American Civil War.
Indeed.
Yeah.
We need to
Think
talk
of the
about that.
worst place. Think of Codex.
You hear me?
Codex,
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
We do need to talk about that. That's actually freaking gonna. That needs
The
to be.
Boer War.
Yeah.
My mother's written a couple of books on the Boer War.
Good.
Good.
Good. That means you're very well versed in it.
Not very well versed.
From what sort of precision? Just a history book, or?
Well, it's kind of it's complicated. So my mother is an Afrikaans is an Afrikaans woman, descendant of a German father and an Afrikaans mother, and she married my dad, who was a British colonialist in Rhodesia. So there's always been the Boer War in my family. It's never been over. And so she's written, so she's now 85 or something. And this is the first time in her life that she's actually sort of really put her feelings about the British down on paper. So it's kind of interesting for me from a personal point of view, watching this sort of people historically trying to bury the hatchet and get on with each other. But her story is set in the Boer War, but they're love stories aimed at sort of teenagers, I suppose. To try and educate them in history while hooking them into a story.
Okay, now
so that's where she's coming from.
Do a plug for your mom. Tell what the names of the books are for.
No, that's very sweet of you.
Have they been published?
Have they been published? Have they been published?
Yes, they're available on Amazon.
What's the name?
Her name is Elizabeth Godwin, the author's name, Elizabeth Godwin. Liz Godwin, actually. Liz Godwin. And the first book is called Eagle's Cry. And the second book is called Caught in the Crossfire.
Okay.
The first book is more about how the Boer organized themselves. It's set in a horse ranch. And so it talks about how the commandos had their own horses and how they bred the horses and how there was no leader of the army. The Boer just took their horse and their backpacks and they went to defend their country. There was no leader. And then the second book is fascinating look at the development of medicine during the Boer War and how all these huge big names like Rudyard Kipling and Arthur Conan Doyle and all these fascinating people from Britain were there during the Boer War documenting this stuff, and how the Boers were not supported by any government in the world, but people like you and me knew that what was happening, particularly Germans, knew that what was happening to the Boer were wrong. And so they just packed up their bags and went out to South Africa and volunteered with the Boer army to try and stand up to the British, who were horrendous, who were ploughing salt into the fields and burning homesteads. But not the British, okay? These particular generals who were horrendous generals.
Mm-hmm.
So sorry, that's a long.
The Dutch or the Germans, both Dutch and Germans used very guerrilla tactics.
Well, they had to see. That's what I was trying. That's what I was trying to get at with the Boers, though. Okay, so the Boers, before that even happened, okay, they had just freaking gotten over dealing with the Zulu tribes, all right, within that region. And and then after they did that, they had to fight against the British, and the British were freaking they had no support, like Bob Dub said, from any country worldwide. Nobody would touch them.
Nobody would touch them. Nobody wanted to be treated badly by the British Army. Right. Because when you're a conquering army because you are more savage and more brutal than any other army. And so nobody wanted to
I
face
don't know,
that
the
army.
Spanish has the
Yeah,
Spanish
they were
has
pretty good.
had a
They were
yeah.
Well,
pretty
the
intense, I
English,
must say.
the English Navy ended up freaking overwhelming the Spanish
Huh?
Armada. So you
Yeah,
and
True.
yeah,
and
definitely.
and and their navy wasn't beaten
It's
until freaking their War of 1812 when the United States built the largest navy in the world, and a lot of people aren't
Yes.
aware of that. And like after the
Oh,
after the Revolutionary War that we had here, there was also a naval war that took place with the English
hmm
after that that nobody knew about.
And a very interesting and contemporary thing at the moment is that's being talked about in New Zealand is whether America is going to retain dominance of the seas with this conflict in, with the Yemeni and the pirates from Somalia and the war and everything happening there, because we in New Zealand, we rely on trade to stay alive. And so our
yeah, but
ships go up.
there's there's international treaties on things like that, and
Not
Well, it's
piracy.
just
big signatories.
interesting that America has
Taiwan,
maintained.
Taiwan is a
Go ahead.
yeah, sorry. Taiwan is a problem at the moment because of China inclusion
I
into the
know,
Pacific.
huge.
Okay, now
Well,
don't.
that's one of the
Uh,
things that's being talked about is that what happens
yeah,
if America loses the sovereignties of the seas? Does that mean that the Chinese army just, the Navy, just puts to sea?
No,
you know?
you got.
Sorry.
We've been having this conversation about freaking these countries and what's really going on, and I mentioned first about the Marshall Islands. Okay, um,
hmm,
don't be fooled by what you're hearing when it comes to Taiwan. No, Taiwan. First of all, is there's a lot of money invested into Taiwan from
yeah.
Australia, and Australia freaking doesn't want to lose that investment. China has already moved into Hong Kong and pretty much just Shanghaied everybody. Everything that belonged to these freaking huge companies now belongs to the government of China. And Australia doesn't want that to happen. You see what I mean? So they're putting out a lot of propaganda right now to freaking make you think that this is such a big deal when in reality it's not. It's just the
But,
fact that Australia doesn't want to lose their money.
But for the last, I don't know, 10, 15 years, Australia and Canada has been extremely nice to China.
Well,
Overly
they've been
nice.
really nice to Taiwan too. You know how much money is invested in
Yeah,
Taiwan from those countries? So
yeah.
So
So,
they want you to believe that there's this huge, horrible thing going to happen if frickin' China takes Taiwan. And the only
yeah.
reason why they're saying
No,
that is
absolutely.
that they don't want to lose that
But
money.
remember, Americans have got it's still within living memory of Pearl Harbor. There must be people out there that still are alive now that can remember Pearl Harbor.
Well,
Not very many, frankly, but
I think these countries should pay their leases. You know what I mean? China wouldn't have had to step in and and take Hong Kong back if frickin' these countries didn't or would have kept their obligation and paid their lease. Like they weren't
I don't
allowed.
know. Hong
They
Kong has still
weren't.
got a fairly. If there was couple of years ago, there was a independence, a very strong independence movement in Hong Kong.
They're still talking
Very
about it.
strong.
They're still talking about it though. I mean, it's not like it's
Um,
happening. You know what I mean? Like that's the
but
reason why
yeah,
they're.
no, it's not going to happen. But they are holding on to certain rights in Hong Kong
You know, it'd be nice if they
for the
could pull it
moment.
off,
For the moment,
but you know what I'm getting at, right? It's not happening. Like and freaking the thing of it is these countries know what the rules are. That's why freaking they were there in the first place. They had to pay a fee to freaking China, and They didn't do it. They didn't stick with their
Well, it was only a
obligations.
99 lease. It was only a 99-year lease.
Right.
Yeah.
And the Chinese did say that they didn't want to renew the lease.
Right.
So they gave quite a few decades
That's been
notice.
well known for decades. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what I'm saying. These people aren't taking that into consideration now. They need to freaking be mindful of that stuff. Now Taiwan, I'm not sure if they've got a lease or not, but
No. No.
No,
No.
Taiwan is a protectorate of the Earth, isn't it? It's technically the Earth's Commonwealth.
Yeah.
you know,
Well, China
Taking place.
believes that it's part of them. China, from China's
Yeah.
point of view, Taiwan is one of their protectorates, their countries.
mhm.
So it's only the West who disagrees with China. And China says, well, look, just stay out of our business. And the West says, no, why would we do that? We'll tell you what to think.
Mhm.
And the Chinese don't know why. Why are you going to tell us what to think, Britain? And so Britain says, well, opium. And then the Chinese say, we hate you. And it's all over. So the history is long
Yeah.
and dark.
See, and that brings us to paper wars. We have to discuss paper wars in frickin' middle or the Southeast Asia and things of that nature eventually sometime too. And what was really taking place with the opium wars.
Mm-hmm.
You
That's
know.
a very interesting story too. And so much ill will there.
Yeah.
Everybody down in this corner of the world is talking about war with China.
It's amazing.
Everybody down here is saying that the people down here believe that the Western world, Europe, well, Britain and America are driving us into a war with China. And there's a lot of anti-American sentiment building up as a result of this belief that America's trying to drive us into a war with China.
Well,
So it's very interesting
Like
if you
there's a lot
talk
of
to
money
some of the
invested.
I
people.
think that is
Yeah.
true, but I also think that it's a lot closer to home than what you guys believe because there's Australia there too. And it's like I said,
Well, you see,
Australia has a lot invested. You know, they're terrified.
Australia's the difficult thing because, yeah, Australians, man, as you said, they were sent out
I
there
don't know.
as
New
convicts.
Zealand
Yeah.
has their problems.
Well, they've got a lot of money invested in Taiwan. I mean, they've got insane amounts of money invested in Taiwan.
Insane. And honor, I think. It's sort of a matter of our way is best. And we don't want you communists coming in here and messing everything up because we know how to run a country. So it's centuries old, the conflict, obviously.
See, we got some good colonial stuff right there. And you were able to tell us some cool stuff about your mom, which is awesome. And
Yeah, thank you. That's
that
nice
was
to talk about her. Yeah.
that was really really cool. I mean, I did not know that your mom was that cool. I knew that she
Oh,
thought
well,
freaking
thanks.
Mark was a cutie pie.
Yeah. Yes, my mom gives, of all my friends, of all my new friends I have, my mom gives Mark the stamp of approval.
Yeah. I let everybody know that every chance I get. I let them know that Bob Dub's mom thinks Mark is the freaking the Peachy Keen of Peachy Keen.
Well, we
he is
don't
so
know
dreamy.
exactly what my mum does think, because remember that a lot of the things that I showed her were very strange icons. I mean, avatars, and yeah. So it might have just been that my mum was responding to Mark's elegant suit.
Yes.
Maybe.
So if be careful. Be careful what you attribute to my mother. She is 86.
Yes. Now that we've got Mark blushing a little bit. So what's your point here now, Mark? What do you think of all this that we've been talking about from your English standpoint?
I think
You've got
do I
you've got
think.
national service, Mark.
Uh,
Dude.
Technically, well, maybe if the legislation goes through, but technically it would be voluntary national service. So I don't know how that works. Conscription, but voluntary.
Yes, absolutely. Here's your here's your call-up papers. You will respond voluntarily.
It sounds like paying
My
taxes.
yes. My
Volunteer.
dad used to say when he was in the army, if ever the sergeant major asks for a volunteer, just very quietly step back one pace.
Mm-hmm. That's right. And then the idiot that doesn't step back will be the volunteer. That's how you separate the men from the boys right there, buddy.
Boys. Yeah. So sorry, I interrupted you with bringing up the military service. You were meant to be answering Roger's much more sensible question.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, yeah, I've said it. It was full time. I don't know.
He's not much for thoughts right now. He's actually been up for a really long time, so like he's.
Yeah. Today's been a bit of a weird one.
So, are you satisfied with what we've done today so far, guys? Because like we can go ahead and we've finished my talking points. If you don't have anything, then because it's at like 1 hour and 28 minutes.
I think it's been an awesome talk.
I really do too. I think this has been amazing, and I'm real serious. I think freaking that what you shared there about your mom's book and everything was amazing. That was cool.
Oh, thanks. Thank you. Yeah, it's actually a very sweet story. If you do know anybody who doesn't know anything about the Boer War and it's wants an entry level, I can recommend them as very lovely, classy little stories that are based completely in fact.
All right. So, do a plug on your channels for us.
Oh, my channels. Everything's up in the air with my channels. All I can say at the moment is that I'm Bob Dub and I can be found on minds.com. Everything else I'm working out, I'm in just a big process of reorganization.
Okay.
But BobDub on minds.com has not changed.
Okay, so
Thank you, Roger.
BobDub on minds.com. What about you, Mark?
And I think, mine's is probably the best place. And so, Medworthy, for minds.com/Medworthy.
Okay. And I'm Roger Hanson on minds.com. I'm also on, I guess minds.com is the only social network I'm on. You can check me out on freaking Skype. I always keep forgetting to mention Skype, even though we've been using it for how long now? I'm Roger Hanson on Skype if you want to check me out there. I am Roger Hanson and infamous OG1973 on Discord. That's why Bob Dub always calls me OG. Just so you guys know. And
very easy name to remember.
I did that on purpose, because I'm like the coolest of the cool.
You are, Roger. That's why I pick on that name, because that is a name that typifies you completely.
Roger, infamous OG. I'm the infamous OG 1973. Just remember that. Debut 7 has nothing on me, dude. Nothing. You know what I mean?
And you're on D Live now, aren't you, Roger?
Yeah.
As of today.
Well, it's been 3 days now.
Oh, 3.
I think. Yeah, 3 days now. I really don't find a real opportunity there. Don't get because it it's like a mutated version of like Minds/X.
Oh.
With like a combination of freaking Odyssey blended in with freaking Twitch.
Interesting. Actually, you know where I am starting somewhere where I do think that is lovely, is on Mincemead.
Yeah, that is good. That's actually.
That's a really cute little community there, and there's so many interesting people. It's really small, it's really exclusive. There's a lot of great content. There's people building stuff. There's opportunities to learn how to trade. There's opportunities to be able to learn about crypto communities and different projects that can be made using Web3 technologies. Yeah, so that's probably actually something I would recommend at the moment, talking about all these new different sites.
Yeah, no, I should
I
probably
haven't had
mention
to
that.
look at them for a couple of years now. Mineskin and went to meet them
I should,
4 or 5 years ago.
I should start mentioning it too, because I'm actually on MetMe. I've got the WoW
Uh-huh.
coin and stuff, so.
Yes. Oh, I think I bought some WoW coins yesterday, Roger. You should go check them out and see if I did. I was trying to. That was my aim.
Well,
I
for
hope I didn't sell some.
for me, man, I'll take what I can get, because like I've been noticing it's really, I mean, when you set up those coins, those are your coins, but you've really gotta push them. That it's your responsibility to sell them. You know
Absolutely.
what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
I do
Well, it's
appreciate
interesting.
that.
Yeah, it's very interesting learning the ins and outs of it, I think. Yeah, I don't really have much to say at the moment, except that I'm making a lot of mistakes in trying to figure it out.
I'll go on there and check my coins out, and freaking I know that I bought some yours. I'll buy some more.
Okay, that's cool. Thank you.
Try
Well,
to-
I think that your price went up yesterday.
Did it?
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
That would be cool.
I know that I'm making more money than Bill Altman.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, my coin's
Out of
worth
your
more.
tokens.
My coin's worth more than the mine's tokens. I was comparing them.
You see, this is the fun thing, is to be able to work it yourself and not watch somebody else work it and say, oh, well, I wouldn't have done that. To actually, like, I'm doing this.
Right.
It's
And you know
such
what?
a power and
You know
a
what's
freedom.
the coolest part about it is like freaking.
Yeah.
I'm better than Bill Altman, dude. That's
In
just
every single way.
that's just so cool, man. You know, like fucking dude, I'm
It's
outdoing
so
you. Like
interesting.
your freaking coin isn't worth shit,
Isn't
dude.
isn't that the whole, like, you see, that's what Elon Musk says. Elon Musk says if you want to be better than the other person, you got to work harder than the other person. If the other guy's working a 40-hour week and you want to be twice as good as him, you have to put in an 80-hour week.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what anarchy is, you see. Anarchy is
Remember
what?
the old 19th century slogan, work smarter, not harder.
Nobody likes a cab driver. You ever
Why
notice that?
not?
Nobody
What?
ever.
Because he's not.
He gets the quick, easy money, and he treats people like shit.
Huh.
You ever notice that? Like
Okay.
there. I mean, have you ever gotten along with a cab driver?
Yeah,
Not so much.
I have.
The last cab driver I had was a Chinese guy who gave me this long lecture all the way to the airport on why white people were so evil, capitalistic. I didn't take a taxi again since then. That was an Uber.
I think that's where we can just go ahead and end our stream. I think that's so cool. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
so
it was a really, really great show. Thank you very much indeed, Roger. Thank you so much. It is so good that you have these conversations. It's such a good place to come. So thank you for the opportunity. I really appreciate it.
thank you
And
guys.
Mark too. It's great chatting with you.
Thank you.
Catching up on web returners these days.
And make sure everybody understands just how bad they are over there. Like, they're rotten people, dude. Freaking, like, I
Yeah,
love.
you're lovely people, really.
The world hates us, Mark.
Some of us.
Those Brits.
We just have to be brave. We just have to be brave and understand they're jealous of us. It's okay.
Yeah. Envious of us.
So with that said, we are going to end this stream. You guys, thanks for stopping in and being a part of the stream, and we will be back next week, hopefully, if we don't get kicked off and good stuff like that. So, God bless the Queen, I guess, and her
King.
Yeah.
well, the
Or
King,
the king.
yeah, or the King, and I will talk to you guys later.
Now Dave Filoni has taken over being sort of like the head
Yeah,
of
I heard that. And
Lucasfilm. That is the best thing that has ever happened in the world of Star Wars since George Lucas stepped down.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I will quite happily watch the original trilogy. So I watch 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
Skip 7 and 8. Watch 9.
9 is magnificent. I don't know why people slag it off.
Yeah, love 9.
The way that Anakin turns into Darth Vader in 90 minutes is just like something special.
Yeah, and then watch the new 3.
I quite like the new 3. I know they're not everybody's cup of tea, and there weren't, there was some humour that people didn't like, and some other people moaned about the characters, but I thought they were pretty solid for Star Wars movies.
I personally it was the way they killed Han Solo off is the only.
Well, he wanted to die, didn't he?
Harrison Ford wanted to die in the second film.
Yeah, he didn't even
want to go do the third.
But how they did it, you know what I mean? It was just like, it was quick. I mean, it was like, this was Han Solo, you know what I mean? And like, bam, you're dead. Now that's the only issue I had there. Like, they could have put a little bit more drama into it, you know what I mean? Like, I think
the fans would have wanted him. I mean, when they showed I remember when the trailer came out for it, and you see him and Chewie in the Falcon, and he goes, "We're home." I just went, full of tears, and it was like, oh my god. But yeah, sort of like the same reaction Ben had when he walked into Galaxy's Edge. We went to, my partner and I went to Florida in 2019, just after Galaxy's Edge had opened. And Ben, my partner, is not a Disney fan.
Oh no, he's not.
In any way, shape or means, And the only way I'd got him over there was by promising him I would take him to Star Wars Land. That would be the first thing we did. Yeah, I will take you there. That's the first thing we're doing. Before I get to do anything, we will go to Star Wars Land. And we walked into Hollywood Studios and obviously walked around the lake, and he's like, yeah, it's plastic. I'm in plastic hell. I'm like, no, we are going to Star Wars Land. And obviously we walked through the tunnel bit.
Yeah.
And as it opened up before him, he just stood there with his mouth open, like tears in his eyes, and just went, I've waited 42 years for this. And then he was like a child in the biggest toy shop in the world.
Yeah.
And he was running around everywhere and wanting everything.
It's going to be me, isn't it?
Trying on like all the helmets at the little stands, and then going to get like the Coke grenades, and then I was like, okay, I'll just leave you for like 4 hours.
I'll leave you here. I'm going back. I'll come get you.
Yeah.
like leaving the kids at childcare, you know what I mean? Just
Oh yeah. So now I've been told if he ever comes to Florida again with me, he will only go to Star Wars Land, and he will only visit the Wilderness Lodge Hotel. Because it's made of wood. Because it's made of wood, and he's a carpenter, so he appreciates that. So yeah, they're the only two places he's going to go.
I mean, fair. You've got to have standards somewhere, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You've got no idea. He literally walks around the entire Disney park going, plastic. Which is why we tend to not bring him when we go.
We don't take him anywhere.
No.
Yeah.
We only used to take him out to Disneyland Paris for the race weekends.
Yeah, and even that was bad.
Yeah. The only time we took him to Disneyland Paris, we did take him the other time.
I've not experienced Galaxy's Edge yet because the last time I was in Florida, it was still being built.
So I have the joy of taking him to Galaxy's Edge for the first time.
Nice.
I had Star Tours first, obviously, because we've got to ride that on the way past.
Well, yeah, you do that on the way
Of
past.
course,
Do Star Tours as you build up.
Yeah.
Then you walk through the tunnel bit.
Yep.
And it all opens up in front of you.
Yeah, I know, I'm going to be a mess. Emotional wreck.
I am going to video her reaction.
Yeah, 100%.
That's what you do.
The most thing I'm looking forward to is just going on the Millennium Falcon, because I think that's just everybody's dream. Even if you're not a Star Wars fan, you're like, I need, like, you know, of the Millennium Falcon, you know, the biggest hunk of junk in the universe, man. Come on, we
went on that ride, and it was amazing. I mean, you walk through it, and you like walk underneath it, and then you go up all these little corridors, and you come out into the space chess room. Yep.
Yeah.
So you actually get a chance to sit at the chess table. And
that's so cool.
That is awesome.
And you get like 6 people in each vehicle, if you will.
It's like each
vehicle. You get 6 people in each cockpit, and 2 people are pilots, then 2 are gunners and 2 are engineers.
Yeah.
Oh, that's neat.
And we had a cockpit full of adults, all of about mid-40s.
Nice.
And you get told, like, you're instructed, like, you know, fly it this way, that, and then he goes, right, punch it into hyperspace. The girl who was one of the pilots just went, I have waited all my life to do this. And there's 6 fully grown adults with their arms in the air cheering, going,
Yes, that's what we want. That is what we want. That's the dream.
It is brilliant. So cool. It's very interactive. It's like Star Tours, but pushing buttons at the same time.
It looks very cool.
That's it. I mean, push buttons. That's what it's all about. To be honest.
It is. You know, if you see a flashy button, you push it. Regardless of
exactly.
Even if it does nothing, just press that button.
That's
it. That's it. That's what you do.
I dare anyone walk past a button that says "Try me."
Oh yeah, I can't, man. I did one earlier. There's like a Pokeball. It was like, we can guess the Pokemon. You're thinking of me and my brother was stood in this aisle for like 5 minutes, just been like, hey, this is really fucking cool.
I now want it.
I want it. Is it worth £18? Maybe.
Yeah, you get multiple hours of entertainment out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. We even said that. It was like, it's generally sad how we really both want this. I was like, I want one. I'm gonna go get it.
So, how many times have you been to Walt Disney?
Disney World, we've been 6 times. I
think so.
6.
Oh, I'm so jealous.
14, 16. I've been more times than you. I've been 8 times. 9 times. Maybe 10 times.
Oh my gosh.
Hang on. Right, so there's a convention start way.
It's amazing.
Yeah, for you. So I've been in 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15 and 16. I think I went twice in 13 and twice in 16.
Oh, that's awesome.
You went 2019.
Yeah, but I didn't. I went to Florida in 2019. I didn't actually go into Disney, so that doesn't count.
Oh.
I've been 8 times.
I think I've been 5.
It's amazing 6. You guys have to count. You know what I mean? Like you literally gotta count to remember.
Disneyland Paris. How many times have you been to Disneyland Paris? God knows. Run out of fingers. Yeah.
See, it's very handy with Sharon's job. You see, it's very handy.
I'm an IT consultant, and we used to have a conference every year that was in the Swan and Dolphin Hotel at Disney World in Florida.
In the conference hall.
Yeah. So basically, both hotels were taken over for a week with thousands of geeks in it.
Nice.
A couple of times, Sam stowed away.
I just stowed away.
So she bought a flight because my company had paid for the hotel. I worked a week and she got to play in Disney.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Yeah, it's the first time. The first time we went, Mickey's Toontown was still in the Magic Kingdom.
Yeah, it was 2011.
Wow, yeah.
It was
Oh
before
shit! Yeah, it was there when I was there actually. Yeah,
Yeah, it was before the new
yeah.
Fantasyland.
Yeah.
And I think then the next time you came out was that 2016 when everything had been built.
Yeah, the new Fantasyland had opened.
Yeah.
But then I went out and got married.
Oh yeah, we won't talk about that.
Don't talk about that. Then I went out that Christmas as well because I took James.
You did?
Then 2016 I came out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, you stowed away with me 3 times, didn't you?
I've stowed away with you 3 times, yeah.
Sounds good.
And,
Nice.
and there's a potential that we're going to a different conference that is again in the Swan and Dolphin next year.
Yeah.
So if I go to that, then we'll be stowing away again.
Yeah, so
There
next
you
year
go.
we've got the potential of 3 trips
Yeah.
Wow.
to Orlando.
What are your what kind of like time frames?
We're definitely going for 2 weeks in February.
Yeah, our big trip in
Nice.
February, which is obscene. We're doing so many things,
The mega trip.
including a Comic Con.
Yeah, we're
Oh
doing-
yeah, I remember Sammy talking about that. Yeah, nice.
And we've now got Discovery Cove booked as well because we've got a really good deal in Black Friday sale.
Nice.
Your conference is potentially in
End of April, beginning of May. Yeah.
And then August.
Oh yeah, your August trip that I might stow away on.
Yeah, Sharon.
August.
Yeah,
I'm
August.
going in August.
You. I do beauty pageants, and because I won the UK title,
Yeah.
I now get the chance to go and compete for the world title.
Wow, that's impressive.
And the past 10 years, the finals have been in Las Vegas.
That is plastic.
I think it is plastic. And after last year's finals, they announced that they were moving to Orlando.
Wow, very cool.
There was a little happy dance that occurred.
Yeah,
There was a very big
100%.
happy dance, lots of squealing, big happy dance. So we've got 2 weeks in August.
Nice. So if it's between the 14th and the 28th when I'm going, hey, let's make a date.
When does it?
I don't bloody know. Don't look at me. I don't know when you're going.
I know we go out on the 26th for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's like the right end of August, beginning of September.
Oh, you.
No, we go out on the 28th or 26th of July.
Oh, right, okay.
We're there for like the first
2 weeks.
Got you. The first 2 weeks. Got you.
That's pretty cool though, because you're gonna be going there right when everything's hopping. I mean, that's when things are going on in Florida, right there.
Yeah. So we're really lucky that we got and we're staying at the Avanti Palms on International Drive.
Ooh, nice. That looks like a nice hotel. Yeah.
Well, that's the hotel that's actually hosting our finals.
Oh, amazing.
So yeah, we've got that.
That's pretty good.
It's gonna be. Yeah, potentially 3 trips next year. Definitely 2, potentially 3.
And then I don't know how many Disneyland Paris trips that we'll squeeze in.
Yeah, because we've got our annual passes back. So
Oh, nice.
I think we're looking at March for the next one, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we found a week where there's no
school
holidays
in any European
amazing.
country.
Oh, there you go then.
So it should be quieter than than when the school holidays are on. But yes, so yeah, we got our annual passes back, so there'll be lots of like, you doing anything this weekend? No. Go and check to see if the Airbnb's booked.
Love that.
You make it sound as though like we've got more money than sense and we know what to do with, but
We have got more money than sense. But we haven't got a lot of money, which says we ain't got no more sense.
yeah, good point. We're very careful, right? On a budget.
Well, we're lucky that you live so close to Dover.
Yeah.
Because we can do from Sharon's house to Dover, we can do in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
We have done it in 20 minutes. Then obviously we drive over, so we catch a ferry.
Yeah.
Drive up to Disneyland Paris.
Takes about 3 hours.
Yeah, and then and Sharon's only got a little car, so it only takes like a teacup full of petrol. And we found an Airbnb that's 4 miles away from Disneyland Paris.
Oh, that's not too bad. Yeah.
And it's like £45 a night.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's so cheap.
We do it as
even our mega Mahusiv 2 weeks in Florida is not costing us a lot of money. We're so, I don't know, careful with booking things.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And do you book it through like I booked mine through Disney? Did you use it?
No, never do that. We're always DIY.
Oh, yeah.
And we be flexible and cheap.
I mean, we're staying at when we go over in February, we're staying at Universal Surfside.
Oh yeah, nice. Yeah.
And we actually last Christmas, I think it was Boxing Day, I was sat there flicking through Booking.com.
Yeah.
Going,
hello everyone and welcome to Disney Magic Podcast, a fun new Disney podcast hosted by a British guy. I'm your host, Zach Campbell, and you can join me every other week for magical stories, amazing guests, intriguing history, and overall a trip down Main Street, USA. From Disney parks to a galaxy far, far away, we'll be talking all things Disney and just how magical it is. Get ready for this episode because it's starting in 3, 2, 1.
What's going on, beautiful people? Welcome to a brand new episode here of the Disney Magic Podcast. I am, of course, your Zach host, your host Zach. Oh my gosh, feels like I've not recorded it forever. Oh my days. But welcome along. Hope you're all doing fantastic. Welcome to episode 25 of the podcast. And yeah, today I have a super special guest. We have Infamous, or Roger, on the pod. I'm going to be talking all things Disney architecture, as you can tell from the title. We're going to be touching on some park architecture, some surrounding area architecture that Disney was inspired to create, or even created themselves. And we're just going to see where the conversation goes. I am super excited to talk about this. It's something I've been wanting to do for a little while. And yeah, let's get into it. Also, don't judge me. I'm wearing my pajamas because it is like 9:30 at night. So no judging. We're not having judging here, but it is Deadpool. So, you know, accounting for something. I needed to, I wanted to be comfy. I didn't want to wear something uncomfortable. So we're wearing something comfortable. They're fluffy, they're warm, and it's late. So anyhow, we're late night with Zach. That's what we're doing. Anyhow, let's get Roger on and let's get this party started. Here we go. Hello, Roger. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. I'm
good.
Glad to be here.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much for being here. Like, I'm super excited. I've just said, like, I'm super excited to talk about this topic. It's something that obviously we all know about as in the Disney community and stuff like that, but I don't think it's ever been touched upon on like from what I've seen. I mean, it probably has, but like, hey, I wanted to do it, so I thought you were the man to do it because you have been helping me with a little project, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But yeah, I mean, you're like probably
the audio is cutting in and out.
Oh, is it? Oh no. Okay. Seems okay my end.
I got it. I think I've got it.
Okay, cool. But yeah, so I'm super excited. Now, you're probably the furthest person away to be any sort of like Disney fan.
Yeah.
So for you to be here, it's gonna be interesting.
You actually were the one. You actually were the one who made me curious about Disney World, to be honest.
Well, you know, that's what we do. We provide.
You hit that one right on the nose.
No, but man, it's super cool to have you here, and you know, we've been talking a little bit in DMs, and we were talking. I feel like every stream we do, it somehow comes to some sort of topic of Disney and everything like that. So I feel like to be here and have a specific kind of like topic that I feel like we're both interested in, it is going to be quite cool. So obviously we're talking about the architecture of Disney, kind of like Disney buildings, Disney properties and things like that. more so in the parks, which I feel is like where the creativity kind of like sparks more than usual, outside of like anywhere else, I feel. And we'll touch on that because they do like they've done hotels, or they've had hotels where they've like had their input to like build and things like that. But specifically where everything comes from is like old school Disney, and that, you know, those things are still standing to this day, like pretty much unscathed and unchanged. So it's exciting to see. I'm super excited to go through this kind of this topic and just see, you know, where it goes, and super excited. Mm-hmm. I mean, if you just want to just like introduce yourself a little bit as well, and just let everyone know here who's going to be listening, who you are, what you do, and you know how you became interested in this particular topic that we're going to be talking about.
Sure, yeah, I can do it. My real name is Roger Hanson. I have a gamer name. It's Infamous OG1973. I use my YouTube channel for the gaming is Gaming with Infamous, and that's where I met you, Zach, and that's what I went by. And other than that, I've besides gaming, I also do other channels. One's called the Praetorian, and then I have another one, Stranger Things, mm-hmm. which is all my weird stuff. Yeah. So that and from that I ended up hooking up with another guy who is a gamer. It's Old John, and I would say his name, but you know, yeah, that's his gamer name, so I'll just leave it at that. Yeah. But he had a channel called Wonderful World of Weirdness that he recently turned over to me, so I'm doing Wonderful World of Weirdness now. And then I'm also helping out with Homeway from YouTube with Zach, mm-hmm. which he has, and it's an excellent Discord for anybody who's listening. So, yeah. HansonOnlines.com and Rumble as well as YouTube. So I've got my hand in a lot of different things.
If you want someone online, Roger's there, man. This guy does not sleep, I swear. He's hooked up on coffee and
coffee and freaking porn. Sorry, did I say that? I apologize. I promised I wouldn't do that too. I said I'm gonna be nice because this is Disney set up, and I even asked if it was safe to have me on here because I really don't know. Okay.
No, you did, and you're good. You're good. Don't you worry. It's
okay. But that's basically the breakdown for me.
Nice. So yeah, me and Roger have known each other for, gosh, how long? About
at least 2-3 years. Two or 3 years. Yeah.
It's crazy.
I didn't realize, like, in the gaming community, you were the coolest dude that freaking I'm gonna meet. Like, you know what I mean? Like, freaking people don't even realize how cool you are, dude. Okay. Like, that just blows me out of water, man. Like, yeah.
Well, I appreciate that, man. I really do. That's kind of you to say, man. Like, I'm just being me. Like, that's all you can be in it, you know. You know, just be yourself. You know, be one with yourself. That's all you can do. But yeah, man. Like me and Roger have known each other for a while, and we've been in talks for a little while of doing a little project together. As you all know, because I don't shut up about it. I'm going away. I'm going to Disney World this year. And Roger has been helping me with an intro to create like the Disney World castle. to create Cinderella's castle, and you know, it's incredible, man. It's insanely cool. It's like 3D rendered. It's beautiful. It's so cool to see, and it's just ace. It really is. And honestly, I can't even thank you enough for the work that you've put into it. It's incredible. It really is. So I just want to say a huge thank you for that. I know I've said it so many times, but like, man, it's just incredible how cool it looks.
Every time you say it, though, I start blushing and I'm feeling warm inside, you know, because, man, I was like, to be honest, you know, I should be the one thanking you, because I never in my life thought that the coolest thing I would do with computer graphics is freaking make Cinderella Castle. I mean, that just blows me out of the water to this day.
I mean, it's beautiful, man. It's just a gorgeous structure. It really is.
Yeah, and I think if people who were like Disney fans really stop and focus on that castle,
yeah,
they would see something that is completely amazing. Like, the people who put time and effort into that castle did it with love, you know what I mean?
100%. And like I said in the intro, like this, these structures that we see. I mean, this castle has been standing since 1971, since day opening, October 1st, 1971 in Orlando, and you know, it's been there for over 50 years now, and it still looks as beautiful as ever. You know, it's pretty much unchanged by like a couple of color schemes, and you know, we've you know, and anniversaries and things like that, and but other than that, it's pretty much the same. Like, there's been no real renovations to it that I know of, and I mean, it's just a fantastic piece of just architecture. It's just beautiful. It really does just be like, yes, this is Disney. This is Disney World. You know, this is what people come to see, and I think this is a good way to lean into the topic. So I've got a little bit of information here. So the Cinderella's Castle was conceptualized by a Imagineer called Herbert Dickens Ryman. He was the artist that created the artwork for the original Disney theme park. So that included the Sleeping Beauty Castle as well. And as you know, that it stands at 199 feet tall, which is like 56 meters. And it was completed in 1971, and it's been there ever since. Again, it's one of the most recognizable symbols in Disney. It's the castle that they use at the beginning of every Disney animation, with Cinderella flying over with like every movie. That's Cinderella Castle as well. It's been part of the logo since 1985, so it's stood the test of time, and it's still to this day just one of the most beautiful things ever. Now, looking at the pictures I've got here, I mean, it's wonderful. It really is. But like. And I mean, if you guys, you know, if you're watching or you know, or you're just listening along, I urge you to look onto the screen in just a couple of minutes, because if Roger wants to, of course, I will be putting kind of like his rendering on the screen as well, of what he's worked on so far. And honestly, I can't stress enough that it's impressive. It really is impressive. I mean, you're still working on it now. So what was your process in making that? Was it difficult? Was it fairly easy once you had like the base, the foundation? Like, what's the process been like to create something like that?
Well, you should see the look on my face, like right now when you ask that question, because like I got, when you puff your cheeks up and you kind of like pull your lips in.
Yeah,
it's kind of like you said, like setting up the basics and the thing, and I don't think that's possible with Cinderella Castle, because like especially if you don't have any idea what you're doing, okay? And like we said in the beginning, I have no knowledge of Disney World whatsoever.
Yeah.
This was new for me. And what I had to do is I had to pull up a picture that, or actually you gave it to me as a reference from DisneyFoodBlog.com. So I used that as a reference with an overview of from Google Maps of what Cinderella Castle looked like. And the cool part was on Google Maps it even shows you like the castle stage and Cinderella Castle and all the Cinderella royal table and stuff like that. So I kind of knew where everything was there.
That's good. Yeah.
But like I said, I didn't have any clue about what the inside of the castle looked like.
Yeah.
So like past the walls. Okay. Well, before I get to this part, let me also say like the animation itself is built off of kind of like a stage preview. Like it's not an actual model of the castle. So I had to set everything in place to where it at least looked like the castle.
Yeah.
And I did try to get it as close as I could, but I just I don't know, maybe somebody else can do it, but I cannot like get it precise to the way it looks. It is that spectacular.
Yeah.
But that's how I started on it. I did a top view, and then I did a forward view of what the castle looked like, and then I had to create the towers, and I probably messed up there. I should have started somewhere else, but that's where I ended up starting.
Yeah.
And even though I did start with the towers first, I think that it actually came out pretty cool. I tried to keep each tower, or actually I tried to keep the castle itself as close to what it would be if you went to Disney World. You know what I mean? I know, because I noticed in a lot of the other animations and the view or the renders, people kind of put their own artistic view on it, but I wanted to try to make it look as close to it as I possibly could. And I couldn't get it 100%, but I did it that way. And I really like it. I even tried to make the towers as close to height from one another as I could too. So I added flags on top of it and made them yellow.
Nice.
And then I when I was doing that, the thing that stood out to me, and I asked you about it, was that when it comes to these towers, was the roof and its architecture.
Yeah.
And that's when you told me about the guy you just mentioned.
Yeah.
And so that was cool with me. Now the guy, what was his name again?
Dickens. Herbert Dickens Ryman.
Yeah. So I believe earlier we discovered he's a German architect, right?
He's not German, but it was based. Cinderella's Castle is based off a German, like, architecture. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what stood out to me on the tower roofs, is because if you take a look at the roofs, they aren't symmetrical. Like, they don't go straight up into a, I guess, triangular or cone shape.
Yeah. The more they're angled, aren't they, like jagged?
It's it's amazing to me whenever that was the first thing I noticed about them was like it goes in and then it goes up, and it meets up like a witch's hat, and for me that takes me back to what I was getting into when it comes to like one of those different topics that I'm always obsessed in. I love history, and it talks about Indo-European architecture where the roofs of these towers, they look like little witches' hats. And a lot of people don't realize that like Indo-European is where the old tradition of witches, those witches' hats that you always see on witches. That's where that came from, because they used to wear it like that.
Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. That's cool. I know that Europeans have a lot of like weird like things. We're strange over here.
And it reflects in their architecture too. Like if you look at a lot of the Eastern European architecture of old castles and stuff, they kind of put that into the way they do their towers on their castles. Which I thought that was one of the first things that stuck out to me. So have I babbled enough so far? I can go on further later on, but
no, that's absolutely fine. Don't you worry, mate. Yeah, like I say, this castle is just it's superior. It really is. It's so impressive that they took that, that idea and kind of made it like, even though you know obviously you've got the inspiration, they've gone and made it their own, which is one of the best things. You've not just like copied and pasted it. Like you think of a castle, you think of Disney, you think of Cinderella's castle, you think of Sleeping Beauty's castle, you think of those iconic places. And this has been a staple for 50 plus years now within the park, and it's just like, yes, this embodies the whole idea of the Magic Kingdom. This is where the princesses live, and this is cool to see, and just the inspiration it took from like the German architecture and everything like that, but gave it its own twist and things like that, which is funny actually, because it's not Cinderella that's actually German, it's Snow White that's German.
That's interesting.
Yeah, Snow White's German. I think Cinderella is where's Cinderella from? I can't think where Cinderella's from. I want to say around that area. I want to say around that area, but not German. And that's another video idea I want to probably do at some point as well, like the origins of the Disney princesses and where they come from and all that kind of stuff, because it's really interesting to like where they're based and things.
Let me also point out something too. I did say Indo-European, so like when you say Indo-European, you're not just talking about Germany either, because like it stretched from Germany all the way around the Black Sea and the Baltic Sea, down into Turkey and stuff. So you've got a whole lot of territory there and plus into Russia too. Mongolia. So I mean, this was a tradition that spans across a great area of land. You know what I mean? So and down into Iran, I think too.
Oh wow. That's a lot of space. Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would love to hear more about that when you do your podcast. So remember to let me know when you come out with that, because I think that would be pretty cool to know. That was the first thing that stuck out in my head when I was doing this, and it really got me attached to the structure. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that was what really caught my eye.
Yeah. It's one thing that really catches me as well is those those turrets, the kind of like not cylindrical, not like the just the way they're sat. It's just impressive. It's just beautiful. It really is.
You come up with better words than me. Like that's the thing that I like is because like you're saying it all smooth and suave and stuff, and I'm not good with words. I love how you just said that.
I'm surprised I'm good with words, Roger, at like 10 to 10 at night. Like, bloody hell. But yeah, man, it's a park icon. It's just beautiful. It really is. And I want to move on to the next park icon, which I think is just as iconic over at Epcot in Disney World, and that is now everyone calls it either if you're not a Disney fan, you call it the giant golf ball, and it is.
Oh yeah, that's what I call it.
It's a giant golf ball, but this thing is home of Spaceship Earth, and that is the official name of it. It is Spaceship Earth. And inside this beautiful, magnificent ball is a ride that tells the whole story of communications from all the way from the beginning up until like now and potentially in the future. Like what could we see? Where could we see communications and technology go and all that kind of stuff? And it's a fun ride. But what makes this impressive is if you look at pictures, it stood on 4 legs. And when Disney were like proposed to make this, it was like, no, we want a ride in this. This needs to be like propped up. How are we going to do that? So the way that it's made is, this isn't, no, I just want to put out there, this is not the first one that was ever created, but it is the first one of its kind, being a geodesic dome. It was created by the Wallace Floyd Design Group from 1982, and it's saying here that it has a similar structure to the United States Pavilion at Expo 67 in Montreal. But unlike the early pavilion, this is a complete sphere. No, it's the whole ride is encased inside this, and the bottom half of it is one half, and then it's literally like the other half is like stuck on top. So then it looks like, it's a complete one. It's impressive. It is very, very impressive. And the fact that it houses a ride as well is just super cool. It really is. Again, this is just a park icon. It really is. And yeah, it does look like a giant golf ball. I mean, this is one of those things that's like, it's one of the things that you first look at, and it's like, yeah. Like, before I knew the name of it, I was like, yeah, that's a giant golf ball. Like, why? And then I grew to appreciate it because it's just a fantastic ride. But yeah, it's super cool. It really, really is cool. I think you'd appreciate it. I think if I send this picture to you, I think you'll very much appreciate this picture. And I'll save it, and I'll stick it on screen as well and everything like that. But I will.
Now can I let your viewers know the truth?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so after all the magnificent things Zach just said to you, okay, let's just everybody understand there's 2 things that Zach likes in his life. One of them is freaking Disney World, which everybody knows. But the second thing that Zach likes is golf.
It is.
Okay, so just understand that, like, as he's speaking, freaking, and he's saying this stuff, freaking, the thing that sticks out to him is golf. Like,
yeah. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. First thing
when he got interested in it looked like a golf ball.
Yeah. It does look like a golf ball.
That's just my take, Zach. That's it.
Absolutely fine, man. Absolutely fine. I'll happily take that. It is. It's honestly, it's one of the first things I thought of was like,
it's too coincidental.
Yeah.
And you love golf.
Yeah.
It's too coincidental.
It is. You're very right. And it is very coincidental that Epcot is like my...
You muted me, didn't you?
No. I heard bits of it. It was cutting out a little bit, but I'll try and figure that out. I don't know why it's doing that.
Let me see here.
Dang technology. I don't understand. But no.
It's beautiful.
It is beautiful. It is. But it is not a coincidence that Epcot is like my second favourite park. And it purely, one reason is Spaceship Earth and just the whole ride itself, but the other reason is it's heavily based on what Disney call edutainment. So the rides at Epcot are more, or they were, if you go to the right places, they are educational like rides. So one of them is called Living with the Land. Spaceship Earth is classed as an edutainment ride. It teaches you like the history of like communications and things like that. There's another ride called Living with the Land, which is just fantastic. It's just a nice, easy 15-minute boat ride where you're just learning about plants and nature and all that kind of stuff. It's very cool. It's just a nice chill ride. And then you've got stuff like, nowadays you've got stuff like Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind, which is a like a roller coaster. It's an omni coaster, so it's the ride system itself moves to like take you to various points that it wants you to focus on in the ride. There's, what else is there? There's a Frozen ride, Frozen Ever After, in the Norway Pavilion. There's a Ratatouille ride in the France Pavilion. I mean, I've not ridden any of those, but like, I'm just there for the edutainment. One thing I'm looking forward to in Epcot is the Journey of Water, inspired by Moana, which is like a walkthrough attraction, but it teaches you like about the life cycle of water. It's all interactive and stuff, and it looks pretty cool. But getting off topic, this dome, man, this Epcot is beautiful. It really is. It's very cool to have that and to, you know, see that in person is just very, very cool. It really is. But yeah, where are we at now? I'm trying to think now. For these next ones, I am going to save these because I want to share these with you, Roger, as well. How many more is there? There are.
You're going to give me like the whole library of goodies, aren't you?
Yeah. You can have it. This is another one as well.
I'm fine with it.
We will have that as well. Now, these next ones that I'm going to send you is from a place. Now, to understand these next couple, there's a little bit of history. We're having a history little session here as well. Which one is it? That one. So them three there are from a town called Celebration. Now, Celebration is I'd say about 20 minutes away from Disney. It's eastbound on the I-4, which is like the main interstate to get into Disney World. Now, the thing about Celebration is it was a Disney town. It was a portion of Florida on Disney property, controlled by Disney, and they wanted to create a town for cast members and, you know, people who were visiting, like family and big time executives and things like that. And they wanted to, and the portion of that was going to be that. The majority of it was going to be a place for people who wanted to live the kind of like Disney lifestyle as such. And they own the land, they own the town for a good, I want to say about a year before it all went downhill. And the reason it went downhill is because the government was like, no, you don't own this land. Like, this land is owned by the bank, it's owned by the government, blah blah blah. So instead of trying to fight it, they was like, right, fine, we'll just sell it off. But we've built a celebration here. We've built this town. It was like, yeah, it's fine. It's owned by the state now. You guys don't own it. So it was like, all right, fair enough. And then the way they created it, so it was created by Disney Imagineers. It was created by, you know, the architectures that built the parks and, you know, all that kind of stuff. It was built by the people who built the parks, built the rides, all that kind of stuff. Now, these 3 pictures that I've sent you and that we're going to see on screen just a sec is the Celebration movie theatre, which is no longer available. It's been closed for about 10 years now. But that is like a staple there. It's like one of the main things you see when you're in Celebration. This one here, this one at the bottom with like the stairs and things, is their town hall. Which is like where all the official stuff goes and all that kind of stuff. And then the next one, the circle building, is their post office. Now, all of these are like pretty much next to each other, but inside of this like area, they've got their own like main street, which is like housed to like little shops and little like small businesses and all that kind of stuff. They have a farmer's market every weekend. They have all sorts, and it's just beautiful. It's just, if you could put Disney in a town, this is exactly what it would be. This is exactly what it would be. Like, this is like, if you could live in a Disney movie or a Disney program, that Celebration is it. And it's the biggest go-to place for like anyone who's outside of the parks, for anyone who's like a Disney fan. And it's just a piece of history that I feel not many, it doesn't really get talks about as much. I mean, it was a big topic a few years ago, but I feel like since then no one really talks about it because it's all been said and done. It's a cool concept, but the thing that's special about Celebration is every house is different, because they was like, right, what we'll do is we'll make every house different, unique, so there's not one house that looks exactly the same. You know on some streets you get like houses that are like rows and rows of like the same kind of style of house.
Yeah.
With Celebration, it's not like that. Every house is unique. Like, every house is a completely different kind of like architectural like structure compared to the next one. Like, your next door neighbor could live in like a mini mansion and you could be living in like a castle, something that looks like a castle. It's just so cool to put that in and process that and just be like, yes, this is cool. It's very cool to see. And, you know, you've got to appreciate it, because it's like stepping into a Disney movie. It really is. It is beautiful. It really is.
Looking at that theater, you can tell that it inspired a lot of stuff that you see on Sci-Fi. Like, remember the old Sci-Fi channel? I'm thinking it's still out. Like, there was a TV show.
Yeah.
that was on there where, well, you know, it was different topic and everything, but it was a government-owned town that was like full of top secret stuff in it.
Oh,
but like,
were you talking about Eureka?
Eureka, yeah. Now,
I used to love that program.
Now, when I see that photo and what you're saying there, that's what that reminds me of. I can almost bet Eureka was inspired by this.
100%, no doubt. Like, what I honestly, it kind of does remind me of that a little bit, yeah. Just anything that's like picturesque, it's got to be inspired by this in some way or another, because it's just,
well, especially being owned by Disney and you know, like CEOs and corporate people was living there, I guess you said.
Yeah, so it was more so there was meant to be a portion where there was like a part of the part of it was meant to be for like people who lived like who were coming in to visit from Cali and things like that, like CAC, like suits, businessmen and all that kind of stuff. But the majority of it was meant to be for like people who wanted, you know, to live like a kind of like Disney kind of like lifestyle. So it's just, I'm just grabbing some more pictures of some of the houses, because these houses, Roger, are just, they're gorgeous. They really are.
One that I see over to the side, man, it's kind of cool, and that was a question I was want to ask you too. Like, the photo that I used as an example for making Cinderella Castle.
Yeah.
Now those buildings that are running down the side where the trolley is supposed to be, okay, are those still standing there?
I think so. Yeah. I think so.
Because I've seen other photos where it shows like a huge garden that runs down the way.
Yeah.
And in that one, I see these buildings, and those actually remind me of kind of, with the exception of the roofs.
Yeah.
On some of them.
Yeah.
They kind of remind me of that.
Yeah. It's, and like I say, because it was designed by Disney Architectures, it's very heavily like Disney inspired. Like, you can see that it was taking inspiration from the park and things like that. Like this Celebration theater, over at Disneyland, they have the Mickey's Runaway Railway, which is like a ride. They have it at Disney World and at Disneyland, but the one in Disneyland is in a place called Mickey's Toontown, and it looks exactly like that, like to a T. Obviously, it's been like Mickeyfied and Tunified and whatever to fit the area, but it looks pretty much spot on to that, and it's crazy.
Especially that second video you just showed me, the one with the cone roofs. That's definitely Mickey Mouse.
Oh yeah, 100%. Absolutely.
That is pretty cool.
That is cool. Like I say, you can live in something like a Floridian like plant house, like mansion with like 2 fucking massive balconies, or you can live in a mini castle. Like that is the difference between, and not even that, but you've got like the apartments there and things like that, and the apartments are nice. Like apartments, I've watched a few videos. There's someone I follow. She's called Return to Sophie. She does like a lot of Disney content, which she lives in Celebration with her and a partner, and she does like house tours and like apartment tours in like Celebration and things like that. And they're beautiful. They really are. They're so pretty. Like, it's just picturesque. It's just, how can somewhere be so nice to live at? Like, look at. It's just, it's beautiful. It really is. But yeah. It's just impressive. I mean, I think the next one I want to talk about really is, I think you'll get a kick out of this one. So there's a few places in Disney where you can like stepping away from the parks, you can just have a nice. There's two places where you can go and have like do a bit of shopping, do a little bit of get something to eat, have a nice little thing away from the parks and and whatnot. One of these places is Disney's Boardwalk. And I think I've got the picture here, and let me send that picture to you. You're just going to be bombarded with like loads of pictures of random places in Disney.
Oh, that's fine.
It's that one. It is. So that one there. This is Disney's Boardwalk. Now this is based on like 20th century kind of like I want to say like 19th century, like 1930s, 1940s maybe.
Yeah,
kind of like
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, and it's called the Boardwalk. And honestly, this is, if you want a nice day to get away from the parks and just a nice evening, somewhere nice and quiet, this is the go-to place. It's never busy. From when I experienced it, we went a couple of times, but it was never busy. It's right on the water. It's behind Epcot. It's a good way to get between Epcot and Hollywood Studios if you really want to walk and do it that way. But it's just beautiful. This place is just honestly like one of the most nicest places I feel on property for like getting away from the hustle and bustle. And looking at the architecture and looking at, it just reminds me of like being at the seaside and just having that kind of like experience. It's very like, it's got a very like 1930s kind of like beach vibe to it. There's like ragtime music playing going on through like a guy on a piano playing, and it's very cool.
You know what it reminds me of? It might sound weird to you, but you remember Dirty Dancing?
Yeah.
No, and the setup with Dirty Dancing is kind of like back in the 1930s. They used to have resorts set up to where families could go, and it was like a getaway for the family to go to these resorts and just relax as a family. And they do. It's kind of like a family-oriented summer camp.
Yeah.
And they were all set up like that, and that's kind of what it looks like. That's the way a lot of them were built, with that kind of structure.
Yeah, I can see that, to be fair. Yeah, I can see that.
Now, are there really flying fish there?
Yes, maybe. No, I don't think there is. I think it's just a name. I think it's just a name of the place. I mean,
I had
you had to. But
I mean, the sign is right there in my face. It's huge.
It's huge. It's flying right off the page. But no,
yeah,
I mean, cool. I wouldn't like to be smacked in the face by a fish. Don't think that's. There was one place that we went to when we was here. It was an ESPN sports bar. It was very nice.
Now, when you did your interview with me, and isn't this the spot that you guys were talking about?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Like you said, they had like the best booze and stuff.
Yes. Yeah. So one of these, I was too young to drink over there, but I went. But like closest to where the Epcot ball is, the Spaceship Earth there on the left-hand side. Its first thing here was an ESPN sports bar, but it's no longer there anymore. And then like 3 doors down, 4, I'm trying to think, it was somewhere round about here, was a brewery, and they made their own beer there, but it was like really weird flavours. There was like a chocolate flavoured beer, there was like other bits and bobs, and it's very weird, very weird. But then there was some nice places. There was like some places here coming towards the middle. There's a couple of bars there, and then you go further round, like towards the back end of the boardwalk. There's a nightclub there called Jelly Rolls, and it's meant to be like one of the best places to like nightlife in like at Disney, like currently, because they don't do it much in Disney Springs anymore. They used to have this whole place like specifically for dancing and things, and nightclubs in Disney Springs, when it used to be called Downtown Disney, with on like Pleasure Island, but they don't have it anymore. So this is the only place. It's meant to be really good. So maybe
I have a feeling I know where you are going to be, because I've done those Friday fillings with Zach with you, and I've gotten a feel for what's going to happen when you get to Disney.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to go to your favorite golf ball, and you are going to get drunk.
I'll drink around the world. That's fine. I'll do that.
Well, I can see this being, because I know you said that you really love this about this.
I do. I love this. I love this place. Like I say, it's just so tranquil. It's like transporting back in time, and the hotel, the Boardwalk Hotel, is just beautiful. It's just beautiful. It really is just a gorgeous place to be. It's like, if I had to choose one of my favorite places, this is definitely like top 3. This is definitely like top 3 places to be on Disney property for me. Like 100%. Most definitely.
Now, will they let you go fishing off the balcony?
You can't go fishing off the balcony, but you can hire boats and stuff, and there's certain places you can fish. So I'm pretty sure one of the, I don't know if it would be that one. I don't know if there's any, I don't know if there's any fish in there, and B, in any body of water you're gonna have gators, so
yeah,
you've got to be careful, because like you don't want to get your ankles chopped.
That's actually true. Now, there's this part of the man-made lake that is around Cinderella Park, or is it separate?
This is separate, yeah. So the one near Magic Kingdom is the Seven Seas Lagoon. This one, I want to. It's not Echo Lake. I want to have a look now, because I don't know the name of it. I feel like I know. Let's see. Oh, Crescent Lake. Called Crescent Lake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's
so that's got all the wild terrain all around it and everything.
No, this is a man-made one as well. This is a man-made one as well. Yeah.
Cool.
I don't think there's any actual thingy body of water, like natural bodies of water, because when Walt and Roy bought the land, like back in like the late 50s, early 60s, it was all swampland. So I don't know if there's actually any land, any like natural kind of like thingy water. I mean, there probably is, but yeah, it's called Crescent Lake. It's right behind Epcot. It's just beautiful. And then in Epcot, you've got Echo Lake, which then feeds into Crescent Lake. So it's kind of all stops there.
You can see, like, whenever I was doing the project for you, that's what the platform got me all curious about, was all those, it was the man-made lakes and then the underground tunnels.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that stuff just blows me away.
Yeah.
It really does.
It's impressive, man. Yeah, like those. The one reason why and I'll give you a little insight. The reason why they made those tunnels, the utilidors under Magic Kingdom, was purely for the fact that Walt said, Like, he doesn't want. So because in Disneyland it's a lot smaller. In Anaheim, obviously, it's like right in the middle of Anaheim. And it's, things have been built around Disneyland over time as like years have progressed and things like that. Because Disneyland was built on like old orange groves and things like that. It was literally like just land. There was nothing around it. It was Disney that brought in the traffic and all that kind of stuff, like the tourism to Anaheim in that specific area. And there was one day in the park where Walt saw a cowboy, a cast member dressed as a cowboy, walking through Tomorrowland to get backstage, so he could like end his shift, go on his break or whatever. And he was like, the next park that we open is not going to have that. Like, we're going to have more access to backstage, and we're going to have tunnels under, so then people can so people don't see this, because it breaks the illusion, it breaks the magic, it breaks the magic, as he said, paraphrasing of course. But then when Disney World was open, like Disney World was being built, the Magic Kingdom is, I want to say, 6 or 8 feet off the ground, like from like ground level. So it's built on these tunnels that run all the way through, like the whole of the Magic Kingdom, and every backstage like access gives them access to the utilidors, so then they can go down, put the costumes away, get changed, and there's stuff under there, like these cafeterias for the cast members. There's these toilets, there's storage for their stuff. There's all sorts. There's enough. It's wide enough to have like go-karts, like golf carts going down to and from one side of the park to the other. So then, like, if Mickey needs to be on the other side, if Mickey needs to be on the other side of the park, then he could just jet down and just get down there as quick as he can. It's just impressive, it really is. But those utilidors are like the hub for everything in the Magic Kingdom. Like, the trash cans have like a vacuum that sucks down into recyclable trash cans and things like that, and it's just impressive. It really, really is how innovative it was, and even still is to this day. Like, it's impressive. Like, I've never seen any other park do this kind of thing, and it's impressive, man. It really is. It's
you keep taunting me, okay? Because like, you had to say cowboy.
Yeah.
All that stuff. Now, that's the one thing that I've always been curious about. Was Westworld inspired by Disney World? And like, everything you just said right there, and then saying cowboy, made me think Westworld.
Oh yeah. I mean,
like, there's just too many coincidences, is all I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it had to have been inspired off of Disney World, because like freaking there's just so many things about Disney World when you look at it, like the underground tunnels.
Yeah.
And that's how they did it in Westworld. They had the robots, which had, instead of like in Disney World, they got actual actors and stuff, and then they got some forms of robotics, but these were like robotics. Robots.
Yeah.
And they controlled all of that underground in these tunnels. So it's completely amazing how much Walt Disney influenced culture. You know what I mean?
100%. 100%. Like, even to this day, like, we were talking about this, I think it was with Jason, Jeff and Steve on their channel, but we were saying, like, if Disney hadn't worked out and Mickey hadn't worked out, we wouldn't have had animation. We wouldn't have had, like, cartoon films. We wouldn't have had animated films. We wouldn't have had We wouldn't have had the parks. We wouldn't have had an icon as big as Mickey Mouse that children know from, even if they don't watch, the newest movies and everything like that, they're still going to know who Mickey Mouse is. They're still going to know who Elsa is and all that kind of stuff, and those big icons of Disney. And it's impressive to think of a world where it makes me curious, what would have happened if it didn't work out, what would have done. But like you say, Disney have inspired so many things and so many people to create their own, interpretations of it and their own kind of dystopian. Like you say, Westworld is a perfect example because, the way that they incorporated those kind of ideas and all those kind of inspiration from the Disney parks and made it their own, it is impressive. And another one as well that comes to mind, and it is the first Shrek movie. That is clearly a rip-off of Disneyland, in what they call Farquaad Lands. But that's a complete rip-off. The little box where they're singing a mixtape of It's a Small World. Classic. Yeah. Absolute classic. But
that's Shrek for you though.
Oh yeah.
And then that's their hallmark. If you pay attention to the show, they're constantly ripping off ideas from different. It's weird how they do that, but I get where you. I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah,
I picked up on that.
But yeah, it's crazy to think, it's insane. But yeah, it's cool to think. It's cool to know that Disney has inspired so many people and it's loved by everyone. And people are finding something, even if you're not the biggest Disney fan, you can always appreciate something that they've done in the past, and that they're doing today.
Well, even if you aren't a Disney fan, you were inspired by it because, what you said about the underground tunnels, I'm sure Mr. Robot is going to be reassured and feeling a lot better now from what you said.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because we both know Mr. Robot, and he's Mr. Conspiracy Theories.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's I hear so much stuff about Disney World, and most of it isn't really the positive stuff. It's always the conspiracy theories and stuff of that nature. So it's whenever he actually heard a lot of the stuff that you've talked to him about, it was pretty reassuring for him. I think he really appreciates it a lot more than what he used to.
Yeah, no, and then that's what we want. We want to get the message out. There's a lot of conspiracy theories about Disney and all that kind of stuff, and there's always going to be because it's so massive. No one knows the full story.
And don't get me wrong either. With Westworld, I know there was a lot of graphic violence and stuff like that in the '70s version and stuff, and that's not. I'm talking about the actual concept.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I don't think the actual movie was all inspired by Disney.
Oh no. I mean, it took inspiration of most definitely from it. I mean, if you're doing something like that, it wouldn't be right not to
Right.
I feel it because it's so massive and it's so popular. It's hard not to take inspiration from something like that and make it your own in a way. You can some of the best people in the world copy, and it's kind of it shows because it's always going to be someone before you who's done it, but you're going to make it better in a way.
Well, you have to also think too, with what you've said to me about how they've gotten robotics for it and everything like that. I mean, it's kind of, there's no way that it wouldn't have been thought of. Somebody say, hey, hold up a minute, you know.
Oh, yeah.
We we need to make a movie about this. What would happen if, say, they put robots in to take the place of humans and the robots just freak out, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it would make sense that somebody would come up with that concept.
Oh yeah, definitely. And that's probably come from, if obviously if they did take inspiration from Disney and all that kind of stuff, it would have come from the audio animatronics. It'd be like, what would happen if they became sentient and they became real people? They weren't, they weren't just following a script and they were, they wanted to get revenge or whatever. But like, I mean, you've always got to think of like the kind of stuff that like there's going to be inspiration from it, and it's definitely there with in terms of like Westworld and stuff like it's definitely there. But like, because I feel like Disney was so innovative and so off the cusp with like all like the new technology they've created, and they specifically made technology for a specific ride, like the Star Tours, for example, was a pilot flight simulator that they modded. The Indiana Jones ride in California was a Jeep that they added extra suspension to for hydraulics and all that kind of stuff. It's, they're taking something, they're making it better, and it's if you got to take inspiration from that. If that's something, you're going to take the inspiration from the best thing that or the thing that is doing well, and you're going to be like, yes, I'm going to put my own twist on this, and this is definitely going to be what I want it to. This is my telling of it. What would happen if, it's always there.
And Disney, to be honest, is like the freaking huge testing ground. You know what I mean?
100%.
Really,
100%.
It really is, because like, okay, well, like with NASA. Okay, now a lot of people don't realize that WD-40 came from NASA. M&Ms came from NASA.
Oh.
Duct tape came from NASA.
Well,
well, if that happened in NASA, well, of course, all these new things that are cropping up in technology would come out of Walt Disney.
Yeah.
I mean, because like you said, they were innovators.
Yeah, absolutely, and they still are to this day. Like the newest ride they're working on, the Tiana's Bayou Adventure, the animatronics for that look beautiful. They really do. They're marking them as, I think this is the Mark IV animatronics. So it's like the fourth generation of animatronics that they've worked on, and they just look so good. They just look amazing. They really do. It's just impressive to see that even still, like, how many other years, like almost 70 years down the line that they've been doing this, they're still pushing the boundaries of like technology and be like, yes, we're still the top of our game and stuff like that. They've had a few flops over the years, like who doesn't, but I feel like they've had those flops, and I feel like they're going to come out on top even stronger with what they've got planned. We're waiting for D23. It's going to be in the next couple of months, and we're hoping for some massive announcements for like, this is what's happening. This is what you're going to get. This is going to be like insanely good for the parks. It's going to be insanely good for the community and getting that flow back into what people want to see in the parks and stuff like that. And I hope it brings some fantastic, new, exciting ideas.
Now, can I ask you something?
Of course you can.
What are the plans with Avatar?
For California?
Yeah. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, so, I mean,
I know it's not Florida, but
no, I mean it's hard to say. So with Disneyland, they are planning a new third gate called Disneyland Forward. They've been trying to get the planning permission for the past few months, I believe, and it's meant to be a third gate. Now, the wondering on where to put it. There's been speculations on where they're going to put it. They're either going to put it in Disneyland, on the opposite side of, I think Galaxy's Edge. I think they said, so like Galaxy's Edge is one side, and then they want to put. I think they want to put the Pandora on the other side. But again, it's either going to be in the Disneyland itself or in this Disneyland Forward that they're planning, which isn't going to be for another good few years. There's also speculation of what it's actually going to be. Like, they don't know whether Bob Iger's been set as going over it, saying it's an experience or it's a land. We're set to believe it's going to be an experience, which is more like a smaller, more compact land compared to what they've got at the Animal Kingdom, with that kind of stuff. But again, it depends on the land. It depends on what they're planning to do with it. And I think they've got a couple of. I think they've got a ride planned. More like the Navi River Journey, which is like a boat ride. But I don't know whether they've got that set in stone. I don't know what it's up in the air at the minute of what's going to be happening with it. But we've heard it's going to be an experience rather than a land. But again, that could change with the plans and everything like that.
Yeah. That's one thing that have always been curious about, because I know they've been talking about it for years now.
Yeah, honestly, it's been about 5 years. They brought it up. When was it? Was it the last D23 or was it the one before? I want to say it was the one before. I think it's been a good few years. I think it was 2020. They brought it up. They was like, yes, we're gonna. Not 2020. Was it 2021? Yeah, 2021, I think. It was like, yes, we're gonna bring Avatar to the West Coast. It's like, okay, when? Like,
well, I mean, what they've done so far is pretty cool. You know, I don't know how they're going to be able to put it in Los Angeles, to be honest, because I was down in Orange County,
yeah,
for a while in my past life, you know. And I've seen what that park is. I mean, it's not as big as what everybody thinks it is, you know.
Oh no, it's tiny, and the reason why, and this is the big difference between Disney World and Disneyland that people don't understand. Disney World is for the tourists. That is what it was made for. It was made for people to access from, you know, like that is the place to go. You've got 4 parks, you got 2 water parks, you've got an up-teen amount of stuff to do on site. There's no reason for you ever to leave Disney World. Like, that was the whole when Michael Eisner was in charge back in, like, before he resigned in 2005, that was his goal. He was like, we're going to make hotels, we're going to make nightlife, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And that's what drove out the businesses on the route going into Disney. It just drove out all of the custom of like the business, everything like that, because everything was in Disney. If people go into Disney, they're going to Florida, they're going to Disney, they're going to Universal. They don't need to go anywhere else because they have everything they need. The difference between Disneyland is it's for the residents of California, it's for the residents of Anaheim, it's for the local, you know, it's smaller, but there's actually more to do in Anaheim than there is in Magic Kingdom Disney World. There's more rides in Disneyland, and it's because they use the space more creatively because they have to. Like New Orleans Square, where Tiana's Bayou is going, at Disneyland, is the smallest area in that park, and it has two of the best rides in Disneyland. It has Pirate. In fact, no, it has three. It's got Pirates, Haunted Mansion, and it's going to have Tiana's Bayou Adventure, because that's where Splash was. It was on like the back end. So it's going to have... It had three of the biggest rides in Disney history in, I think... What was it? 60 square feet? 60 square foot? Something like that. It's very, very small. Very, very small. But because the way they worked it, none of the rides were actually in Disneyland. It was all behind, like in a show building. It was technically like you weren't actually in the park at that point. Hence why the Pirates of the Caribbean at Disneyland has two drops, because you go down. One drop is to take you under the railroad, in the front of the park, and then the second drop is to take you backstage to go into the show building. The only thing in the actual like ride of like what you see like in the park is the restaurant, the Blue Bayou restaurant. That's the only thing that's in the actual building that you enter in. The rest of it is in a show building behind. It's impressive.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's impressive how they use that land so creatively. But with Disney World, they don't have to, because they've got the land. In Disney World, they've only used 10% of the land that they own for everything that they've built so far. The amount of land that Walt and Roy bought before Walt passed was, I think, accrued up. I think in today's money was like probably just short of like 1.5 billion or something like that. Like in today's money. Dang. But they bought it on the cheap because they didn't use their real names. They were using like fake proprietors. They were using like fake contracts and things like that, because if they got air that Walt and Roy Disney were trying to buy land in Florida, they would have jacked up the price.
Yeah.
So when they use fake names, and then they landed down, it's like, right, this it was us. We did it. Huh, we bamboozled you. It was like, shit. We've just give Walt and Roy Disney fucking 900 hectares of land for like just short of 500k.
They didn't know what to do. That's probably why Florida gives them such a hard time to this day.
Yep. Exactly.
I'd almost guarantee you that's what it is, because in Florida, they do not like losing money.
No, absolutely not.
They do not like it.
No. And it was that was a big debate over the between a while ago. I don't know if I think it's stopped now, but a while ago it was like a hot topic. It was Bob Iger, the current CEO, and Rob DeSantis, like the governor of Florida, was like they were fighting. They were like, "I'm going to take you to court," blah blah blah, for because they were saying, because of the sheer size of Disney, like Disney World is like the size of San Francisco in California, and they were saying like, no, we own this land, like you don't own it. And it was like, no, but you still need to pay like taxes and things like that. I think it was something to do with taxes and like government fees and stuff like that to keep it running. It was like, then Disney were like, no, because we own the land. We've owned the land for 50 years. We don't need to pay anything back. Like, you've not owned this land for over 5 decades. Like, this it doesn't count anymore. Like, we've paid our debt. Like, it's ours. Like,
yeah. Yeah, see, I didn't know the whole story behind that. I remember hearing that. Well, not a lot
That's
of
the
it.
whole
But some of
story. I believe
So-
there's something to do like that, but yeah, it's crazy.
And see, with that too, you also have to, and I hate bringing it up, but it really does have to do with politics because
100%.
Disney World is really progressive.
Mhm.
The liberal progressive movement that's going on here in the United States, they're a big part of it.
Yeah.
And surprisingly enough, Florida isn't. Well, it's split down the middle. It's really a fine line with it between progressive and conservative. So,
Oh yeah.
but
Yeah.
right at the moment, conservatives are the ones in charge.
Yeah.
So they want to get their. It would, you could consider it as a political attack.
Oh, I mean, 100%. I mean, they did what was it, a couple of years ago? They passed the "Don't Say Gay" law, I believe, in Florida. Where the LGBTQ plus community, then like people like children in schools are not allowed to learn about that. They're not allowed to talk about the words. They're not allowed to say the word "gay" in Florida, in schools and things like that. So Disney went hard with the Pride in June, because June's Pride Month, and it was like, take that. If you want to be loud and proud, do it here. Like, we don't care. I mean, I don't know. It's all politics at the end of the day.
Yeah,
in terms of like the higher ups and the suits, and it's just, it's not.
It's really sad though. You know what I mean? That a place that has such a huge history is drug into that kind of a situation. And it'd be nice not to say something. I guess it's best to be honest about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
absolutely.
I'm not one of those people that get drawn into that stuff. I actually have people that want to try to force me into it, and I was like, well, if it was in proper context,
yeah,
and it had actual credibility historically in the conversation, then maybe I would get involved with it. But I don't want to have anything to do with that kind of stuff if it's going to be just negative crosstalk where people are insulting one another, So
no, that's it. It doesn't do anything.
Right, it doesn't help.
No, it doesn't help.
It doesn't help.
Makes the situation worse, and then it just gets messy in hindsight.
What do they call it? Degenerate.
Degenerate, yeah.
Yeah.
Literally.
So,
but yeah, that's it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Politics is just. That's why I don't follow it. I don't follow politics anywhere I go unless it actually affects me, and most of the time it doesn't. So, what's
the coolest thing that I heard so far from you and all your friends is frickin' the butterbeer getting stuck in what's her face's nose, dude. And I don't think she ever said though. Did she have to frickin' pick her nose to pull it out, or?
No. I don't know, man. I don't think so. I think it's more so. It's just because she probably just inhaled it and just snorted.
Oh my god, that's horrible. That's worse than frickin' picking your nose. I mean,
yeah, that's
like the way she described it. I was like, and that's like gonna be my picture every time, because I'm gonna think I never even knew that they had butterbeer, much less when you drink it, freaking butter builds up in your nostrils. That's just horrible.
Yeah, I mean it's a very acquired taste. It's like it's not for everyone unless you like very sweet things. It's not it's very sweet. It's cream soda, but it's like very sweetened with like a hint of butterscotch, and it's nice, but it's not all the time. Definitely not all the time drink. It's not the best for you.
Okay. Just remember, if you guys do another food episode, I need to freaking know, because I want to listen. I love hearing those two talk about freaking food, man.
Yeah.
It just amazed me. I was in a trance the whole time they were talking. So
I know Disney food, man. It's just so good. It's I can't wait to actually like get some, 100%. But yeah, we've been going for about an hour and a half now, so I think it's a good time to say thank you very much for watching. Thank you so much for joining me, Roger. It's been amazing having you here. It's been a great episode. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Have you had a good time? Oh no.
I'm still here. It's just.
Oh. I thought you just sped. I was like, what? I thought Discord broke. But I honestly thought it broke. I was like, what the hell's happened? I was checking my internet. I was like, nope, it's still there. But yeah, no, it's been an amazing time. We've talked all things architecture. We've dug in some history. We've taught politics. We've covered it all. There's something for everyone here in this episode, I think. And that's just what you get with Roger. You just don't know where the conversation goes.
we even added in a little bit of porn too, so.
Exactly.
You want to hear a joke? No, don't. I'm not telling another joke.
Last time I told you. Sounded like the joke then. Do you want to know how I got these scars?
You remember the last joke I told you, don't you? About my cousin? Yeah, you don't. I don't need to be telling those jokes.
No. That's defo not for this podcast. Like.
And just so you know, man, I love you to death. Okay, so anytime you want me on your show, you just say the word, man. I like freaking you're a legend in my book. So
same to you, man. Same to you. Just solid mate, 100%. Just a solid all round dude, 100%. And yeah, it's been awesome to have you on here, man. It really has. I'm so glad you decided to come on and everything and agreed and whatnot, and go check Roger out. Go and check him out. He's on every corner of the internet, so I'll put all of his links down below in the description, or whichever ones he wants to send me. Be sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe here so you don't miss an episode. Turn that notification bell on. We're going to be starting actually, this episode comes out in May. So, this month we're starting a new series. So, very excited for that. Super looking forward to what you think about that. I'm super excited about it. And yeah, we're going to have a grand old time. We're going to have a super time. And I can't wait to share more episodes with you and all that kind of stuff. 25 episodes in, we're almost there. This podcast is almost as old as me. It's crazy. But yeah, thank you so much for joining me here today, guys. And be sure to go send Roger some love. Be sure to go check him out. He's got something for everyone, and he's just an awesome guy. He really is. And yeah, thank you so much, and we will catch you all in the next one. Till then, much love. Have a magical day.
Okay, so before I get started, I'm wanting to do a sound check, make sure everything is up and running. Okay, everything sounds good on YouTube. Everything sounds good on Odyssey. Everything sounds good on Odyssey. Everything sounds good on Rumble. And now I have to turn Twitch on. Or, yeah, turn Twitch on. There you go. Okay, so we got Twitch up and running. Twitch on. There you go. Now, we have to turn image on, and window capture. Alright, yeah, so we have Twitch up and running now. Alright, and this is not necessarily about gaming for everybody that's on Twitch. This is my talk show that I usually do. It's called Live with Roger Hanson. I haven't done it in a while, but it is something that I've been wanting to get back to for a while. I've had a lot of other projects that I've been working on, so be patient with me, and I hope you guys enjoy. Now I am starting up tonight on X Pro, and I have actually started using their new here, let me get I've been using their new thing called not communities, but it's their new their spaces, X spaces, that's what it's called. So I'm going to be starting one up here right now, and this one is going to be called Live with Roger Hanson. And I am going to start it now. Now I believe that I have it set up and ready to go. I'm gonna test out the audio, and hopefully it sounds good. Maybe I can. Actually, I messed it up. I need to record. So with actually, I am recording. What am I talking about? I am doing my my stream on live stream or on YouTube, Odyssey, Rumble, Twitch, and on X. I'm doing my I'm gonna have to get used to this shit. My space, my new spaces. That's what it's called. So if you guys want to join me there, you are more than welcome to. I am also on a Skype, so if you guys want to come in and join me, you can go through Skype. I am on Live with Roger Hanson there as well, so feel free to come in and join me if you want to. So what happened is I decided to get on X Premium and give it a shot. Now, the reason why I did that was because I recently had some bad things happening with me when it comes to Minds.com. I was being monetized on there, and they proceeded to shut off all funds. So that caused me to have to look elsewhere in order to get my content out and be able to get paid for it, basically. So I did some searching around. I wanted to. This all happened back in, I believe, October. I believe it was around October, and I was wanting to try to find other areas to where I could earn from besides streaming, to be honest with you. And it paid off here and there. I had a couple people that wanted some CGI that I did for them, but other than that, I didn't find any other solutions to try to make a little bit of cash on this. So I kept doing my live streams, and I started doing like podcasts and live stream, however you want to call it, back in August, whenever mine's finally went live stream. They not only have recording, but now they have live stream as well. So I got excited about that, and I decided that I needed to do something. So me and a couple of friends of mine, Mark Edworthy and Tan Hai Tran with Karma Love, all started talking, and we said, why don't we just do some podcasts and some live streams, So, and that's how it started. Well, shortly after, that's when the monetization on Minds.com stopped. So I decided to do what I said, go look for other avenues when it comes to getting money, and I couldn't find any, basically, to tell you the truth. Now, Rumble is pretty cool. I went on Rumble, and they started monetizing me straight off. So all of us, I mean, right from the get-go, it was pretty good. They actually gave me monetization right from the get-go, and I can pull up stats and earnings. This is from Rumble. I have started all the way back in October, I believe, October the 21st, and I've got $1.37, which really isn't all that great, considering they're probably going to want $100 before they're willing to cash out. I don't really know much about all that stuff, but what I can tell you is that I actually am glad that at least it's got a payout, you know what I mean? Now, to be honest with you, this is the first night that I actually have done another live with Roger Hanson. It's been a while. I started breaking off and doing other topics and other subjects, which I'm not upset about. I really do like it. In the process, during this whole time, I started working with musicians when it come to getting their music out. I was lucky enough to meet a friend of mine called Austin Todd. He's a musician, and he also helps me out on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, which, by the way, I partnered up with Old John, or John Clark, whichever name he goes by that anybody's familiar with, and I became a partner in the Wonderful World of Weirdness on YouTube. So that was another thing that happened. So now I'm working with Austin Todd with music, also with John when it comes to music, and with another person that goes by Within the Vacuum. Besides doing the music thing, I'm gathering up people's music that they're willing to volunteer for Operation Secret Santa. That's done through Jeffy Ryder from World Pirate Radio Network, and I've been collecting that up and getting it ready for January. So we have a pretty good lineup of things that are getting ready to take place on that front. So that's the music part that I was going through and doing this year. So I ended up getting that started. Now, besides that, what I also have done is, like I said, I ended up going in on a partnership with Wonderful World of Weirdness, which is pretty cool. It was actually pretty good. We got Summer Todd started up on her own show. It's called Summer Todd's Mystery Show, which was doing good. We took a break from it until October, but that was her show where I was on there basically being the cameraman and Austin was the co-host, and we all worked together on mystery stuff, you know what I mean? Besides that, I had Bob Dub on with me from Minds.com, and we did conversations concerning duality and things of that nature. So I was able to get that going on. Not only did I end up networking with Bob Dub and Summer Todd, but I was also able to do a lot of content that I really wanted to do. I've been wanting to do it for years and years, but I never had a chance to really get it started off and get other people's takes. I was able to talk about the Shakespeare question. That's a big deal that I had going on that I really wanted to do. I did that with Bob Dub. I also did it with Otto Excelsior. He's on Minds.com as well. And we talked about the Shakespeare theory, or the Shakespeare question. We also went into the Tudor theory, which is actually a pretty interesting topic. It's about if you think that Shakespeare existed or if he was actually a pen name. There's also the Tudor theory, which suggests that a few people could have been the rightful or the son of Queen Victoria during that time period, and Sir Francis Bacon was one of them. That's that's basically what it's about. You have a few other people. Now, after that, we have there we go. Yeah, Dave Kelso is on Twitter, and he says that he's coming out with an episode. It's called Paradigm Shift. It's an educational comedy. Now, if you guys like him, you can check him out. He's on Skype. That's a pretty good thing to check out. And he's posting on Skype left and right. So if you guys want to come on to my Skype, you can see his notification and go to it, or you can come in and join me and we can have a conversation. Now, like I was saying, I was actually doing the topic about Shakespeare, and it got pretty good. It started bringing up topics that I was having before on my channel, Strange Stories, where I was discussing Saint Germain and things of that. It's old stories from the Middle Ages, the Age of Enlightenment, and stuff of that nature, which I thought was pretty cool. So I did enjoy that, and I did that with Bob Dub, and I also did it with Auto Excelsior, so that was pretty cool. Now, besides that, with Duality, I was able to talk with, Rush of Waves. He's another guy on mine that's pretty cool. He's an interesting person. Now Duality was kind of interesting as well, because whenever I did Duality, I actually learned about a lot more than what I'd known previously about it. I learned about duality, then I learned about the feminine and the male aspects and how they relate to everything in nature, you know. I personally believe that people have got dualities, and the male or the feminine and the male aspects all screwed up. Like, they have no clue what the heck is going on there, because it relates to all of nature, you know, stuff like that. And not only nature, but silence and buoyancy, things of that nature. And then, like, I actually wanted to start a series and maybe call it frickin' bumblebees and what was it? No, hummingbirds and bumblebees, maybe something like that, you know, because that's something that I think would be pretty cool. Now, I also want to say too that through this whole journey, I was checking out or trying to find a person that I used to network on Minds with, called Minds Gaming, and it took me the longest time to figure out how to find him and maybe get him on the show and do an interview. Well, as time went on and I started networking with Bob Dub, I actually ended up finding out how to get in contact with him, and when I did, it was pretty cool, because we started doing we did an interview. That was good. And Minds Gaming is pretty interesting because he has Minds Underground, but as well as that, he's been doing projects with Glitch, where he's been doing like a VR chat room. And besides that, he's also creating his own cryptocurrency, which I thought was pretty cool. So that's why I have my own cryptocurrency, because I did it through him on MintMe. If you guys want to help me out in any way when it comes to the wonderful world of weirdness, you can go in and check out my videos that I've been posting on X for the WoW token, for WoW, WWOW. That's all of the content that I've been streaming, and more is coming, so you can check that out. I'm just basically on here right now, kind of giving everybody a rundown on what's been happening with me on my shows and where I'm at now. Like I said, Live with Roger Hanson is coming back. Now tonight I decided that I was going to go ahead and do this video, but it's not going to be every Monday or Sunday night. I will make it regularly once every week, but I guarantee it's not going to be Sunday night. I'm thinking I'll do a late night on Friday maybe, and get something like that going on, and we can go from there, you know. So that is kind of where I'm at when it comes to that kind of stuff. So I am in the middle of trying to figure out where I'm at when it comes to my shows, because I'm on break with all of them, but at the same time I just got contacted with somebody that I had previously been working with from Wonderful World of Weirdness, called Michael Paul. Now, I had some pretty good interviews, or I had a pretty good interview with him, and I was able to do some shows with him on Wonderful World of Weirdness with John, and I liked what he had to say. So there's a good chance that I might be setting something up to where we could be doing some stuff on the Wonderful World of Weirdness. If you guys are interested in that, check out Wow Talk. That is where I'll be doing my live feeds for the Wonderful World of Weirdness. I'm also uploading all the time on there, so it's got some good stuff on it. Right now I'm going through Ancient Mysteries. I'm also doing strange stories and conspiracies, and it's pretty good. And that, plus I'm editing and uploading Wow Talk as well. And I think that if you guys are into that kind of stuff, I think you would like it. Here before long, I'll be continuing on another series that I'm doing called Everything About Aliens. So far we've been talking about the Naga and the Agarshans, as well as Shambhala and stuff of that nature. And on Wow Talk, I've actually got stuff that's going to be coming up with the uploads. It'll be discussing a lot of things going from the Sumerians all the way up to up to Hindu beliefs, and then into ancient Indian beliefs concerning the Thunderbird, things of that nature. So it's got some good stuff going on there. And basically that's what I've been doing on the Wonderful World of Weirdness. I do want to continue on some other topics. I want to dive deeper into the esoterics. That's something that I really do enjoy doing, so I am getting ready to do that and have things ready. So if you guys are interested in maybe coming on and wanting to be a part of that, you are more than welcome to. Wow Talk is on Jitsi. No, not Jitsi. Well, Jitsi if I do it, but it's on Skype as well as Discord. Wonderful World of Weirdness is on Discord. And you guys can go check that stuff out. So now that I've gotten it out of the way and I started finished talking about Wow Talk, I'd also like to remind everybody that I am on X right now in the freaking groups or whatever the heck it's called. So if you want to come in and join me, you can. You're more than welcome. It's pretty good. So far from what I can see, it's pretty good. And I could have actually had the option of recording on there too, but I didn't record or anything, so I am just on there playing. But just so you guys know, it is being recorded through OBS or live streamed actually. So we will have this on YouTube, Odyssey, Rumble, and Twitch, as well as having this set up on X as well. And I will be able to I'll get better acquainted with these words as I go. It's really strange how this is. So I am, by the way, doing some edits right now, or some uploads, which will be scheduled for Rumble, or no, for X. It's got to be edited or uploaded and then scheduled. These are going to be coming out every morning at 5 a.m. Chicago time, which is Central Standard Time. And I've learned that that's actually a good time to post, because I have people who are in England, people who are in New Zealand. I even know some people in Korea, different areas of the world, and it just seems that 5 a.m. in the morning, my time, seems to be a better time than my time. So I am currently uploading games from or interviews that I did with Rapid Glitch. I did 2 episodes with Summer Todd's mystery show, and it's gonna be ready to go, and I will have them going. So these are interviews that I did with Rapid on Home Away from YouTube, which is my content. So it's alright, don't worry about it. I'm not using anybody else's content. Rapid is a guy that, if you guys are on here and you're listening and you're into retro gaming, this is the guy that you need to talk to. He's not just into playing retro games, but he's also into game challenges, and he's really, really good at doing it. So that's something that, if you guys are interested in, you should probably check out. He's pretty good at this stuff. So I think my stuff is still playing. Let me double check. There we go. Yeah, I had to check up, make sure everything is where it's supposed to be. Now we are doing great so far. It just annoys me how I have that window capture on there, so that may have to just go ahead and come off there. I really don't enjoy seeing that happening while I'm playing this or doing this stuff. So Rapid Glitch, though, like I said, he's got some good challenges that he does on there. You can find him on Twitch. You can also find him on Discord and YouTube. His channel is Nostalgic Gaming Retro, and if you guys want to be a part of his team Retro, he would be more than happy to have you on there. Right now, I just finished up a game that I was doing with him called everybody should know it if you're into gaming. It's Elder Scrolls Arena, and I'm gonna tell you something right now, that is a wild freaking game. Alright, I've gotten through 8 episodes of this game, and it is insane. I actually went through and I caught a part of it or an area where a lot of streamers thought the game was broke, but in reality it wasn't. So I was able to get it on video. That is going to be coming out pretty soon, so if you guys want to check that out, feel free to. And like I said, this is all on Nostalgia Gaming Retro. Now, we have been having plans with another guy by the name of, he goes by, on YouTube, he goes by Disney Magic Zach. He's the guy who's in charge of Home Away from YouTube on YouTube, Rumble, and also on Discord. Now, we've been working on a project with Pokemon Gold with a guy by the name of Matt. It's a team challenge against two on two. That's been working on right now, but there's also something that's in the process of being done where we are going to start doing live streams with one another, not playing retro, but it's going to be like games that are up to date and everything. And I really don't care if it's a spoiler or not, but I am going to go ahead and tell you that we will be playing Quake. Now, right now on my channel, I'm doing Doom on live stream, so I remember the original Doom, and now that I'm playing the new one, it's completely mind-blowing. I actually do enjoy it, and that is something else. So if that one is that good, so I can imagine how good Quake's going to be. It's got to be good. I've got a couple of other friends on Minds Chat who I know is going to want to do some PvP as well. So I'm real happy that I was able to get these games. Maybe we can get together and do it and play these games together. Now, I'd also like to do a shout out to Disney Magic Zach. He's somebody that I actually did some side work on for Disney. When I was telling you I was working on some CGI, I actually was pretty happy with doing that because I was able to do a model of Cinderella Castle. Now I'm going to tell you something that blew me out of the water. I couldn't believe how cool it was to freaking do something like that until I actually did it. That castle is extraordinary. That's all I can say. It's just completely extraordinary. I had to take a ground level view with a picture, and then I put another picture back behind where I wanted the model to be so that I could use it as reference photos in order to try to get it as close to size as what I could. And just some of the things that goes into the dimensions when it comes to that castle are just completely amazing. If you guys ever want to hear about that, you can find the interviews that I did with Zach on his channel, Disney Magic Zach, and he's got some good stuff on there if you're interested in Walt Disney World. So these are some of the things that I've been able to do in the last year, when it comes to streaming, and I really have enjoyed it. It's been pretty cool, to be honest with you. I've enjoyed it thoroughly. I think it's a good deal, and not only that, but I've learned so much more from doing this stuff. So I think that it's something that I needed to do, because before I was just into video gaming. And, don't get me wrong, I've got like 5 other channels with 5 different topics and stuff of that nature. But I never, or I did try it at one point to live stream, but to be honest with you, I didn't have the computer that could handle it at the time, and the streams turned out pretty horrible. They're on some of my YouTube channels that I have, if you want to go back and look at the older ones. But it took until this last year before I actually had the equipment that I needed to where I could do a decent, live streams with interviews and podcasts and stuff of that nature. And doing this has really taught me a lot. It's taught me about myself and about other people. It's also taught me how to work my equipment better, like with OBS. I've got to admit, I was a lot better than what I thought I was, and I didn't know that until now. Like, I've been checking out how people do their streams, and to be honest with you, I think if it wasn't for video gaming, I would have never become as good at doing this stuff as what I have become. So for me, that's a big plus. I think that's one of the big advantages that I have over a lot of the podcasters out there, because the majority of people who do podcasts, they get on like Skype and they hit record on Skype, or they'll do it on Jitsi, they'll hit record, and they don't have to have OBS or XSplit or any kind of encoder. They can just go on there and do that, and that's fine if that's what you want to do. But for me personally, I learned more by taking this route, and even when it comes to that stuff, I didn't really know too much about all that until this year, when I started actually live streaming and having interviews and round tables with other people. I knew there was issues with audio that I'd have to deal with, and I dealt with that too. So I was really happy about that. It's coming up on 1 year of me doing my live streams, and so far it's been an interesting ride. I had been doing Old Man Talking with John Clark on WoW Talk and on my regular channel. I thought that was pretty good. That came to an end in January. I don't know for sure if we're ever going to bring that back. I think we were both pretty much done with it, like it just seemed awkward as shit, So, and I was doing live with Roger Hanson, that's what I'm doing now, as well. I'm starting this up because it's coming to the middle of the year, and that's when I plan to get back to doing live with Roger Hanson. And the reason why I want to do live with Roger Hanson is because I'm wanting to brand my name. I go by Infamous OG 1973. That's my gamer name, but I don't want to brand just my gamer name. I want people to know my name too, which is Roger Hanson. So I've started this. I started this show just for that, so that it could be live with Roger Hanson. I've done other projects. Mine's Roundtable Weekend event. I did that with Tanhai Tran and Mark Edworthy, as well as Karma Love, and we would have people come on and we would just hang out and have a good time. We just finished the second season for that one, and that was pretty good. And after that, we also did Tech Talk. Well, Tech Talk, it's pretty cool. It's one that I have on a channel that I've got on YouTube called Working with Audio and Video. And then we also have Tech Talk available on Rumble as well as on Odyssey. And plus I have another show which that Tech Talk is with me, Tanhai Tran, and Mark Edworthy, and we're all pretty much, or we're all on minds.com if you guys want to check us out. Now, another one that I started up that was pretty cool was Roger's Real-Time Talk Show event. Now, this one is one me and Mark Edworthy did together, and that is turning out to be pretty interesting. We've had some pretty good guests. It was me and Mark Edworthy in the first season, which was in the late months of last year, and then we started season 2 in the early season, or in the early part of the year for season 2. So now we're taking a break after 2 more episodes, I believe. And Roger's Real-Time Talk Show event has been interesting because in the first season we started talking about politics, but we're not talking like the bad stuff. Like, this has absolutely nothing to do with bad-mouthing Donald Trump or bad-mouthing Joe Biden or any of this garbage politics that they've been pushing out. This has to do with historical politics, political history, and it also has to do with serious issues that are taking place in today's world. We first started the first season out with talking about the Constitution of the United States, and then talking about the laws in Congress and things of that nature. Then this year, what I did is we did a twist. We did everything concerning England's politics. Started talking about the Parliament, the lower, you know what I'm saying. We're talking. Well, first we started talking about socialism in England and the Labour Party, and then we moved on to the Conservatives, and we started talking about the Tories and the Whigs, and now we started getting involved with the liberal, or I should say the classical liberals. That would be like libertarians here in the United States, and not even libertarians, to be honest. We're going to be discussing John Locke, and we'll also be discussing the formation of what we now call freaking constitutional government, basically, and how John Locke inspired it, and how John Locke was also the ones who inspired the founding fathers of the United States when they wrote the Constitution, and just really good stuff. Here in that topic, I've been going through and I've been learning more things about history that I just overlooked, or I just was not aware of. Like we're talking about radicals, the radicalism that was taking place in England, and it was also in France. And today, radicalism, I'm finding out, is what was pretty much, it's pretty much what today we would call the woke. It's also progressives. It's the Democrats and stuff like that. And it's really interesting how it works out, because like you had the liberals, who the classic liberals were people who believed in constitutional government, and they believed in small government, stuff of that nature, which today it's not the same type of liberal. But then you had a left flanking group called the radicals, who believed in some of the concepts of what the liberals believed in, but they didn't believe in small government. They believed in reform, and they believed in stuff of that nature. So, as a matter of fact, we're going to be going into that on Tuesday. So if you guys want to check that out, you can check that out on my channel on the Praetorian on YouTube, and then it'll be on Odyssey, and it'll be on Rumble as well. So you guys can check that out. And after I'm done here, I will go through and see how the sound came out on Twitch, and if this is actually something that's pretty cool or not. And I will get back to you on that one. Now, I believe that I've covered quite a bit there, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Yeah, now, another thing that I do want to mention is in my talking points. I do have a lot of my talking points that are available. If anybody wants to get copies of them, I can send them to you. They're just texts, things of that nature. Like I said, I have some stuff concerning duality. I've also been doing like even campfire stories for WoW, the Wonderful World of Weirdness, so that should be good. Everything about aliens, that's still on hold. If things don't work out with my buddy Mr. Robot and Austin getting back into it and doing it, then I'm going to go ahead and forge forward on my own and get some of that stuff going. Now with Mr. Robot, I want to give everybody heads up. I want to give credit to him, as well as Minds Gaming and Satori D on Minds.com. All of them are on Minds.com for helping me out with the pics that I got for my slideshows. They're amazing. These guys are into AI, and they have some AI art that they helped me out with, so I went on Blender and I made my own slideshows with them. But I wanted to say, do a shout out to them on that, and tell them, and say thank you for that. These are pretty good slideshows too, so I've really gotta commend them on that. Everything turned out pretty good, and this is my first episode for Live with the Roger Hanson. I do hope you guys enjoyed it. I am setting up this stream right here on Twitch so that I can have the vertical on there. Now I can do vertical on my OBS, but the one thing of it is I can actually create shorts on here and on Twitch, and then I can take and download the Twitch short as well, and then put that on my channel for YouTube, because I want to make some good shorts that I can add to my channels. So if you guys on Twitch are okay with the stuff that I've been discussing, then freaking let me know in the comments, and I'll keep doing shows like this as well as video games. I also want to mention as well that the last year I was doing gaming interviews and a gaming show about topics even, and I am planning on coming back with that stuff. I do want to continue with it. I want to also tell everybody and let them know that on July the 29th, Xbox 360 will be closing their doors. That means that you cannot get any more games that are on the Xbox 360 console game. So if you guys are wanting to get those games, you need to go and get them now, because they will no longer be available. Now, me personally, I do use emulators, but I will also tell you that it's not the same. It's not the same using an emulator as what it is having the actual game. And to be honest with you, I think there's some games that I played on the emulator that I should never have played on there, because it just ruined the experience. I've said this in a lot of my gaming videos when I was talking in interviews about Gears of War. I played Gears of War on the emulator, and I think that was probably the worst mistake that I ever made in my life, because it was just a horrible experience, you know. So if you guys are interested in having your 360 games, the ones that you haven't been able to get, then I suggest that you do go out and get them. This is the time to do it. So I have also been going through and looking at some of the stuff. I'm thinking about transferring my my more spicier gaming videos over to Rumble. I am not sure about it, if I do want to do it or not. The house party is what I'm referring to. It is censored. I've taken the nudity and everything out of it, but I don't know if I really want to commit that much. I'm also going to be doing interviews with people when it comes to games, so if you guys are interested in being on my show for an interview, feel free to let me know in the comments. It's pretty cool stuff to do. So like I said, I am starting this up. This is my late night show, which I do want to start doing late nights, maybe come up with different topics, stuff that I've been going through or going over throughout the year. Maybe check out, or I'll go through some of the stuff that I've actually been talking about, my topics, like theme parks. Theme parks are a big topic these days. I've had some good conversations about what's been going on X and Twitter concerning Star Wars as well. Like, people are getting caught or getting kicked off of YouTube and Twitch and not Twitch, but I know they're getting kicked off of X, I think, for getting really out of hand with this new Star Wars that's coming up. So I think those would be good conversation pieces, you know, and maybe talk about the big cloud gaming deal that's been going on with the EU, and with concerns to I believe it was what was it? It was Activision, I believe, wasn't it? Ubisoft and all that stuff. Maybe go over some of that, and Activision Blizzard and their deal with the EU, and kind of talk about how that is, because for me personally, I find that kind of strange that everything hinged on the whole idea of Ubisoft and Microsoft agreeing to put their games on the freaking cloud. That seems so weird, and it's things of that nature. You know what I mean? I think that would be good topics to actually talk about. I am wanting to also get into conversations about science and medical stuff. I don't want to do anything that concerns chemicals or minerals, because you start talking about that stuff on YouTube and it's just automatic warning, you know what I mean? But I do want to talk about like the equilibrium and the third eye, stuff like that, because I know people believe that you have this third eye, and I'd like to dive more into that and maybe talk about it. I also have been noticing too with a lot of people that I talk to, they're big on the DMT, and psychedelics and spiritual experiences and things of that nature. Those are stuff that I'd like to get into and maybe discuss a little bit more. So with that being said, I'm at 57 minutes and I am going to get off of here. I hope you guys have enjoyed what I have shared so far, and if you have, please come over and give me some support on YouTube, Odyssey, Rumble, Twitch, and on X now too. So I'll be doing Live with Roger Hanson more, and I will see you guys here in a little bit. I hope you enjoy, and check me out on Discord as well as on Skype. I'm on minds.com too as Roger_Hanson. I've got tons of groups on Skype. I've got Live with Roger Hanson. I also have WoW Talk, Gaming with Infamous, and the Roger's Real Time Talk Show. I've got Tech Talk, mine's Roundtable Weekend, which is currently not going, and Summertide's Mystery Show, which isn't going either. Now on mine's, or on Discord, you can catch me at the Wonderful World of Weirdness. I also have my own gaming server called Gaming with Infamous, and I'm also a part of Home Away from YouTube, which is probably the best Discord server on Discord. Now, Nostalgia Gaming Retro, I'm a part of Team Retro as well. So you guys can check me out on those platforms. I also mess around with Disney Magic Zach. He's on Discord. He's a pretty cool dude. Come in, check him out, see what you guys think, and I will talk to you guys later, I believe. Thanks for listening, and I'll be back soon.
In the time before time, when the earth was young and the heavens uncharted, there existed a realm of such splendor that even the gods found solace within its embrace. This was Dilmun, the sacred garden, the land of the living, the place where the sun rises. In Dilmun, the waters ran clear, sweet as the nectar of the gods. No disease marred the flesh of mortals, no sorrow clouded their days. The lion lay with the lamb, and neither hunger nor thirst was known. Here the Sumerian deities Enki, the god of wisdom and water, and Ninhursag, the mother goddess, danced upon the soil that bore no thorn nor thistle. But even in paradise discord can bloom. Enki, in his boundless curiosity, ate forbidden flowers from Ninhursag's garden. Angered by his transgression, Ninhursag cursed him, and for the first time pain entered Dilmun as Enki fell ill. As Enki languished, the gods grew fearful, for without his wisdom the world would fall into chaos. In her mercy, Ninhursag relented and created 8 divine healers to cure Enki's ailments. From this act of forgiveness, new life sprang forth, and Dilmun was renewed. Among the reeds and the lush greenery, Utnapishtim, the mortal who survived the great flood sent by the gods, was granted eternal life. He and his wife were taken to Dilmun, where they were blessed to live forever, untouched by age or death, a reward for preserving the seeds of life during the deluge that cleansed the world. Dilmun thrived as a center of trade, a jewel upon the breast of the Persian Gulf. Its ports teemed with merchants, its markets overflowed with treasures from distant lands. Yet its greatest treasure was its legend, a promise of a world beyond suffering, a memory of the paradise that once was. And so the myth of Dilmun endures, a whisper of the Eden that dwells in the heart of humanity, a reminder of our yearning for a return to the garden from whence we came.
Okay, so that is the end of the reading. You can go back to normal and speak English now. Hello, everybody.
Okay. Yeah.
This is Roger.
I just took a minute to go turn on the living room light because I was starting to be obscured by the darkness that's closing in.
Okay, so let me do the introduction real quick. Okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of WoW Talk. This is Roger Hanson here on the wonderful world of weirdness. Today, I am with Austin Austin Todd, and we are doing a special edition of WoW Talk. This one. Here lately, we've been doing a lot of interviews on here, but this time we're going to do something out of a request that we had from a person that's on YouTube that watches the channel. She goes by Sherry, and on Discord, she finally got on our Discord channel, and she goes by In the Flesh. So she wanted us to do a few topics and everything. So what it was is she gave information, and I went and did research concerning the topics that she posted, and with that, we're going to do this. This episode and possibly more, because there's a lot to get involved with, or that's involved with this. So, with that being said, I want to welcome Austin to WoW Talk. Thanks for being here, Austin. You want to say some stuff before we get started?
Yeah, it's good to be back on doing another show with you again. This is the first one I think we've done since we did the season finale of my mom's show, which is Summer Todd's Mystery Show, and I'm really looking forward to all the projects we're going to be working on over the summer, leading back up to season 2 of Summer Todd's Mystery Show, and I'm really looking forward to this show.
Yeah. Well, don't forget either, we're also doing everything about aliens. We finished up 9 episodes of that, and I really do want to get back into that more, which
Oh yeah.
I think
I have. Yeah, I've gathered a good amount of research for it. So
yeah, and like I said, I think
I'm
this.
sorry to interrupt, but can you all see me on camera, or am I just a voice?
You're just a voice for me.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry about that. I didn't have to pop on, and I didn't want to be out there on the internet.
Hey,
sorry about that.
I can see your pitch.
Okay, I was just making sure that my camera wasn't actively working.
Yeah, well, I set it up on this video to where we have a slideshow, so if don't worry about your image being on there, because Austin's face isn't on my stream either. So.
Okay, yeah, I see one with an icon and then a live feed. This is the first time that I've been here, so I'm not familiar with how it works. So, sorry if I had a few questions. I apologize for interrupting.
You didn't interrupt. Hey, and I brought you up, so if you want to, if you're willing to do it, you willing to give your name and everything, and let everybody on the stream get to know you.
Yeah, that would be fine. My name is Sherry Lone Sky. I'm United States native, and interested in such a wide variety of things. I take interest into something, and then I just self-research. I don't go to school or anything for it. I just different. I'm also very, very nervous, so I apologize if that too. But I have this thing like taking tests or like when I go to the doctor or anything. I just have something that kind of like just blanks me, and I freeze, and I also get like my voice I'll trip on my words. I'm not regularly like that. It's just, an effect that I have for like I don't know what it's stage fright type of deal.
Yeah.
I'm very, I don't know, I've always been that way my whole life. I'm not a big picture taker. I'm not real big with the social medias. I don't, maybe once in a blue I'll post something if it's interesting or a good read or something like that. But other than that, I've unplugged probably 10 years ago. The only thing that I do on the internet is personal interests and different researches, because you got questions and we're never fed the right answers, or they're never straight about anything, so you have to kind of indulge in things that pique your interest, and you have to, I don't know, I'm sorry, I'm having a freeze moment.
It's perfectly fine, and it's like I said to you before, we do have a chat section in here, so if you don't want to talk, you can use chat. But if you do want to talk, feel free to chime in and speak. It's up to what you want to do and what you don't want to do. Because
all right, terrific. That sounds great. I mean, I'm happy listening in and stuff, and then if I maybe if I have an opinion or something like a question or anything like that, maybe someone else is thinking the same things, and so I don't mind to try and chime in, and I'm going to try my best. That's what I can give you. I'll give you my best, and yeah, it's okay. If you another question about this feed thing, if you're on with like this chat here, if I didn't because I have a daughter that I also have to tend with, and she's a toddler. So, mommy duty is full time, and sometimes I may have to stop. So, if I would end this, would I be able to
Yeah, just click back
uh,
on it and you can come.
chime back in, or would I
Just
just click that invite button again?
yeah, what you do is you just click on the link when you want to come back in, and it'll bring you right in. So
All right, sure thing. How many people talking do you can have at a time?
I don't really know for certain, to be honest with you. I
Okay.
I've never maxed it out on here, so I don't really.
Oh, okay.
I don't know for sure.
All right. Well, we're on this journey together.
Okay. And it's like I said, I'm going to mention it again. I've said it at the beginning of the WoW Talks too. This channel is a community-based channel, and just like with Sherry, anybody is welcome to come on here and be a part of these streams. So don't feel like don't feel like you can't come on here. It's all about the people who watch this channel, so everybody's welcome. And if you have topics like this, then you can come in and you can share your topics, and we'll bring them up on Wild Talk. We'll actually make a whole topic for you, like we did Sherry, and go from there. So.
Well, that's great. That sounds great. And I thank you so much for even including me. I think I don't do a lot of hanging out, or I just rather not be in trouble, So I stay home, and I like I said, I take care of my daughter, and I don't social very much. So I appreciate being able to be a part of this. Like-minded individuals is something that I crave. I feel like people can learn a lot from one another. And I think this is a wonderful thing, and I do appreciate being here.
Hey, we appreciate you being here too. It's a big deal for us.
Absolutely.
It's a big deal for us because this is what we've wanted. I mean, for how long, Austin? About at least 8 months we've been saying that, just get people involved, wanting to come in and just have a conversation.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's been a big stumbling block, getting more people.
Yeah. Okay, so
I think it's a great.
It is.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So with that being said, I'll get it started on the topic and everything, and we can get started with that. Okay, sound good for you guys?
Sure thing.
Okay. So
yep.
What started out was Sherry posted a video. Actually, it was a video that was from Dabu 7, and it showed a picture of a what you call
some type of aquatic reptile.
Yeah, an aquatic reptile, a dragon, a serpent, something of that nature that was supposed to be on the side of it. And
which there's been an odd thing that's come up with that. But when I found it originally, I the first thing I do, I like to fact check things. I don't like to look and just repeat something that I've not investigated. And when I started to investigate this thing, I pulled it up on the Google Earth. And since I have tried to make an attempt of bringing it to attention, it has now been taken down. It's gone. But I found the boat, the same boat. I provided the pictures. It's the same exact boat, just at a different time. But they took off some of their route because, like, the street view part of it, you can, go back or forth. And yeah, they have taken it down, and it's not there anymore. But I did find the same boat, different day, and so I thought that was very bizarre.
No, what I've seen from that too is that boat seems to be one of the tourist boats.
Yes.
That they had there. I've seen a couple, like you said, different days and everything. So I did find that, and you asked in the chat if it was real or not. I'm not going to do that because, for one thing, I enjoyed back in the day when I was watching Dabu. I loved watching Dabu. I haven't watched him in a while, but I don't want to be one of those people. You know what I'm saying? To say if it's real or if it's not, because I know he even asked in his comments and stuff, but I've found it personally that I don't like being one of those people that says if it's real or not. You make your own decisions, you know what I mean?
Absolutely, I agree.
So
I agree. I just I was just like, when I seen it, I'm like, unless the Google people are just, screwing with us,
mhm.
I don't understand like who else would have had that, because I on Google Earth, I personally pulled it up. I pulled this image up because when I seen it, I try not to spread um false information. That's why I try to go into, like I said, research mode, because I don't want to repeat a false, just
Yeah.
something somebody's doing for entertainment or whatever. So I try to, my best ability, I try to fact check. I try to fact check
Same
almost
here.
everything that I research. There's actually been, but that's, never mind. That's a different topic. I seen a strange video and I can't get it out of my head. It was so bizarre. I could actually share it. I know it doesn't have anything to do with today's topic, but I can't get it out of my head. It was so bizarre.
Well,
Um,
share it up on the Discord, and we can check it out later and everything, and do that. So, but
I think the next
Yeah,
shows will
absolutely.
be a little smoother because I'm not, like I said, I kind of got a little bit overwhelmed,
yeah,
but and I tried to keep everything short and sweet. The best. I don't want to ramble, and like I said, I don't
it's
get out
fine.
much,
It's
so
it's fine. It's fine.
okay.
Oh,
No,
you're all right. You've never seen Summer Todd's mystery show. It was worse than this sometimes.
yeah,
Isn't that right, Roger?
yeah. I call his
See,
mom a
yeah,
troublemaker.
don't feel bad.
I call
Yeah,
Summers
yeah.
a troublemaker, man. She does that all the time. All of a sudden, we're talking about alligators and shit, you know. So it's like just out of the blue, we're talking about
Yeah,
huge alligators and things of that nature. So I'm
Yeah.
used.
a lot of our live streams never really went, never really hardly ever goes smoothly. So don't feel bad.
Yeah.
It's just my mom being a troublemaker and Roger being disorganized and me being whatever the hell it is that I am.
We
I'm
just.
I'm the
I don't.
personality type that I call it. I seen a squirrel. I just like something else pops in my mind, and I seem to go in circles, or I'll be talking about one thing that will bring up another thing. It's like, oh, seen a squirrel. So that's my personality type as well. But I'm gonna try to do better. I'm gonna try to um, keep focused and organized. Like I said, I've never done anything like this. I've never
Okay.
reached out to people or shared my opinions on anything. And
Okay. So
I do
with
believe
that
though.
being said, let me go ahead and get on to what you were talking about the other day, because like with Dabu was cool, but the next one that you came to that freaking really made me decide that this is the topic we need to do was the dragon in the Grand Canyon. Now,
Yeah, and how odd they named it that too, the
mhm,
Blackhead Dragon or Trail or whatever. Like that's something. I believe that there maybe, long ago, maybe when astronauts go out into space and they stay in space for a while,
mhm,
they actually are taller when they come back to Earth. I think something with the lack of gravity will actually like stretch your bones like they do. They actually come back taller, and I think that this world was a home to a larger race. And even when it goes back into the Bible, and it says that God made Adam out of clay, and all these people are talking about like how the sea salt looks like flesh or meat of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a place called in Texas. There's actually it's called like the Flesh Pit, I believe, and it's like basically I think that yes, it was there was a giant race, and they may have came from clay. It may have been made of from the earth, and I think that everything a long time ago was a lot bigger. So all these and there's stories all over the world, and I don't understand how these people can have no correlation with one another and have the same kinds of stories.
Now, see,
And
this is where I was
Absolutely.
wanting to talk about, like with this does go back in. Before I mention these next things, I wanted to mention something about. There's always been this strange correlation, not only with dragons and reptiles, but there a relationship between the eagle and the snake. Okay.
yeah, feathered serpents. Yes.
Well, that gets into quadricottle, but it's
Quetzalcoatl.
yeah, but it goes even farther back than that, because like freaking there's the story of Tiamat. Have you ever heard of Tiamat?
Yes, I'm familiar.
Now with Tiamat, Tiamat was represent, or she was in the Mesopotamian religion, and she's the primordial sea. Okay.
Yeah.
And she mated with Abzu or Apsu, however you want to
Yes.
pronounce it. But he was the groundwater, and she was the sea. She was the salt water. Okay.
Yeah.
And they produced the gods in the Enuma Elish, which is an old Babylonian epic. Now, the Enuma Elish, okay, translates as "when on high." All right. Now, have you ever heard that term before?
I have not.
When on high is what a lot of religious people to this day still use in their terminology. Okay. And she's referred to as a woman, and she has a various anthropomorphic and theriomorphic features whenever she's described, which include like her breast and then a tail. Okay, so
Yes.
so there's a chance that Tiamat was a reptilian, even though a lot of people kind of dispute that if it's true or not. You know what I'm saying? But there's
There's
a
too
lot
much evidence. There's
Right.
too much evidence of creatures that are
well, especially her,
humanoid.
especially her. Okay, because like the whole thing about her was well, first let me kind of get into a little background about her. She's supposed to have produced she was the mother of all of the deities within the Babylonian and the Sumerian traditions. Tiamat and Apsu mated, and they ended up creating the gods that the Babylonians and the Sumerians worshipped, like Enki and Enlil and all of them.
Yes.
She was supposed to be the mother of them. Now, what happened is they continued to reproduce, and the gods that or the deities that they produced began to become noisy, and Apsu was driven to violence because of the noise that they made, and he went out and tried to destroy them. Now, instead of him destroying them, they ended up killing him, and that enraged frickin' Tiamat, because her own children had killed her husband. You know what I mean? Their father. So she went to war with him, and the next thing you know, frickin' Enki's son Marduk, who is Babylonian, a Babylonian god, ends up killing her and dismembers her, and then constructs, and then creates constructs and structures and elements of the cosmos from her body. So, like everything on Earth and everything in the sea and all of the cosmos is created out of Tiamat.
Correct.
You see.
Yes. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that she is the oldest. Um, I might be mistaken on this. She's the oldest. What's the word I'm looking for? Like the oldest legend or whatever of that type of being. You know, in the human brain, that there's actually a place in your brain that's called it's called like a reptilian something or another, but
Yep.
it's in every human being.
It's the fight.
In the brain.
It's
like
the area that causes fight or flight. Whenever you feel
Correct. Yes.
Whenever you feel fear, or whenever you freaking fear, period. It's the part of your brain that makes you either run from something or fight. You know what I mean? I know.
Yeah, fight or flight. Correct.
It's the primordial part.
Mm-hmm. Now, Tiamat, just so you were mentioning religion, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's claimed that the name Tiamat is a cognate with the Northwest Semitic word to him, and I noticed that you're into like the abyss and the deeps and stuff like that from what you've been talking about on the Discord channel. Now, now to him means the deeps and the abyss, and in the book of Genesis, verse 1 is where you can find that. Now the Babylonian epic Enuma Elish is named for its incipit, when on high, or when above the heavens did not yet exist, nor the earth below. Abzu, the subterranean ocean, was there, the first, the begetter, and Tiamat, the overground sea, she who bore all them. They are mixed. They were mixing their waters. So that comes from the Babylonian epic, and that right there, if you look at freaking like the book of Genesis, that's pretty much spelling it out. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. Also, it says that the firmament was placed, to keep the waters separate. So that also, from the waters above and the waters below. That's another thing that goes hand in hand with that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that would separate the Abzu from Tiamat. According to the Mesopotamian religion, that would be the firmament and the ocean. You see, that would separate the fresh water from the salt water. So, what do you think so far, Austin?
Wow, that's amazing. I mean, that actually makes sense, and even a scientific sense. How the salt water and the fresh water came to be separate. And I never even really thought of that before.
They also
amazing.
have different densities, which you could take like a manned little personal submarine type vehicle, like the one that had just had an accident not too long ago. They find like lakes under seawater, under the salt water, the oceans. They find they can find these lakes, and there's the density of them, like they'll just bounce right off of it. They can't submerge into it because there's different buoyancy. I don't know why that brought in my head. But yeah,
it's good. It sounded good. It sounded good. So you were on a roll. Don't worry about where it came from. it sounded really good to me. So you did good. You hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
I
Just
did. Thank you.
just to let you know, man.
It's so nice that somebody's, yeah, like I've never had another friend or anything. Like even my husband, he's not into this kind of stuff. Like he won't listen to it. But it's nice to have like-minded people to talk to and work things out, you know?
Yeah.
I think that's needed. Really, I think that's a big missing part of everything, you know? And then everybody's like, "Oh, conspiracy theorists." You know, you can be arrested for conspiracy. It's not a fabricated thing. And I don't understand why they want to keep informations like this from the people. Like it has to do with all of us,
Mm-hmm.
every single one of us. And I don't know.
Because it keeps them in power. It's all about power.
Mm-hmm.
They can control us by keeping things from us.
Well, there's
Now,
About
I think
control.
also they control us out of fear. They like to keep, you know, chaos and fear. And that's, you know, how else are you supposed to manage a flock of such a large amount of people, you know? If they feel like, oh, that you're protecting them or being, you know, I'm sorry, I'm getting into my little blackened moments of like freezing. So you can hear it in my voice. Can you hear it? This is
yeah.
why I'm worried about doing
It's
this.
You sound
perfectly
right.
fine. It sounds perfectly fine. You're all right. Now,
I think I'll get better at it.
I do agree with you guys about the fear and stuff, but I also have to say too that like there's a lot of things in these writings that they don't really want to get into, like
Yeah.
because like they don't want to discuss things that relate to magic and things of that nature, which people back in those times believed in. You know what I mean? Because like with Tiamat, she ended up creating an army of reptilians, which a lot of people claim are dragons, a reptilian army to fight out against these deities, her children. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
instead of them being made of blood, they were made of poison. Now, like in today's world, most people aren't going to even believe that that's true. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And then it even goes back, like you were talking about, her being the beginning of all of it. But the truth is like a lot of people miss. And I mentioned it in the notes that I gave you guys about Namu. Okay.
Hmm.
Now Namu, she was supposed to be the mother of Enki at first, and she was the supposed to be the creator deity in Eridu. Okay.
Hmm.
Now, like I said, she was also the mother of Enki, but it's also assumed that she was associated with water, just like
Yep.
Tiamat was. All right, and she was also connected with incantations and and magic and things of that nature. Um, so you have to understand that a lot of this stuff doesn't like relate to science. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hmm.
And people back then, they believed this stuff 100% of 100%. There was no doubt in their minds that this stuff wasn't true. You know.
Well, it's kind of the same thing with like you were saying the incantations and stuff. It's kind of the same thing as like, you know, one of the first things that we learn in school is spelling.
Hmm.
You know, and even God said, you know, like the weapon of the tongue or whatever is like the most powerful instrument, you know, the tongue. Well, spelling, just like, you know, your body, when you're at dis-ease, your body is in disease. Like, there's so many things, like turn a phrase or just words in general, like Amen in the church, you know, Amen Ra. which goes back to the sun god in Egyptian. And there's so many of them.
What was that?
I'm sorry.
Repeat that, Austin.
Oh, the Amun Ra was the god of the hidden light. Isn't that?
No, what I've learned from Amun Ra, okay, the word was actually connected together because the Egyptians had a habit of connecting two deities. And Amen is actually when the sun is at noon. Okay, that is Amen, and that was practiced by frickin' oh man, I'm forgetting the name of the damn country. It was just south of Egypt. Nubia. The Nubians practiced Amen at
Nubia?
Yeah, Nubia. That's it. They practiced the worship of Amen. And then when Nubia and Egypt united, because they were united for a short bit, it became Amen Ra. You see? So that's where Amen Ra came into play.
When you're talking about when the Nubian pharaohs controlled Egypt, right?
Yeah.
There was at least several dynasties of Nubian kings, I think.
Yeah. But that's where the term Amen Ra came into play. So.
Well, that was just kind of when you said incantations. Because there is a thing like, okay, I'll tell you like a kind of thing, an example. I had this friend when I was younger, and she was not a very good looking girl. She was heavy set, and she just wasn't a very pretty girl. But this girl would wake up every single day, go in her bathroom, and tell herself, "Damn, you're sexy AF." Like she would tell herself that all the time. And I kid you not, this girl became, like, me looking at her, she became so much better looking. Like it like it projected onto her. And like the manifestation thing, that thing, it works. It really does. It's the strangest thing when it does, because I've had it happen and I don't know how I keep making it. And it will be like wild things that you just would not expect to happen. And then like I'll be talking about it, or whatever, like I said, I'll be discussing it, or I'll be doing something on the phone. For example, with the Leviathan and the aquatic reptile, the giant reptile, like how out of nowhere I just wake up in the morning and I look at my Roku and it's just going on that main screen, and there's a damn dragon on top of a building. I watched it. I got a picture of it, and I even sent it in. I took that picture of that dragon because how bizarre! How bizarre! Like I would be going into this subject here just recently because I came across that picture, and then there's a big giant dragon on my Roku main screen. I've never seen that thing before, and I watched that damn thing for 30 minutes just slowly going by, and that thing never came back, but I did get a picture in time. It was so bizarre. It was so weird. Yeah, this happened after reaching out.
What was that? Was that Austin?
I said you manifested it. It kind of sounds like.
Yeah.
In a way.
Confirmation. Confirmation is they happen to me all the time. It's like spooky when it happens. Because. Like, why and when? And there's not like a new dragon movie out or something. Why would they be, had advertised a flying dragon on top of this building? It was just, like I said, a confirming affirmation, I believe the word is.
Now, when you guys brought up Amun Ra, too, I do want to point something out as well. Like, when it's considering what I've read and what I've researched, okay? Now, you have the masculine and the feminine aspects of all this, okay? And the one thing that I did find out that was pretty odd was the fact that the female deities were actually older. The goddesses in Mesopotamia were actually older than the male deities. Okay, and they go back a lot farther. And when you're talking about the incantations and stuff of that nature, like it's always been there in the Sumerians and in the Egyptians, and especially up north when it comes to Urartu and up around the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, because you have the Indo-Europeans who believed in Mithra. They also believed in Zoroastrianism later on, and they all believed in this stuff, and the majority of them were lunar. They weren't solar. So, you know what I mean? Like, they weren't solar gods, and the solar gods are the more masculine deities, and they're the more masculine religions that believe in duties, and this is what you have to do, and this is what you have to do. Where the lunar gods, they were more on magic, and they were more on the inner workings. You know what I mean? The esoterics and things of that nature.
Well, like all of the oldest records and stories passed down, almost every religion, they all talk about these things. And hi, baby. I may have to jump off with you guys.
Oh, that's fine.
Real quick because my daughter's calling for me. So I'm gonna I'll charge my phone a little bit and tend to her, and then I will come back if that's okay.
It's perfectly fine. I was glad to have you. I was glad to have you.
Thank you. I was glad to. I'm so thankful to have been invited into this, and I promise it. Like I said, I won't be as choppy all the time. I will get more familiarized and better with this. I promise.
It's perfectly fine.
It takes
But
time.
I would love to come back. If not, I would love to come back today. But if not, I would love to be involved. If
you already are. You already are. And whenever you want to come on and we're doing a stream, you just come right on in. All right, you're more than welcome.
Okay. Do you all know how to hang this thing up, or should I just leave it up, or what?
You can leave it up or hang up, whatever you want. Just remember the link, and like after you're done, if you want to come back in, just click that link, and you should be able to come right back in. Okay.
Awesome, terrific. Thank you, guys. I like I said, I can't express how appreciative I am.
All right.
It's nice that somebody wants to listen to me, so I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
No
and
problem.
I'll be talking with you all soon.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Hopefully you make it back tonight, but it's been a pleasure having you.
I'm gonna do my best on coming back because, like I said, I'm really enjoying this. I like to be able to have, like-minded conversation with individuals that are, familiarized with, the same interests that I have. So thank you so much, and I will be talking with you soon. I'm coming, baby girl. Okay, thank you all.
All right.
All right.
Bye.
All right. You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So, what's your take on this so far, Austin?
It's very interesting stuff, and I'm really loving the subject matter, and it's amazing how much I still have to learn myself, even after all my years of reading on this, and how much I'm finding how much of it correlates with modern science more and more. People talked about it being, magic and esoteric and what have you, but a lot of it, so much of it correlates with modern science more and more. It's like either it's being confirmed by it more and more.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a
no.
It's a very interesting.
I'll read this about Namu, and then freaking I want to get your take. It's not really all that much. I ended up breaking down a lot of that stuff that I sent you guys about Tiamat because I didn't want it to drag on. It was a huge reading, so. But I'm gonna read this and I want to get your take on it. This is about Namu. Now, Namu was a Mesopotamian goddess regarded as a creator deity in the local theology of Eridu. It is assumed that she was associated with water. She is also well attested in connection with incantations and atropaic magic. She was regarded as the mother of Enki, and in a single inscription she appears as the wife of Anu. But it is assumed that she usually was not believed to have a spouse. From the old Babylonian period onwards, she was considered to be the mother of On, which is heaven, and Ki, which is earth, as well as a representation of the primal sea, or the ocean, an association that may have come from influence with the goddess Tiamat. Okay, so she's supposed to have also been Tiamat's mother. All right, and eventually what happened was Tiamat ended up getting phased in, and she ended up getting phased out because she wasn't really worshipped very much. She had a few temples, but that was basically the extent of it.
Okay.
So that is
it sounds.
Go ahead.
Okay, you ready for my take?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. I didn't know if you my take or not. Okay. So when you describe her, it sounds like you're describing the feminine divine, or the feminine aspect of the divine, and I think that carried on into like, you see that feminine divine worshipped in the form of Isis in Egypt, Venus in ancient Greece. What was the equivalent of Venus in ancient Rome? What was the equivalent of her?
That's a good question. They ended up. They could have still.
I totally forget. I knew it, but right now it escapes me. And then ultimately, in the post-Roman era, I think it carried on to the Virgin Mary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In all honesty, I think because you see that feminine divine aspect carry through all these religious traditions down through the ages. That's my take on it in a nutshell. And you said she was the mother of heaven. Well, I mean, technically we could say Mother Mary was the mother of heaven if Jesus was heaven upon earth, if we're talking about it, at least as far as a Christian tradition goes. But yeah, in a nutshell, that feminine divine aspect that you're describing, that's carried down through every major religious tradition and every culture throughout the ages. So that's my take on it in a nutshell.
Okay, so now
what do you think?
Well, for me, the thing that gets me about a lot of this is that there was a transition between Namu and Tiamat. So the whole story of these entities or deities were transmitted. Now this, you got to understand something about Samaria and the Sumerians and the Babylonians. This is a cult or a civilization that went on for thousands of years. Like, imagine how we think about the old or the ancient or the Great Pyramid, how old that is. Okay, now if you go back in time to when the Great Pyramids were first built and they look at the Sumerians, they're looking at that time period as old as what we do them. Okay.
And actually I tend to think the pyramids are way older than we've been told, because there's a lot of vertical erosion on them, and the Sphinx as well, and there's also a lot of kind of erosion you would see from long periods of submersion and salt water. So, and the last time Egypt had a major flood, or remained sufficient to cause such erosion was at least 10,000 years ago. Now, we're told the pyramids were built around 5,000 years ago, so I think they're at least twice as old as we've been told. And even when they built them, the pyramids, whoever it was, they, like you said, they may have been looking back another 10,000 years to the Sumerians, because I think the Sumerian, our interpretation of the Sumerian timeline here in the modern day is very flawed. The Sumerian tablets clearly tell us that the Sumerian culture lasted for 500,000 years. During that period, their king list only names 28 kings, and we just look at it today as this embellishment. Oh, they were just, this is just a tall tale, you know. That it's we're just they're just embellishing everything. But I don't really, when you look at how Samaria was the first, we had, you know, humans appear from the archaeological record to have just been a bunch of cave dwellers banging rocks together. And then out of the blue, here's Samaria, first culture with a government and law and order and record keeping and mathematics and the arts and the sciences and everything that we look at the building blocks of civilization today. And we're supposed to believe that everything they were telling us, this first building block of what has become our culture all over the world today, civilization as we know, we're supposed to just believe they just embellished everything.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we're kind of putting ourselves up on a pedestal above them because we think we've came such a long way, and we're so above where they were at. But really,
since you brought all that up, let me go on with the rest of this reading because it kind of goes along with what you just said. Okay. So let me just read this and see what let me see what your take is on it. Okay. Now, here it goes. In the old Babylonian myth, Enki and Nemu is one of the deities involved in the creation of mankind along the eponymous pair and a group of 7 minor goddesses. Her presence differentiates this narrative from other texts dealing with the same motif, such as Atrahasis. You know, the Atrahasis is freaking one of them, but I have read the other one, the myth of Enki and Ninmah, and I do have to admit that is a pretty interesting thing right there. So the whole thing about Namu and Enki and Ninmah is they were, according to the Babylonian myth, they were supposed to be the ones who created human beings, and not only did they create them once, but they created them twice or 3 times, I believe. They created them multiple times according to that myth. So, what's your take on that one?
So you're saying they created the humans multiple times? Maybe the cave dwellers, people banging rocks together, they took them. It's possible they took them and created a more superior form of human out of them. Is kind of what I'm gathering. And from this superior form of human, they may have gotten what we call the Sumerian culture.
Mm-hmm.
Now, too, from this superior form of human, we may have very well had humans, you know, who lived many thousands of years as compared to our average lifespan of 70 or 80 some odd years today. Because like I said, you know, that 500,000 year span of time the Sumerian culture supposedly existed, they only named 28 kings, I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
So each king would have had to rule roughly 15 to 20,000 years average. I mean, So either we're dealing with something extraterrestrial, or a superior form of human that lived that long. It's hard to say. That's just something I'm still kind of not sure about myself, but that's my take on it.
Now, up on.
I think she's getting ready to come back, maybe.
Okay. Now, also earlier, whenever I was talking about the battle between Tiamat and Apsu, when it came to fighting against their children, the deities, it was all over noise. And after that, it comes down to Namu and all of this. Now, the flood myth that started with the Babylonians actually had to do with the same situation, because humans now, instead of the deities making noise, it was the humans that were making a lot of noise, and that annoyed Enlil.
I don't know so much that it's noise. Sorry to cut in. I don't know that it's so much noise as it is frequency. You can manipulate matter with different resonance of sound. Everything is sound and light. Okay, so different harmonics will have these very beautiful but different what's the word? I'm so sorry I'm doing this to you guys again.
That's fine.
It has like a geometric pattern. You can expose water to different sounds, and you can see the frequent resonant from it. And I believe, just like that, the flower of life, if you guys know, are you aware of the flower of life? Okay. And how everybody's been trying to solve this. I'm sorry?
I got a carving of that over on my artwork channel. So I'm very, very aware of that.
You also will see them on like hieroglyphs, like in Egypt and stuff. Like, for example, it's been like seared into, some of the walls there. And I believe the thing, if you look at some of the Egyptians and the hieroglyphs, you'll see they're wearing this wristwatch looking type deal, and it looks almost like they're holding a bag. Now, I think with the Enlil and Inky thing is one, I forget which of the two, one of them wanted to keep humanity enslaved, and one of them wanted to keep or let them free. And there was these things, and if I'm not mistaken, they're called word. It starts with an S. But I'll think about it. It will pop in my brain at like 2:00 in the morning, and I'll be like, "Oh, that's the word."
Hey.
But it's something like Stigna or something like that. But it's basically you have to have these two different things to be able to open stargates, and I think one of them is the frequency, and it's on like a disc, which is what's on the wrist. And then you have the separate piece that they're holding the bag, which is probably the key. It's like the key, and then you have the frequency, and that's I think that's how they had them hairline carved out of the like limestone and some of the. Do you guys know anything about the Coral Castle? It's in Florida.
The one in Florida?
Yeah.
Yes, it's called the Coral Castle, and it was
they don't
built by I'm sorry.
They don't know how the guy built it.
Yeah.
It's a mystery how he built it.
Out of like some of the heaviest material on Earth, and he did it all by himself. This little old man, and he said he figured out like magnetic and frequency. They go hand in hand. But back to what you were saying about the noise. I believe maybe that may be misinterpreted because, the noise, the resonance, the frequencies. Same thing with like shamans. They can lift these big boulders when they all home together and they make this certain residency, and these big boulders will levitate off of the ground in midair. And I mean, I know you were saying you kept bringing up the sound thing and are making too much noise, and I think that may have to do with what one of them wanted to free humanity and the other one wanted to keep them enslaved, and that's why one of them was trusted with this Sigma thing, and then
Also, let
I know
me
please,
let me clarify that too. I did make a mistake. It wasn't Enlil, it was Anu, who wanted, because of the noise, Anu wanted to destroy mankind. And I said Enlil, and I should have said Anu, so I wanted to clarify that and make sure that was the point taken. And from what I've taken from everything that has been said, I believe that Anu had this ability to where he heard every single sound. You know what I mean? Like he heard everything.
Well, the sound thing is like because it can I should have thought more about my sentence before I started it. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's fine.
It's like the resonance. I truly, in my heart of hearts, I believe that is a big
frequency
mystery. And like, if you look into any of those things, like it can restructure your molecular makeup. They can heal you, and there's healing frequencies. Like you hear that all the time, like the frequencies. And I I believe that's what they were meaning. Like if same thing with the spelling. Say you say certain words and it has certain effects on, like what I was saying with the water.
Right.
So the same thing, your voice is, it's that frequency, even with the words you speak. So that's what earlier we were mentioning about spelling, and to cast spell is basically, spelling. And I forget where I was going, and I get a little lost sometimes. Sorry again. I'll probably say that about 50 times.
That's perfectly fine. I actually, when it comes to the word, I've said it numerous times. I do believe that words have power, and I'm not talking.
But it was one of the first phrases, the first in the beginning of the Bible,
Yeah.
And God said, "Let there be light."
Right,
and there was light. He said,
and when people read that, they don't understand that was words manifesting.
Absolutely.
You see.
Absolutely.
When it also says the Word was with God and the Word was God.
That's correct.
And
exactly.
Yeah. So that's the word. It's saying words are very important right from the get-go. Yeah, it lays the foundation.
That's right. So I'm sorry to cut in, but when you had mentioned that is what the first thing that come up in my mind. And some people, I don't think they make that correlation.
No.
I don't think that like when God said, "Let there be light," and it was so. I don't think that they're putting together that thing with one another. Like, God, my words are terrible today. It's got to be nerves. It has to be my nerves because, like I said, I feel like I'm taking a test and I'm just blanking, and I think it's just anxiety or something.
You're saying enough to get by, so that's the best. That's the best part. And the more you do stuff like this, the easier it'll get, the more comfortable you feel about it.
That's what I was thinking.
So it's, I mean, like I said, we're glad that you're here, and being a part of the conversation and actually wanting to talk with us. So just don't feel like you have to say anything or you don't have to say anything. You're just being here is a great thing.
I feel like I'm so much smarter than I'm coming off because I do have like such a range of different informations because I've been piecing things together as long as I can remember. And I think that, I have a lot of good things to add. It's just going to be a process of being able to shake my nerves a little bit. And I promise, like, as you all get to know me, I will this will come easier. This is how I could put it.
That's perfectly fine. That's how you're doing it right now.
Yeah,
I mean,
it takes time.
It's perfectly fine the way you're doing it right now. So now, while we're here, let me go ahead and read this. Have you guys ever heard of the myth of Etana?
Is that
I think so.
This
Indian,
is where
Native American?
No, this
South
is
America?
Etana is a Sumerian myth, and this is where it all comes together. This is where it goes from where I was talking about with the eagle and the snake. Okay, and it all starts with the myth of Etana, and it's a Babylonian legend that says that Etana was desperate to have a child, and Etana was a king of Samaria. Okay, and he was desperate to have a child until one day he helped save an eagle from starving. Okay, who then took him up into the sky to find the plant of birth, is what it was called. Now this led to the birth of his son, Balai or Bala or whatever. Now, in the detailed form of the legend, there's a tree with the eagle's nest at the top and the serpent at the base. Now, both the serpent and the eagle have promised Utu, the sun god, to behave well towards one another, and they share food and their children, with their children, so like they would get along. But one day the eagle eats the serpent's children, okay, and the serpent comes back and cries. Now Utu tells the serpent to hide inside of the stomach of a dead bull, and the eagle goes down to try to eat the bull, and the serpent captures the eagle and throws him into a pit to die of hunger and thirst. Okay. So Utu sends a man, Etana, to help the eagle. Etana saves the eagle, but he also asks the bird to find the plant of birth, okay, in order to become the father of the son. So the eagle takes Etana up to the heavens, to the heaven of the god Anu, which, by the way, Anu is actually supposed to be shortened to On, and On originally, according to the Sumerians, was heaven. Okay, but the bird flies him up to On, but Etana becomes afraid in the air, and he starts falling back to the ground. So he makes another attempt and finds the plant of birth, enabling him to have Balai. So far, after that was freaking discovered, the versions have been found in three languages. Okay, there was the Old Babylonian version, which comes from Susa and Tel, Harmal, and then there's the Middle Assyrian version that comes from Assur, and then the Standard version, which is from Nineveh. So that's basically the first time that the eagle and the reptile, or the snake, was actually freaking found on a tablet. Okay, and from that time period, they found all around the world these symbols and these representations and these stories that talk about the eagle and they talk about the snake. And there's other things too, like you'll find the snake and the lion, but that's not as old as the snake and the eagle. Okay. And that's what I was wanting to bring up as a part of what we were wanting to discuss when it came to that video you showed on Discord where the guy showed the Grand Canyon and is it a dragon? You know, that's for you to decide. But
Yeah.
there is a correlation when it comes to dragons and when it comes to just the ancient lore and ancient myth. You know what I mean? It's intertwined in every culture,
Part
every
of the world.
civilization in the world. Yeah, everywhere.
All throughout time too. That's another thing. It's, not only is it, these people didn't have cell phones and internet to communicate with one another, yet they kind of tell the same story.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, not verbatim, but along the lines of, like, it's just too coincidental. You know what I mean? Like, there's too much coincidence in that just doesn't, like, it was widely accepted, about back in the day with dragons. I mean, like, people, witnessed it. In the beginning of my studies, I thought to myself, I'm like, maybe when they're saying like feathered serpent or winged serpent, maybe they're trying to describe something of flight, the best way that they could, um, or to describe what it is that they were witnessing. Now, wouldn't it make some sense, like, for there to be a reptilian, um, like a being? Because if the dinosaurs, if they maybe wouldn't have gotten wiped out and throughout evolution, maybe they would have, turned into these, evolved into these super intelligent reptilian creatures. Like maybe the world would have evolved in more into these reptilian creatures if the dinosaurs weren't, just went kaputs. They weren't wiped out. Like how, it's just, I don't know, it's something in my mind that I've always thought.
That's very possible because instead of the mammalian, like we're mammals, instead of us
Yeah.
becoming the dominating species, they would have, and they would have built civilizations, and then of course that also ties into what me and Roger do with our series, everything about aliens, where we talk about the alpha draconian reptilian beings
Mhm.
and the Anunnaki. And those were supposed to be super intelligent beings, reptilian beings, like you're describing, capable of building civilizations. So
Yeah.
it does kind of tie in. That's absolutely not far fetched in the least. I've thought the same thing you just many times myself. Like, what would have happened if the dinosaurs had never went extinct?
And by the way, before you guys go further, I do want to mention to you too that me and Austin are very close to getting out of the part that concerns Hollow Earth, and we will be discussing more things concerning reptiles. We've been going over the Naga, and we've also been going over topics concerning the Astra weapons back in the day. According to the Hindu religions, they had the Astras and stuff. So keep
Yes.
keep a close eye on those because those are actually turning out to be pretty good videos. Just to let you know ahead of time, and we will be putting more out.
Yeah,
We just have to pull the time together to get these videos done and out and going. So
How do you,
yeah. If you
off
got any
topic?
research to
What?
contribute, yeah. If you
No, go
got
right
any
ahead.
research to contribute to, oh, if you got any research to contribute to it yourself, feel free to throw your hat in the ring. We're looking for extra contributors.
With the extraterrestrial?
with
Is that what?
With
Or just
everything.
the reptilian
well,
type?
well, if you have any information that you want to share about the Naga,
Okay.
Or if you have any
About any aliens.
any kind of aliens, like if like you've heard of the freaking Naga. What's another good one? Oh God, I'm having a brain for it right now. Reptiles, reptilian.
Alpha Drac.
Draco, the
The
Draconians.
yeah.
Anything of that
Alpha
nature.
Draconians, yeah. The
we're-
amphibians.
Yeah, right now we are
Um,
in the process of doing the Agarians, and we're going to be going on to the next step after that, and we're doing it from the beginning, like historically, where did all of these stories come from? Like a lot of people have this misconception that these are freaking stories people made like back in the
Fairy
1980s.
tale. Yeah.
Well, they also think that they were made like back in the 1980s or something, and they don't realize like freaking these stories go back 100, 200 years ago.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When it comes to freaking like the Hollow Earth and the freaking Agarians living in underground tunnels. You know.
Mhm. And I don't know. Do you guys know anything about like Tartarian?
Yeah. Tartar.
Okay. You know that they actually even had a flag, like it was recognized. Like if you search on like flags and stuff like that, you look like they actually had their own flag. So obviously this civilization was known of, I do believe that very much that there are more lands and um I'm sorry. Absolutely, I agree. I agree. But yes, I would love to contribute to any of the things that come into talk. Like I said, I have a very large range of different information. So it just whatever pops up, I'll give
Well,
my opinion on it, or and then
yeah, we
go ahead.
just
You guys go.
we just wanted to bring that up so that you're aware that we are getting into these topics, and like these aren't going to be live streamed. They're actually going to be videotaped, and they're going to be edited, and they're going to be quality as good of quality as we can come up with. So
Okay.
so
I don't know how to do any of this stuff. That's kind of why, like, when I was sending information, I was trying to keep it in order, because I don't know how to edit, videos, or, to be able. And I like to, when there's odd things like this giant Godzilla-like creature in the water that I sent, um, I'd like to give credit to, the original. I'm not trying to take credit for anything. This is not my story. It's our story. It's all of us. And I try to I would like I like to give credit where it's due. Somebody brings something to light. They deserve. I'm not trying to take anybody's content or anything like that. That's why I kind of just sent everything to you in some kind of order.
Yeah.
And that way, if you were going to do your show and have, clips or whatever, like you were speaking of.
Now, let me kind of say that with everything we put on our streams, it's our shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing like that comes from anybody else. Like the slideshows and everything that are showing right now. These are actually created by Bob Dub, Minds Gaming, Within the Vacuum, and other members of a group that I work with on Minds.com. So this is not other people's stuff. If you hear music that's on here, that's my shit, or from somebody from our groups. You ask Austin. And we've never used other people's stuff since I've taken over this channel at all. It's always ours. Okay.
Well, any information that I send to you,
feel free to post it in Discord. It's perfectly fine. If you want to share anything, share it in Discord with everybody. That's cool.
Okay, so like you don't like that's what I was kind of getting to. Like, is there not like a private way that I could so we don't kind of like give away
There,
the show before?
well, with Discord, people aren't going to be migrating to Discord anytime soon. You know what I mean? It just so don't worry about that. That's a community where
Yeah,
that's for us. That's where we get together, we bounce
yeah.
ideas.
Discord's kind of off the. Discord's kind of private already because so few people even come to it.
Yeah. So
Okay.
When you
Well, I mean, it's not a totally it's not a bad idea to post things that you're going to be talking about. That way, if anyone else
exactly.
would like to chime in, they'll be aware of subject, topic, or anything they'd like to contribute.
Right. Now, I understand.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The reason why I'm saying that is because like freaking we've been doing this Discord channel for a while, and I've finally come to realize that it's a better tool than it is anything else. Like I'm not gonna push anymore because I've done it before. Tell everybody join our Discord, join our Discord. They don't do it, and I've finally started realizing it after I started streaming and doing my show why they don't do it. It's because I've got people who freaking don't want to get on Discord or Skype because they think the CIA is freaking snooping in on them and taking their metadata and shit. I'm like, are you serious, dude? I mean, come on. So I got to deal with them, and then I got to deal with people who don't want to freaking get on freaking on Discord because they freaking don't want to get off of Facebook, or they don't want to get off of freaking Minds.com, or they all have a reason for why they don't want to use Discord.
Well, I mean, I personally think it is an awesome setting. Like it's if somebody's interested in some certain type of something, and to be able to interact with one another, I think is it's incredible. It really is incredible, because then you have maybe something that you've never thought of that somebody else might say, and it will click, and click in your mind and piece something else together. Like, how else are you supposed to do that if you're not having a platform to communicate with one another? Sometimes you can type something and it's nothing like what you're saying, because there's the context and how you're saying it. But I think this is even so. Hold on, is the Wonderful World of Weird, that is John's channel?
Yeah, it used to be. Now me and John are partners. And
okay. Well, I mean, that's a fairly big channel. I've watched them for that channel for years, and they always have really great things. I don't understand why people wouldn't want to connect or join the Discord, because this is such a more personalized experience.
I'm right there with you. Because without Discord, I wouldn't be able to talk to Roger and John on a regular basis like I do. I mean, that's what's allowed me to talk to Roger all the time, collaborate with him on series, talk to John about musical collaborations and stuff we're working on. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to connect to either one of them. That's connecting to Roger and John's been one of the best things that ever happened to me. So, I look at it as people who don't join Discord, that's their loss. They're the ones missing out.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. They are. Like I said, it's an experience. It's a totally different experience than just watching a video content that somebody has pieced together. This is more personalized. It's I mean, it all around it's just incredible, and I don't know how else to explain it or express it, but this is something here.
It is.
Now
absolutely.
I have Anthony McDonald in YouTube chat. He says, "How are you all doing?" And he says, "I'm in Dublin, which is beginning to reveal more and more UAPS lately." And he asked what
Is that unidentified aerial phenomenon?
Yeah.
Is that what that is?
I'm
Okay.
pretty sure that's what they're talking about. He's talking about.
Okay.
And
yeah, absolutely.
He asked what we were talking about. I told him that basically we are talking about ancient myths and folklore, which I really don't like calling it that. I like to call it ancient religions because you know what I mean.
History.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. When they say it like that, it kind of demeans it a little bit. It diminishes its importance. It like tries to, at least. It is. I'm doing my blackout thing here, guys. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I can't even construct a sentence. My stupid nerve. I can't stand that. It makes me irritating. But yes, they are coming out with more and more information about these things. They're slowly, dripping in the tub. You know what I mean? Like they're just slowly letting out some information because the activity has picked up so rampantly. The whole world's going to war. And if there are the watchers, they would see that, you know what I mean? And they're going to make themselves known, or the government trying to have some, thing come up that they have more control over us or whatever. Like, this is the hard part because nobody will give the truth. You know what I mean? Like, they try to. Oh, now the Pope says, ET phone Rome, or like the Project Bluebeam or Paperclip, where they want to, have this false narrative, like this false thing that I don't. You see, you
This
never
fake
know.
alien invasion.
Yeah, it's like watching.
Wasn't Operation Paperclip like a fake alien invasion to scare people?
And Bluebeam as well,
okay.
like where they want to holographic.
No, you're thinking of the War of the Worlds. That was the fake radio show that was set up for it. Now, Paperclip, what she's talking about was it was a government organization that was supposed to investigate UFO sightings, which they turned it into a joke. Really, they wanted to use it as a way to freaking make UFOs to debunk UFO sightings, debunk, you know what I'm saying? Say that they weren't real, basically. And the only bad part about that deal was is the guy that they assigned to do it eventually went from not believing in UFOs to believing in UFOs.
There's so much evidence, but the thing is, it's like, how else do you get information? How do you get information? You can research it, but if there's a false narrative or, it's almost impossible. It's like you're running in circles, basically, because they'll never be a straight shoot. They're not going to. They either feel they're superior to, the rest of us peasants, and we don't deserve this illuminated information, this higher enlightenment. So it's hard to get the truth. It is, and it's like I said, I've been doing this most of my life, and I'm still chasing my tail.
Yeah. Well, at least you're chasing your tail. You know what I'm saying? You're doing something. That's what I keep telling everybody all the time. I'm like, don't sell yourself short. You're doing something. How many people would just go home and sit on their asses and don't do anything?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, I mean, you can either
ask any questions.
Right. It's so don't sell yourself short. It's perfectly fine for you to just be there doing your research and trying to figure out something new rather than not doing anything at all. And letting
Yeah,
time.
I try to connect the dots. You know what I mean? Like you'll get a piece here and a piece there, and somehow it'll correlate with one another so well that it will click in your mind and be able to have an understanding of something. Like you're trying to dig through, all the crap to get to a little sliver of truth, and maybe a few of those truths together paint a bigger picture for you or give you a better understanding. And I think this engaging thing and being able to bounce off one another like this, I think this may. I feel really good about it. Like I feel that this may help one another get to the truth, and then um
Now,
it's unfortunate, but I
now,
like this. This is good.
now, now that we've had the conversation and everything, let me uh, get further with what we were talking about with the topics. Okay. Now,
Okay.
now, we had just gone over the myth of Etana, and I was talking about the birds and the reptile and how they're connected, and like I wanted to go on further with that, and I wanted to talk about Dilmun. Have you guys ever heard of Dilmun or Dilman?
Come on. I think
No,
yeah, are you talking about Dilmun?
yeah,
It's like in like the Persian or like
yep,
Persian Gulf. It's like Mesopotamia.
yes. It's supposed to be
Okay.
the original supposed Garden of Eden. Okay, and it's called Dilmun. I call it Dilmun. A lot of people call it Dilman or Dilmun,
Dilmun.
and
Dilmun.
a lot of them call it Telmun. But it was an ancient East Semitic speaking civilization in eastern Arabia, mentioned from the 3rd millennium BC onward. Based on contextual evidence, it was located in the Persian Gulf on a trade route between Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley civilization, close to the sea and to Artisan Springs. Now, Dalmun encompassed Bahrain, Kuwait, and eastern Saudi Arabia. This area is certainly what is meant by reference to Dalmun among the lands conquered by King Sargon II and his descendants. Now, the great commercial and trading connections between Mesopotamia and Dalmun were strong and profound to the point where Dalmun was a central figure to the Sumerian creation myth.
Yes.
Now, Dalmun was described in the saga of Enki in Ninhursag as pre-existing in paradisiacal state where predators do not kill. Pain and
Yeah.
disease are
There's no
absent,
sickness, death, or
and
pain.
people do not get old.
Mm-hmm.
Dalmun was an important trading center. At the height of its
Mm-hmm.
power, it controlled the Persian Gulf trading routes. According to some modern theories, the Sumerians regarded Dalmun as a sacred place, but that is never that is never stated in any of the known ancient texts. Now, Dalmun was mentioned by the Mesopotamians as a trade partner, a source of
Yes.
copper, and a
Trading hub. Yes.
and a trade entry point. The Sumerian tale of the guardian paradise of Dalmun may have been an inspiration too for the Garden of Eden story.
Well, it connects Mesopotamia with the Indus Valley,
Right.
which I wasn't even very familiar with. But I started looking into it like 2 or 3 nights ago. But I wasn't. I'm actually not very familiar with the Indus Valley and their civilization. So I pulled as much information as I could. Like I said, I kept it very short and sweet. There's 5 little paragraphs of the information that I had to contribute to it, or that I
Go
could
for it.
piece together. But with the Dilmun, I put Dilmun was an ancient civilization located in the Persian Gulf, significant in Mesopotamia, trade, and mythology. It was described as paradise where there was no sickness, death, or pain. Dilmun was a major trading hub connecting Mesopotamia with the Indus Valley. It is often associated with the Sumerian creation myth and might have inspired the biblical Garden of Eden.
Okay. Now,
Is what I put.
now when we go back to the whole thing about the bird and the reptile, okay, and you start talking about dragons. Now, the key part to all that is you have to take into consideration the Indus Valley. Okay, the Indus Valley is just to the east of India. Okay, so the Babylonians and the Sumerians had close, or the Sumerians actually. This was before the Babylonians, but they had close ties to Dalmun, and Dalmun had close ties to the Indus Valley. And the thing about the Indus Valley is there's a lot of controversy behind that. Like India, in their Hindu religions, right now they have a really strong national movement going on where they want to say that the Aryan invasions that occurred in their texts, their religious texts, didn't happen. That freaking the Hindu religion originated right there in India, which is complete and utter nonsense, because evidence has shown, even through DNA migration patterns, that these beliefs and these people actually traveled into India. Okay, and the Indus Valley is where a lot of this stuff came from. It started out in Pakistan and Afghanistan, and it stretched all the way down to the coast there. If you check it out on the map, you'll see what I mean, where it's right there at the freaking ocean. And these trading routes took place right there on the shore, and these ships would travel all the way around to the Persian Gulf, and they would trade.
Like Silk Road.
Exactly.
Is like that, how they would trade spices, and they would come from, so far away to come to this. It's like a marketplace almost, and they would, trade or barter, or buy or whatever.
Exactly.
That was, a major trading thing. And the weird thing about that Indus Valley thing, I know this is a little off topic, but major cities included, like, it's called like Harappa. I know I'm probably butchering it, but it was due to like climate change, which is so strange that it would be, Harappa, but it's almost like harp. I don't know why that it just kind of stuck to me when I was like I said, I wasn't very familiar with this one here when I started doing a little, digging. I just thought it was strange that it would be something with climate change and harp, like harpa or harappa, but it was, it's just so close to harp. Like, I don't know. I'm sorry. I know that didn't have anything to do with anything.
No, it
But it
did.
was just something that
It actually did.
I ran into.
It actually did.
It does, because harp is like weather manipulation technology.
Cloud seeding.
Yeah. Yeah, that ties back to a lot of what me and Roger have been talking about, with everything about aliens and the great flood, and how it wiped out Atlantis and stuff, and how it was possibly the result of weather manipulation technology, or an Astra that released torrential volumes of water and triggered earthquakes. So what you're saying does tie back to that.
Now,
thank you. I thought it stuck in my brain, so I couldn't. That was one of the things that, like, it kind of just caught my attention right away, and I was like, "Huh, it's a coincidence? I don't think so."
now this right here is a good
No.
place where Austin needs to take the reins and kind of explain to you about the Astros because he's been doing a lot of good research on them. So, kind of break it down for her and the people who are watching a little bit about the Astros, Austin.
So, in the ancient Hindu religion, or in the ancient Hindu texts, which are the Vedic texts and the Upanishads, these texts talk about what they called astras. Now, the Vedic and the Upanishad texts, which are the central books to the Hindu religion, they were written in an ancient dialect of the Indian language called Sanskrit. And in Sanskrit, astra supernatural weapon or a weapon that was summoned or controlled by a deity. And the Vedic and scriptures and the Upanishads in Hinduism, they mention over 100 different types of astras. Some of these astras were capable of causing floods that could wipe out continents, and others were capable of causing quakes, and others were capable of causing sea outs, and then there was another astra called the Brahmastra. It was charged with all of the energy of the universe, and it would unleash a flash as bright as 1,000 suns, followed by a smoky trail that rose heavens. That's and there was still another one that was capable of hollowing out tunnels under the earth. But these astras, they were controlled by supernatural beings or gods in the Hindu pantheon.
Well, then, actually, it's everywhere. Just with Zeus and controlling lightning, and it's we have that technology now. If we can do that now on our minute little level. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it carried on into the Greek, into the Roman mythology. You see all these, and even the Norse mythology. You see like Thor with his thunderbolt, and it was kind of the astras into that started with the Hindu texts into other religious traditions again down through the ages, and I think they still exist on some level in the form of heart and the cloud seeding stuff that we're seeing today, and like the super dark way, which is that's a global network of harp-like devices or these directed energy
weapons.
Of course, nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
Those could be fall into that category, well, or chemical or biological things such as. It still exists on some level.
Yeah, and like imagine, back in the day, an ancient man, seeing something like that. How would they try to explain it? It's a misunderstood technology. They are obviously very intelligent, and they have the power of, weather phenomenon and like you said, with the flood and things like that. But that I agree. And go ahead, take it back.
Oh, because Plato, how Plato, he talked about how the gods flooded Atlantis as punishment. Well, how would they have done that? They had to have some method by which to cause earthquakes and floods that sunk Atlantis in one night. And that's where the astras appear, at least from my research, to have carried over from the or carried over into the Greek traditions from the ancient Hindu traditions that predated them by maybe 2,000 or 3,000 years. Now how the Indus Valley and cults with the Vedic and Upanishads that came out of Indus Valley civilization carried on into Greek and Egyptian and ultimately Roman tradition. Now that's kind of a mystery. We don't know exactly. The best we can figure is it had something to do with migration, communication of humans on these trade routes. That you know, the Silk Road, like you discussed, was one of them, and the Silk Road went back. That's transcended civilizations. There were civilizations that came and went, but the Silk Road lasted through all of them. You know, the Babylon, the Sumerians came and went. The Akkadians came and went. The Babylonians and Assyrians and the Greeks and the Egyptians and Persians and ultimately the Romans and the Byzantine Empire. All of that came and went. But and the ancient Mongolia came and went with Genghis Khan. But through it all, the Silk Road lasted. And people traded and communicated. And so that's how I'm assuming that these traditions carried on and transferred to each other. But also these people witnessed the same things. I mean, we're talking events that far bigger than anything that we've seen in recent history. By which I mean, you know, the last
couple hundred years.
We're talking about events.
Yeah.
We're talking about events bigger than our great grandparents and so on and so forth have seen.
Yeah.
So it's stuff that would leave a very lasting impression.
Now, a lot of this stuff he's talking about too is going back thousands. And when I'm saying thousands, like our recorded history only goes back to freaking, what was it, 10,000 BC?
Mm-hmm.
You see? So,
yeah.
This stuff, if it is true, goes back even further than that.
Well, I would assume that it's based on, you know, some facts, because if it to be such a to leave a lasting impression, like carried on through all that time, there's obviously some truth, you know, to that footing there.
But let me kind of throw out a little bit of facts here too first before we go further. Let me kind of give you guys an idea of how old the Sumerians are. Now, while the Sumerian freaking civilization was going, the mammoths were freaking actually up in the Siberian area, freaking still running the earth alive and not extinct. Okay. So the Wilith mammoth was still alive during the time of the Sumerians.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So.
But to leave on a, you know, that story, for it to make it, you know, throughout time and still referred to, there's just in my heart, I just don't feel there's any way. You know, they wouldn't have made up some story and it'd been like some Harry Potter tale, you know, and it just carried on through the, you know, hundreds and hundreds of years. Like, there's no way. There's no way. That makes no sense. So there was obviously some truth
when you look at when you look at things like how how I just mentioned about how all these civilizations have came and went, and things happened, like the Library of Alexandria being the best example. That all the Romans, they took all those manuscripts out there, they burn them in these furnaces that fueled their public bathhouses, and then later on, what was left of it, the Muslims sacked for religious reasons. They burned it but you look at events like the Library of Alexandria, all these civilizations that came and went and made every attempt to erase each other's history. And how this story we're talking about still lasts down to this day. It not only, but how did it survive all that intact? It couldn't have, through through anything other than what I would attribute to some sort of supernatural means. Humanity needs this story to survive, you know, because it wouldn't wars and just civilization and natural disasters. I mean, we could do a whole series of shows just all that in each one of those in themselves. Well, the story survived all of that. I mean, it was not only something profound that has occurred, but something that is extremely profound just in the survival of this story we're talking about itself. And I can only attribute it to something supernatural.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah, absolutely. I second that.
Now, with the Indus Valley too, one thing that I do want to point out is and I'm sure you guys read it because I sent those notes to you, and I'm pretty sure you researched it, but just with the Indus Valley, the reason why this culture ended up moving out of the valley was because of environmental problems, climate. You know, the water was drying up and things of that nature. And it was said that they freaking migrated east. Now, they really don't know where these people went. The truth of it is this is a very mysterious civil or culture, I guess is what they're still calling it. But the truth is that their language still hasn't been deciphered. They have absolutely no idea what the writings, and they have found text. They just cannot decipher it. They do not understand what these people were saying. They do have these cities and everything, but they have no idea what their freaking words meant. And they have been trying to, but they haven't been able to figure that out. Now, I also find it odd that with the Sumerian language, that there's no root language that it comes from, and it's not connected to any modern language that we have today. It is completely independent of
it was as though the language it was as though the language appeared like a bolt out of the blue.
Right.
We didn't have a language, and then suddenly we did. Where'd it come from?
Right.
Did the Anunnaki teach man that which he did not know?
Well,
as the Sumerians said.
And it goes into this Indus Valley civilization too. You know what I mean? They just vanished. They don't.
Kind of like that one place
so did the Mayans.
Here, like when people were coming over, like with the pilgrims and stuff, and there's that, I forget what is it called?
Jamestown, or was it Roanoke? Was it Jamestown?
Roanoke.
It was one of the. It was
went missing. Mayan people.
Yeah, they just disappeared. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
happened time and time
nobody
again.
knows where they went this day.
Another thing about this.
The same thing with Mayans.
Yes.
You want to hear the weirdest part about the Indus Valley civilization that I did find out? Is they show no evidence of any kind of aggression, any violence, anything whatsoever. These people were peaceful. There's no evidence that there was even a village that was burnt to the ground.
So they were untouched from all appearances, even hatred of any kind.
Yeah.
That's weird in and of itself.
Yep.
That's an anomaly in major anomaly in human history that we can't explain, because every other country and civilization's been touched by wars and every manner of chaos and turmoil you can imagine. So it's very
and you're unblemished.
And they
they do go on further to say that yes, they did build walls and stuff, but those walls they don't believe was frickin' set up to frickin' be defending themselves against attackers. And I can see that because like natural wildlife and things like that. You would want walls built around your town to keep freaking the wild animals out and stuff of that nature.
Yeah.
You know? So, you
Like
know,
lawlessness.
right. But
Yeah.
I do find that was one interesting thing that I did find that out, and that really struck me. And then when you go to Dalmoon and you read about freaking what Dalmoon was all about, I mean, they're explaining in detail what the Indus Valley civilization was in detail.
Yeah.
And
and with the Indus Valley thing, they also had a mother serpent god. You know, same thing. They call her like a serpent queen. I forget her name. It's like Manasa or something like that. Yakshi and Marga. Something like that. I'm sorry. Like I said, I wasn't familiar with this one before a couple days ago.
Oh, don't worry about it. You'll get familiar with it eventually.
Oh yeah, it's something. It's something you'll always be learning new stuff about.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
You know,
you'll always be a student of this stuff.
Yep.
I've been researching too for freaking ever, man, and I've never stopped learning when it comes to all this stuff. It's just completely amazing, you know.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
And that now, what I was wanting to also mention too is like here in Dalmoon, if you notice what I read there, it also said freaking where freaking people do not get old.
Mm-hmm. Well, same thing with Moses. You know, Moses was supposed to be like, what, 900 or something like that?
Well,
I think the last one was Enoch.
Yeah. You've heard of the stuff Zachariah Sitchin.
That's what
came out, right?
I'm sorry, repeat?
Have you ever heard of Zachariah Sitchin?
I can't. You're something's cutting out.
Oh, that's probably me and Austin talking.
I can hear you good now.
Austin,
did you have something to say?
Oh yeah. I was gonna say that's what me and Roger were talking about when you left earlier. We were talking about how the Sumerians only named like 28 kings in a span of 500,000 years. You know, you're talking about people who lived to be thousands of years old and stuff. Each king would have, in that king list, the Sumerian king list would have had to rule between 15 to 20,000 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. At least. But there were just 28 of them in the span of 500,000 years.
Yeah.
That was all I had to say.
No, yeah, I know, I agree. I agree with that. Yeah, you see evidence of that, you know, throughout history, really. You have these people, like I was explaining, like more biblical, was Moses. I'm sorry, 1 second. Okay, thank you. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that.
It's fine. It is fine. Now, have you ever heard of Zachariah Sitchin?
Not that I can put my finger on. No. I may, but I probably if you start talking about it or something, I may it click in my mind.
He's very controversial, even when it comes to people who believe in UFOs and everything. But he did grab the attention of people who believe in UFOs and aliens and outer space, because he came up with the concept of the Anunnaki. Now, he's the one who coined all that, and his whole theory about that was that the Anunnaki came freaking to Earth, and when they got here, they had lived a lot longer because their home planet freaking on their home planet a year freaking was a lot longer. So a year to their planet would have been like, I think it was supposed to be 700 years or like 70 years or some shit like that. So like they would be on the planet and 1 year to them would have been like freaking 70 years or 700 years had gone by.
What? Like
They
70
say
Earth years?
Yes, it
they also say that a day for God is like a year or 1,000 years for us.
yes, that's what it was. It was
I've
freaking.
heard that.
I believe it's a
Okay.
thousand. 1 year is 1,000 years to the Anunnaki.
Yeah.
I believe that's what it was. And when I see
Here's
that,
if we're to believe,
what was you saying? I heard a little bit of a rumble. Repeat
oh,
yourself real quick.
I was starting to talk, but then you were talking. I couldn't tell whether you were still talking or not.
Well, go ahead. And,
But with okay. So if we're to believe that if that one day for God is 1,000 years, the Bible talks about how God created the earth in 7 days, and that would mean that if we could take it to mean that God created the earth in 7,000 what we consider to be Earth years.
Well, maybe yeah, it could be that. It also could be that maybe that God creating us, you know, you had like of course you had to make all these different tweaks in DNA and you have to cap those and it's just I forgot where I was going with that, but there was a reason I was bringing it up. I'll think about it and get back to you. There was a reason and it just slipped my mind.
all right. Well,
You want to hear a funny somebody says, you know, when you're going to do something and you walk into a room and then you completely forget what you were doing. They said, I heard a funny said, what
Oh
if
yeah.
every time that happens, you had just got abducted by aliens? So you come back, you don't remember what you were
Everyone.
doing. It's funny. Okay. Sorry for interrupting. But it may have taken, 7,000 years to get it right, to have, um, an intellect and, like the consciousness and the whole spirit, like energy not being able, you can't destroy energy. Energy will keep going, even when you die, your
that's
your
science.
energy, your soul, it still exists. It's not, diminished or demolished. It's still there. So the creator, maybe he just, I don't know, maybe he made it in 7 days and, he wasn't talking about an us 7 days. Maybe he was talking about a him 7 days. Us. But they said like,
Yeah,
he will,
7 days.
God will return, in 7,000 years. Like, I don't know, there's something weird also with our timeline and how there used to be 13 months. And so they changed, yeah, I think it was Catholics, if I'm not mistaken. The Roman Catholics, they changed the calendar. Um, I can't remember what name they used.
They've changed it a few times actually. I actually got caught up in that.
Yeah.
Like the calendar is the only reason why we have the calendar is so that freaking these people could decide what they wanted or dis- figure out when the best time was to freaking plant food and
Yeah,
stuff like that.
absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? So
Absolutely.
everybody
Harvest.
and the harvest and everything. And then when you go according to the harvest moon and things of that nature, you start diving into a lot of things that people don't really understand. You know what I'm saying? Like they think that when they hear the word harvest moon, that is some kind of witchcraft, but that's not what it's about. It was never meant to be that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Which, don't get me wrong, a lot of people who do believe in witchcraft do believe in the harvest moon, but that's not what it originally was meant for.
Well, the same thing with Easter and Ishtar,
You know?
and how basically like Easter, it's It's like a pagan holiday. Same thing with Christmas. Christmas being in relation to Nimrod, and
No, see,
they're,
I
go ahead.
actually, when you brought up Ishtar and Nimrod, there's a fact that I wanted to bring up too that I didn't mention in the notes. But like the Canaanites, when it comes to Ishtar, actually, I found this out last year when I was doing my history stuff, and I brought it up in a couple of the videos that I did with Karma. But Ishtar, according to the Canaanites, could have possibly been the beginning references to what we think of as mermaids today. Now, I'm not talking about the Sumerians, I'm talking about the Canaanites. They actually worshipped Ishtar too, but they depicted her as a reptilian woman, kind of.
There that goes again.
Kind of like a, kind of
the
like
reptilians.
And what I read of it, it resembled
Or even an
a mermaid.
amphibian.
Yeah. Well, like I said,
or even an amphibian type creature.
Yeah.
Like,
And they have
are we different? Are we different?
Ariel.
And reptile, or is there a difference between them, or the amphibian creatures we've talked about and the reptiles for like the everything about Alien series, or are they kind of one and the same?
Well, the amphibians,
I believe same
ahead.
lineage, maybe. Like same, like how can I explain that? I believe it's this one in the same. It's like it's from the same tree. I believe that there's aquatic, which is underwater, and I believe that there are aerial, which of flight. You can even have land. Land and or creatures that live on land. They don't live in flight or in the water. Maybe there's by people, or maybe there was beings that were both. They could fly and they could be underwater. Just
Now, from what I've found out when it comes to the alien races, is the aquatic or the amphibians are really, they really don't like humans, and a lot of the incidences that involved humans with them was very, very negative. Like they would be very aggressive and very hostile towards humans.
Well, same thing with like the sirens or mermaids, whatever you call it. It's the same kind of thing. There was like carving or cave paintings, like how they recorded their information back in the day. They would have not hieroglyphs, but there's another terminology for it. I forget, but you guys kind of get the gist of it.
Yeah.
And it's the same. It's one and the same, I think. Like it's always painted in a darker light. Or I believe in mermaids. I full-heartedly believe in that. I think, and how silly the evolution thing is. Okay, like if people evolved from monkeys, why aren't there still monkeys turning into motherfuckers? You know what I mean? That just don't make no sense to me.
Right.
Yeah. Because natural selection, the theory of it posits that a given organism would have had to go extinct when it evolved into something superior, but those supposedly inferior organisms like monkeys, they still exist. So then the theory of natural selection, like you said, it doesn't hold up.
Yeah.
The evolutionary theory, so many. Well, and then you look at all the other species on Earth, and then humans. We're the only species that got into mathematics, the arts, and civilization building. Evolution does not explain.
Also, we're the only creatures. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Also, if you ask the evolutionary theory, it has about as many holes in it
as a sieve.
You know, we're human beings are like when we're born, like we are completely dependent on somebody to take care of us. Most other creatures know how to live, you know, when they're born. Your dolphin born goes off swimming, he knows how to live. We are not it seems like we weren't made for this earth. Like to be
No, we
completely dependent on somebody, you know, that was birthed. I just don't see how that makes any
Well,
sense.
see,
You know what I mean? Like
I've said
we
that
can't walk
for
or crawl.
I've said that for a while now, where
No.
we don't fit naturally into the habitat that we're
Absolutely.
in. I
Correct.
personally
That's
believe
what I
that.
meant to say.
no. And yet we're the dominant species somehow.
That's
Yeah.
Everything
another
about
reason.
us doesn't add
Mine
up.
it's
Wait,
yeah, it's fishy. Something's fishy.
Yeah.
Doesn't make no
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Uh,
That was a good point to bring up. I'm sorry about that.
No,
I know.
that was a good point. I mean, that
Good
really was.
species.
That's kind of ironic,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
you know. So
Coincidence? I don't think so.
that's right. So
Oh yeah. No.
now
Absolutely not.
I do want to call it for now, right? Because we are going into 2 hours, and I would like to come back though and start some more and go into the Indus Valley and start discussing that, because I think this would be an actual good subject to get into. I also want to talk about Surya. Have you guys ever heard of Surya?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now
Surya.
Surya, yeah. Surya is when we were talking about the Brahmastra weapons. Surya is one of the gods, the deities in the Hindu religion. Then you have Garuda. I'd like to talk about Garuda, and he's a part of the Hindu religion. I also would like to go over the Thunderbird. Now,
Yeah.
Okay, and talk about the
Another
thunder.
one.
This all goes into, well, and then after that I want to talk about Quetzalcoatl, because
Quetzalcoatl, yeah.
I want to talk about him and Thunderbird, because I think those two should really be brought up together.
Yeah,
and,
I agree.
And we need to take this farther. If you guys are willing to come back and do this at another time, I would love to.
Absolutely. How often do you do these shows?
Oh yeah.
Well, with WoW Talk right now, this is the only stream that I'm doing, live streams that I'm doing on Wonderful World of Weirdness right now, because I want everybody to take a break so that we can freaking come back and be refreshed and good to go in October. I'm gonna do the Wonderful World of Weirdness WoW Talk at least once a week, so we could show up. And I'm not scheduling the live streams. I scheduled the uploads and everything that we've got going. You know, the archive videos. Those are all scheduled in the descriptions. But the live streams, I'm not scheduling them. So.
Okay. Do you have a pen and paper?
I can get one, I guess.
Well, I think this thing, when you send me a message, it notifies me. I was gonna say you could write my name down, and if you ever need to, you can reach out on Facebook message or whatever. But we can do it here. That's fine. I think it alerts me.
That's what I was getting ready to say. Put it in a PM for us, or just and we can contact each other. I can actually notify you through Discord, like you were saying too. So we're all set on that and ready to go, man. If you want to, do you want to let everybody know your name and how they can get in touch with you, or are you okay with not doing that, or?
Oh, that's fine. If anybody wants to have a conversation, that's fine. You can reach me. My name is Sherry Lonesky, SherriLonesky, and I'm sure if you type my name in, you can find me very easily. I don't have a YouTube or nothing, but I do have Facebook and Instagram, I think. I don't post much. Like I said, I don't do the social media thing. I use it more for just keeping in contact with people.
Okay.
So that's fine. Yeah, they're more than welcome to reach out. I would, be happy.
All right. And how about you, Austin? You want to tell people a little bit about yourself?
Like I said earlier, I'm Summer Todd's son. She does Summer Todd's mystery shows here on the Wonderful World of Weirdness. We just concluded season 1 finale of that. Over the summer, I'll be working on campfire stories and everything about aliens with Roger. I also do music, so there'll be a lot going on with my solo project art and me and Old John's musical collaboration going forward.
What kind of music?
Roger?
No.
Oh, like prog rock, alternative rock, psychedelic, experimental blues kind of stuff, all kinds of stuff.
Okay.
I can give you a link to my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Let me grab a pen real. Oh, can you send a link? Is that what you're saying?
Matter of fact, why don't you say it?
I'll drop you the link.
Let everybody know. Okay. Let everybody know on the stream your email address. Just say it. That's something that you should give.
Oh.
You should drop that information.
Everybody can reach. Okay. Everybody can reach me at Art Todd 148 at gmail.com.
Okay.
148. Okay, at Gmail. Mine is Lone Sky, LONESKY SHERRI at gmail.com.
Okay. And see, that's
okay.
That's
and
what
I can also PM you, Sherry. I'll also PM you my email address.
Right.
Okay,
just
great.
To be sure. Okay.
Yeah, all right, awesome, guys. Thank you for letting me be a part of this.
Hey, I'm glad you were here. I mean, this is delightful. I'm really glad that we actually got somebody that's a part of the YouTube channel to come on and actually participate with us. I mean, it's a blessing to us. Thank you. This is
anytime. Anytime you guys would like to have me back. Like I said, it doesn't have to just be this topic. I know a very wide range of topics, paranormal and extraterrestrial and conspiracies and but I am always willing.
I'll tell you what, we will set up the next stream for next let's do it next Monday like we did today.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we can keep touch and chat throughout the week, or I'll send information to see if it's okay. And I think this will be a lot of fun, you guys. Thank you.
I think it will too, and I'm.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
And with that being said, I guess we can go ahead and wrap everything up if you guys don't have any problem with that. Are you guys good?
No, sounds good.
All right.
Everybody just, keep vigilant and, never stop learning.
Exactly. So.
All right, you all take care, and it's been a lot of fun.
Same here.
All right, take care. All right.
Bye. That's fun. That was really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was.
Simply calling some illegal mumbo.
Keep it going. I don't know.
All right, hold on a minute.
I don't know how to hang it up, to be honest. I closed all my running programs on my screen, and you guys there's no screen at all. I have wiped them all, and for some reason, I'm still having voice.
No, here, let me see.
Like if you tap your screen on the right-hand side, a little red phone comes up. I think that's how you hang it up.
Yeah.
Oh, I seen it.
If you're
I
on it,
seen
I
it.
don't know if you're on your phone or
There you
yeah, that's how you hang up. I don't know if you're on a computer or your phone. I'm on my phone,
On my
so
phone.
it might be different.
go. I should probably.
Okay, yeah. You just tap your screen, and then to the right hand side, there's that red phone.
I see it.
That's how you hang up.
All right, you guys. Thank you.
Okay.
You too.
And
Later.
Later. Okay.
later,
Okay. So let me.
but you wanted to.
Hold on a minute. Let me do this. Do this little advert I do for freaking for what's her face for her teas and stuff, and I will get everything going real quick.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so yeah, I've got that done, and what since we're on Wild Talk, this would be a good time to talk about the what we're gonna do. Now that we have you set up, I want to officially let everybody know that Austin has become an editor and a member of frickin' the WoW. He's been on his mom show, Summer Todd, as a co-host with her and everything, and we've done shows all together, but he's never actually been a part of the editing team. So we finally have him on there, and I want to welcome you, Austin, and say that you've been it's been a pleasure and a privilege being with you guys and doing stuff with you. Okay, so this is a big thing for me because and now that we have you on there, I do want to set up some time with you to where we can go over freaking you learning how to stream and stuff and taking care of your own videos and being able to put your own content up, okay? Now.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And another thing too is if you want, it's up to you if you want to pick a day that you want to do it, and you can do your own show too. Okay, but that's after we get you set up to where you can actually do your own streaming and be able to set it up. Okay.
Yeah. I need to start off at the basic.
Right.
The basics first.
But
and then of course, on top of that, my is it no?
With besides that too, like that's what I was getting ready to say about the phone thing. Like we're gonna have to figure something out with you and being able to freaking do it on the phone. Cause I'm good with OBS and I'm good with a computer, but I don't know jack shit about phones at all.
Me either. When it comes to streaming, anyway, I mean, I do a lot of other stuff with this, but I I don't know the first thing about stream. I'm sure you can stream off phone if worse comes to worse, but like I said, I'm totally new to actually setting up my own streams. I have yet to do any of that, so I don't know. Well, that'll be something we figure out going forward, I guess. Well, we may learn something new together.
I know I know you can do it. I know you can do it though, like because now they got the shorts and everything, so and vertical and all that. So I know that is possible, but like I'm just saying I can use vertical on OBS. You know what I mean? But I don't know like physically how to do it on the phone. So, but we can go through that and set you up. Maybe if you want to, you can make little shorts. Since you use the phone, you can make little shorts for frickin' for WoW too, because I think they got to be less than a minute.
I'm not sure what the length requirement is exactly. Probably less than, within the window of a minute, I would think. But like I said, I've never looked into the shorts or anything. I don't know anything about that either. So there's a lot I got to learn.
What the hell would you do in?
I'm a novice.
Well, you know what I'm saying? What the hell would you do in paranormal and UFOs that relate to frickin' or anything with our channel? That's less than a minute. That's the thing, though. Like, that's the hard thing for me to figure out.
Possibly advertising for shows using shorts, like little 1 minute trailers of the longer shows, like what we just did that we're going to be doing, is the first thing that comes to mind. At least for me. Just advertising for the wonderful world of weirdness, like putting something real spooky and killer together makes people want to come and watch it.
Well, like the introductions.
Of course, then again, something like that, or advertising for campfire stories or everything about aliens. Any series we do, that would be what we could do with shorts if we go down that road.
I've got another idea.
That's the first thing that comes to mind.
I've got another idea too.
We could do like little short. What's that?
Your mom. Go through your mom's old videos.
What about it?
And all the goofy shit that frickin' happened on her frickin' show, man. Just like get the little clips. Cause dude, we've got like so much goofy shit on there.
You mean like the behind the scenes, like you did, right?
Right. Well, I mean, I'm sure.
Oh man, those behind the scenes of Summer Todd's mystery shows had me keeling over laughing. I mean, I fucking lost it laughing my ass off at some of those. It was just the technical glitches and shit we had.
Yeah.
It was gold. It was comedy gold. That was where we kind of interjected comedy into our more serious mystery discussions, as it were. So we could do that. We could go that route as well.
Okay.
I'm not opposed to that.
Now,
what were you gonna say?
What I want to do is I want to figure out a good time where we can actually sit down, and this is off camera, and we can go over freaking video and stuff like that, and I can show you how to set it up on the channel. Like, you have to go in and freaking set it up to where you can hit freaking stream, and bam, it's good to go. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah.
So we can do that.
That'll be something we figure out too. Now, granted, one thing is right now my time to really do this on a regular basis will be pretty limited because of how much I work.
This doesn't have to do.
I got my.
This doesn't have to do with stream. It has to do with off camera, where me and you get together and we just go through it and I show you stuff. Like, I'm not talking about streaming or anything like that.
Okay.
So when it.
Okay. Now, I mean, I would love to contribute a lot more time to all this, but it's just with work and stuff, it's so limited. If I could figure out how to make money doing it down the road enough so to devote more of my time to this and less to my regular job in the factory.
Good luck with that.
You know, it would be a totally different story. I'd be on the level of you and old John with the time to work on this, you know, but right now it's going to be limited, so I'm gonna that'll be an obstacle going forward, but we'll figure it out. But it'll take a little while because with the limited amount of time I have to work on it. But I'll be taking notes on how to do the streams and stuff, as just building on it as I go along.
Yeah, and I mean, it's
kind of easing my way into it.
And don't think that it's about like doing the streams and streaming what we're doing. This is just me and you getting together, using something. We could use this, or we could use frickin' whatever, because we need visual to where I can see what you're doing, you can see what I'm doing, and we can kind of look at it, and we can share a screen, and you can see how I'm setting up my OBS or how I'm doing the YouTube and stuff like that, so that you're able.
Yeah, that's something we need to figure out.
Yeah, and it doesn't need to be streamed. It just, we use this to freaking see what each other's doing and stuff of that nature. So because
yeah, absolutely.
It's a good thing to do. I wanted to do it with your mom, but I don't know if that's going to be a good idea or not.
Why is that?
I don't think your mom's tech savvy.
She's not the most tech savvy, no.
Yeah.
She gets one little thing goes wrong, and it sends her into freak out mode.
Yeah.
And she kind of panics, and then you can't get her back down again. You back down, With me, if something goes wrong, me and you can. I don't panic.
Yeah.
And start.
See, that's why I have no. That's why I have no problem with being. I have no problem with being her cameraman. It's just, just don't. I don't know if I want to deal with that. Just let her do her show, and I'll sit back and do the camera.
She does a good show as far as putting on the show and all that. Just the technical aspect of it is. She gets freaked out that if it goes off the rails, which technology does. So it's.
I agree.
She got to get herself. I'm a lot more patient and grounded with it, because I know going in, it's gonna come off the rails. Okay. It's same shit with my music. Same shit with me and John's musical collaboration. It's more or less a game of balancing act to keeping it on the rails.
Keeping your head straight. Keeping your head straight during a freaking they call it a crisis situation. So
yeah,
that's what it basically comes down to.
Yeah, it's more of a being able to ground yourself when your technology kind of comes off the rails midstream on you. That's a big key to being tech savvy.
Yep.
Even if you don't know what the fuck you're really doing, it's a disaster. It's just not losing your cool.
Right.
And I've tried to help Mom with a lot of computer stuff. She's good at doing it as long as things go smoothly, but she tends to freak a little bit when they don't. I think that's part of the reason we have like technical issues sometimes, because her energy, her energy fucks the computer up somehow. She's got those slider tendencies, that we've discussed.
That's what I was bringing up before. Is like freaking. At first, she was talking about your sister, and then like all through the episodes, if you go back and you watch them, okay, like all of these little issues pop up, and it's not just once. It's through every. I think we had maybe 1 or 2 episodes that there was no problems. You realize that, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I recall it being quite a bumpy ride through the whole first season we did, and it'll be the same way with the second season. It'll be bumpy.
Yeah. Well, at least we got through it.
But me and you know that. Yeah. We got through it in one piece with decent shows.
Yeah.
I at least me and you stayed grounded enough, I think, to keep it flowing while she did the show.
Yep.
She put the show on, and
I still think
we're
she's a troublemaker.
We're yeah. We're good showmen, but we're also more grounded to be decent behind the scenes guys for keeping the show on.
Right. So later on, I will talk to you about a good time to get together and do that stuff. And again, I do want to say freaking welcome, man, and I'm glad that you was able to freaking do that. Me and John had been talking for a while now about trying to get you on there, and like I said, I ended up having problems with the two-party verification thing with the YouTube. So and plus I have a crazy old mom who I take care of, and I didn't want to tell you guys that she busted my freaking phone. So that was kind of embarrassing.
Oh, it happens.
You know, but
yeah, that's probably. I mean, John has his son that probably does,
yeah,
crazy stuff too. So it's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's just what you guys are dealing with.
See, back when I was younger, there was this TV series that was out, and it's called Soap. I don't know if you remember it, or
I remember that. Yeah.
Now there's this crazy old man who freaking thought that he was military, and he would always talk about Patton and everything, and think that he was in the army. That's kind of like how my mom is, but she's in a wheelchair. So.
Oh man.
Yeah. So it gets.
Well, talking about the stuff that happened 40 and 50 years ago.
Yeah. So.
Roger, you going to grade school? You going to kindergarten?
Oh, I had a situation.
That bus out there waiting.
I had a situation where she opened the door while I was in the middle of streaming, and she goes, "Roger, are you ignoring your mama?" I'm like, oh my fucking god, dude.
No, man.
So. Yeah.
So it was on the screen. That's funny shit there, dude.
Yeah. So, with that being said.
Not the best of my knowledge, John. What were you saying?
With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and cut this short, and we'll be done with it, okay?
All right. Well, we'll talk about a time to get together and then iron out the details of us figuring out how we look at what each other's doing, so you can teach me stuff remotely.
Yeah, we can get on there
and then we'll
do it. Get this stuff straightened out, and then.
And of course, I'll have to take notes by hand as I go too, so I remember some of this stuff, because I'm sure you'll quiz me and stuff to see if I'm retaining the information you give me.
No, what we'll basically,
which is perfectly understandable.
What we'll basically do is we'll do it in real time. Like we'll make it to where you actually do your own stream, and if you need help, I'll be there to back you up. And we'll do test runs and stuff like that. But I won't quiz you or anything like that. It'll be real time setup, and you'll be able to just take charge. But by the time you're done, you'll be a pro.
You'll just be set up and go. Here, I'm not gonna quiz you. Here you go.
Right. Well, that's the way they.
Real time, man. My fire training.
That's the way I learned it. You know what I mean? Don't sell yourself short. You know what I mean? Don't think a test is gonna make it work. You know what I mean? You'll learn as you go.
Not necessarily.
You'll be able to do it.
Now, who taught you all this stuff?
I had to do it myself. Nobody was cool enough to.
Oh, you had to figure
it all out.
You had to figure it out as you went.
Mm-hmm. I even tried to reach out and find out what YouTube had to say, and they didn't have shit to tell me, dude. All they wanted to tell me was freaking I needed.
Their support couldn't help you.
No, they wanted to tell me that I needed special lighting to make my freaking video look pretty.
Our videos are all ugly or shit, and when they get shit tons of views, so what the fuck ever, YouTube,
yeah.
You know.
Need to buy all these $500 freaking circular lights that I can sit around me, and then freaking. You seen those, right? Those cool freaking lights they got out now, the circular ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they.
Yeah, YouTube. YouTube's probably just plugging. YouTube's probably just plugging those light manufacturers because they give them money or something. Is what that shit is. That'd be what I'd say if I had to guess at that.
I finally
That
started.
would be my guess.
I finally started getting on their freaking creator thing and telling them, look, man, you know, if you want to help people, you start telling them freaking what's the best freaking frames per second that they need to freaking have their OBS set at if they're freaking only getting like 300 or 3,000 kilobytes per second. You know what I mean, for an internet provider. That's important.
Now when was this? Now when was this, and what drove you to start getting into working on streaming in the first place?
I freaking don't. I'm kind of lost on when I started.
You don't remember?
Yeah. Like
You're what?
I thought that it was maybe like 7 or 9 years ago and shit, but like I've been going over old videos. And I'm like, man, I think freaking I was wrong. Like, 2017 was a good starter year. Like, right around there, maybe. Or maybe a little time before that.
Now, I remember I think you said you met old John, like, around 2006 or 7.
No, it was
So you've been doing this?
It was a little bit later than that. Maybe around 2000 and...
It was even earlier.
It was I've known John since Facebook, and I moved back to Illinois in 2000 and oh my god. Well, anyhow, 2013 I think it was, and then I freaking met him maybe around 2015 or 16. So I've known.
Oh, okay. I thought you knew him way back in like 2006 or 7.
Oh hell no.
Which I thought you originally said.
Oh hell no. I sobered up in freaking 2003, dude. I was still freaking a baby. You know.
You're what, about 40 then? No.
30, I believe.
You're about to turn 30.
Yeah. No, I was 30.
Yeah, you're about to turn 30 then.
I was 30 in 2003.
Okay.
So I would have been, no. Yeah, I was 30 in 2003. In 2006, I would have been 33 years old. I'm still a virgin.
33?
Yeah. I'm still a virgin.
33 and still a virgin?
Yeah.
What, to the streaming thing, or just...
to
life. You didn't get into the stream.
To life. Like, I thought I was on top of the world at 30, dude. And then when 40 came around, I was like, yeah, dude, I finally conquered 30. It wasn't that bad. And then by the age of 50, I'm thinking, damn, I'm so glad freaking I don't have to go through that shit no more. Yeah. It's like... It's crazy. So I better get off.
Yeah, I remember back in...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, back in 2000... Back in 2006, that was when I first got into social media. I got on MySpace Music with some of my first demos when I just gotten into home recording stuff.
Yeah.
And that was early 2007. That was the 2007 demos period where I was cranking out all these demos in my home studio that I was gonna send to record labels in New York and LA and go out there and make it music, and it was just I had it all planned out.
Yeah.
You know, and then I was on MySpace. I was on MySpace then, and that was the thing. I reached a lot of people on there, but then, MySpace, I don't know what the fuck happened to it. It just died, and then Facebook sucked. And so I fell cracks with social media for years.
See, Tom learned his lesson. Tom learned his lesson about censorship. Like he actually started freaking going and trying to determine what it was freaking people should and shouldn't listen to, which is the same shit Facebook is doing right now. And that's what I said.
Yeah.
You give Facebook enough time, they're going to learn the same horrible lesson that Tom did. Which, don't get me wrong, at least he's
What
on.
with MySpace?
Yeah. That's where it all started going downhill, is when he started censoring and freaking doing all that crazy shit.
Yeah, and Facebook's starting to go that direction now. They're they're a sinking ship.
Yep.
You know, it used to be just people on the fringe that didn't like them and said bad things about them. Now it's becoming a mainstream thing to pretty much not like Facebook, and people are craving something more, a platform that caters more to intellectual things like what we do. So, you know, we're kind of in a good time period right now to be doing what we're doing, you know, especially after the chaos that's been the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
You know, people are kind of getting more into conspiracy theories and reaching for the spiritual world, and so, you know, and I think to some extent the community we're part of, and John getting back into it with us the way he has, it's kind of maybe been a product of that.
Yep.
The all the craziness of the last 4 years, and what looks to be the coming, God only knows what coming craziness from it, you know. So that's with the dumber social media, like the reality shows, the gossip and stuff. A lot of that appears to be kind of going the way of the dinosaurs. People are getting more serious right now.
I agree.
It's kind of like the way people got. It's kind of like the way people got. You know, the difference between people in the Roaring '20s as opposed to people in the Great Depression. Everybody had to get a lot more serious and really get sharper intellectually and more disciplined, and really get to talking about how they were going to get through the crisis that was the Great Depression and ultimately World War II. And,
I would have loved being a part of the Roaring
I
'20s.
think that's where humanity's at now. Huh?
I would have loved being a part of the Roaring '20s. I think that would have been cool.
Oh yeah. That was probably cooler than fuck.
Yeah. Well, let me get off of here. I'm gonna go ahead and end this, and because we're still streaming and recording, by the way. This is going to be a part of WoW Talk, just so you know.
Yeah. I knew you were on.
I'm also, just so you know and everybody else knows, this is live streaming now, but later on I am going to archive the video, and it will be on 15-minute segments or a little bit longer for upload archived versions of it, which you guys can check out later on if you missed it this time. So I will talk to you later, okay, Austin?
Okay.
And we will talk to you.
All right, man. Good talking to you again, Roger.
It's good talking to you, man. I'll see you
All
later.
right, man.